Futures flat as we await a slew of earnings. Schwab reporting this morning. They beat on EPS, miss on revenues. We got Tesla coming up on Wednesday. We got a bunch of stuff. Let's look at the markets. They're flat, awaiting what we're going to expect as a really big earnings week. We'll keep an eye on that. The S&P, the NASDAQ, they're flat. The Dow up 0.13. We see Brazil, they're down half a point. Crude also down to start the day. Bitcoin flat, with Ethereum giving back some of the gains it made last week with respect to the Shanghai update, guys. It is April 17th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, guys, Schwab reporting they're missing on sales, but beating on EPS, but they're still up 2.17%. What are you guys keeping an eye on today?
Actually, good morning, everybody. It's big earnings this week, but already some news on, looks like Roblox here. They reported some numbers. Daily active users up 26 year over year. Hours engaged was 4.8 billion, up 26% year over year. So I'm trying to figure out what, I didn't really see anything that's causing it to be down 8%. I'll have to dig into it just now. So we know we're going to get a lot of data. Roblox down now 9%. We know Xpeng's up 11%. They have a new platform out. Well, Roblox is continuing to drop, now down 10% on the morning. So it's going to be wild. We know that's going to be the case. We'll be talking about Alphabet and Microsoft. They're moving in different directions. Samsung potentially switching their search engine from default Alphabet or Google, obviously, search to over to Bing. So that puts some pressure on Alphabet there. Tesla's going to be in play. Going to be wild. And there's a bunch of small caps. I know you're excited about that. This BLBX is making some power moves. So much to watch. We're going to have the banks this week. We get Tesla on Wednesday. I know everyone's looking forward to that. This is setting up to be a wild week. And wow, not a very good start if you're Roblox. That one just yuck already.
Yeah, I just bought some down here. I don't know. We're going to see what's going to happen here. We're long at 40. I mean, it's going to take through 40, and when it does, we're going to get out. But right now, we are long on Roblox here. Just trying it early, see if we can catch something back up to the up. Whoop, there it is. See if we can catch something back up to the upside right now, as it's quite. My microphone should be okay. It's quite a mover right here in the pre-market. But hey, guys, yeah, welcome back. Should be an exciting week. We're excited to be here one more time. The weather is getting nice outside, and then it's going to get cold again. But it's been a good week. We're excited for everything, and let's just get it going, man. This is one of the biggest weeks of the year. We keep saying that. This and next week, you get the tech names. You get some. We got Schwab out right now. We got this news from Roblox. Tesla's coming on Wednesday. Netflix this week. I mean, it's going to be a monster weekend. And we start off with Microsoft and Bing and Google and all this news with Chrome and everything. So it's going to be really exciting. Looking to get some nice upside moves here potentially. But the NASDAQ just falling down here with this, I guess, this Roblox news. But we'll wait to see. What's up, Ponzi, Fonzie, and everybody there in the chat? Should be a good week.
Getting all the data coming in now. Roblox releasing key metrics. Basically, here it is. Daily active users were 66.2 million. That's up 62% year over year. Here we go. Estimated revenue between 212 and 223 million. That's up 15 to 20% year over year. Estimated bookings were between 247 and 255 million. That's up 23 to 27% here. But I think this is what is bringing it down. The estimated average booking per daily active user were between $3.73 and $3.85, which represents a year-over-year change of -2 to +1. I guess that's what the sell-off is, because all the other data points seem to be positive, guys.
You know, you're absolutely right. It's the booking number that's going to put a drag on it. It's down 13 already here, and quite frankly, there's actually someone just sold 50,000. Sub 40, they might have just taken the bottom there. We'll see what happens, but just a couple of things on Roblox, because it was churning here and it's just beneath that 50 period on the daily. So if it does make a bit of a bounce, I'll be kind of looking back at about 41 and a half, like what happens when it gets into prior support and that 50 period on the daily. So not a very good start if you're thinking about like the news in the market. I'd say Schwab was kind of mixed for the banks, but this kind of puts a wrench in some of the growth names, which you just saw out here with Roblox, which had been holding up pretty decently. I haven't seen anything moving terribly on sympathy here, but the 40 level is at least trying to hold. If you're looking for some rubber band action, that could be it. Forget about SSR bounces unless, I don't know, if it opens a day, maybe worse than, or not as bad as that 10%. We could see that, but as far as I'm concerned, you have a 40 level in here, and that's about it. 41.5 is that 50 period in the previous levels on the daily. Otherwise, you have a gigantic gap to be filled here by Roblox. Not the only stock moving out there, but certainly the biggest move that we're seeing. And Alphabet, by the way, holding on to the 104 level. That's looking pretty solid. Should be a big one at the open if that can actually hold.
Yeah, I'm looking at, we're still long here on Roblox. We'll see if it can hold. I don't know if it's going to hold this 39 area or not. Some nice downside pressure there. It looks like 30, if you're going, I guess if you're looking at a daily chart, yeah, this 39 area. I mean, typically I got some out at 40 when we broke through 40 there. So we're going to have to wait to see the 50 periods at $38. And yeah, you don't, the daily active users and things like that. We'll look at it as it settles down a little bit more, but we're in that one. I still think JP Morgan can be a great trade today with, the best of the best coming out there on Friday and just up 7.5%, 8%, something like that. Big time movements there. I feel like this 139 level, we should be able to take that out again here today. So we'll see about holding a 139 long if it does break up. And then after that, man, you got 140 and 144 and everything, to go. So I still like bank strength. I just feel like if this was, such a great number, and there's more banks to come, expecting good numbers also from Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs. So I think that we want to look long on the banks and then long on Microsoft if we can get any sort of a dip buy opportunity on Microsoft as well here today. As Microsoft and Google have been absolutely rocking. We have it that Google has been up more than Microsoft this year, so that's been a good one. But giving some back today is Microsoft gains and Google goes to the downside here. Some worry, I don't know, in leaked memo. We'll see what's going on about possibly Google versus Samsung here, as Samsung choosing potentially Bing over Chrome in their new OS launch for their phone. So we'll wait to see if that's coming through or not. I don't know what that hits them from the mobile side of things from Chrome, but definitely not a great sign there. But I still think you got to pick up some Google on any dip. So today's a good opportunity to do that. But we're going to play off price levels. I'm not going to get long. We're long Roblox here, but I'm not going to get long Google just because of that news. I'm going to wait to see if we can find some levels and some good support areas. But we're excited. I'm just working on the sticky note right now.
All right, guys, let's have a look at Bitcoin because it is making a decided move to the sell side here, now down 2.75%. And some of these Bitcoin-related equities like Riot and Mara also having a really red morning. Coin among them as well. Coin down 3%, Mara down 6 2/3, and Riot down 7%, guys. Not seeing a specific catalyst for Bitcoin, but I'll keep my eye here. We have some interesting plays possibly in Bitcoin, guys.
Entire segment after you had the Shanghai update for Ether, it made a pretty big power move. It's holding on. Ether's holding on to 2,000 for what it's worth on a little bit of a dip and a pullback in there. And I think that's. I'm not saying you got to watch out for all of them, but I think that's a bit of a big catalyst for Ether. And we'll see what happens. I want to see that 2,000 level try to hold there. Coinbase. If you're familiar with the term that, quite frankly, it's not to say it gets overused around here, but when it's that good, like the flat bottom break is a tremendous opportunity sometimes to find a big support level that goes and then try to get into it to the downside. Now, you can see on Coinbase here, it's not super clean off about 67.5. So, yes, I like the notion of a breakdown on Coinbase today, but this is not super clean. It got there a couple of times last week. And, quite frankly, it's held this general area pretty well. You can even say 68 was holding the last 3 days. If we get underneath 67, there is some room to run, but it did get there. We saw this on Tuesday where it kind of wicked the bottom, got to 66, and still managed a bit of a recovery. I know I like the shorts in the low 70s, that 72 area short into 73. That's a good one. The 70 level has been pretty solid. Only that's been a late day play. It's interestingly enough, if you look at it, it's been the same story. If you're in the afternoons, you were shorting 70 and it wins, 70 and it wins, and then you got like a really small win on Friday. So I like the 70 level. It's just it has not been the big winner in the morning. I might take a shot at a small trade off this at the open if it spikes in there, but understanding that I know the 72 is where you gotta have it. I love this idea of a flat bottom break, and if we do break 67. I want to be in the short, but that's not an automatic just sell it when it breaks the low. It's been a little bit too strong down there, and it's not a very clean level. So there's some times where I'm just going to say breaks down, just take the breakdown short, have a stop order out there. This doesn't feel like one of those. I need to see it continuing. How does it trade down beneath 66? Enough selling come in there, nice consolidation, and then a couple of stair steps down, and then I try to join the trend. Otherwise, wait for 70, wait for 72, 73. You know, I know sometimes one of these days I'll be looking at these levels in like a long on Coinbase. Every now and then it happens. I get it. We had the 70 break at least once in the last like 20 days. I think I had a long, but I'm looking shorts up at 72. I'm looking shorts at 70. It's just a matter of whether we can get into a trend if it breaks 67. I'm a little skeptical there.
Yeah, we always like to try to short Coinbase. I mean, that's for sure. But especially on a day like today where you get some momentum finally. I mean, it was always the other way here on crypto. So it's been a tough one to do that with. But I mean, you can see here, I was just looking at SI. Now, I don't know if SI is going to go anywhere. It doesn't seem to want to do anything, but that was just an interesting name here because you can zoom in I can zoom in as much as I possibly can. Whoop. Oh yeah, Surge Trader, we have that up there. Let's do it like this. So this is what it looks like here, just on a daily chart. So I mean, you're at this 130, 140 level, 156. We still have a good short interest here in SI. I think it was 58%. This has a chance to go as well. Trying to break up 167, or sorry, $1.67 here. Could be a little break spot. We've been the top there, top back in March 13th, top back April 4th, top 12th, top, you know, so it's just 160, 170 here. It looks like we're going to push up against that with the bottom being this 140. So I would say you got to watch out for this name both ways here today. Either you break this 170 to the high side, then I think you can almost get to $2 if it squeezes a little bit there. And that's a great return on a dollar stock. I don't see any problems with that. Or what if we break this bottom on some negative news here from crypto, right? So I'd say you might want to pay for shorts if you can't borrow them today, because I feel like either you break this 140 here or we take 170, which might get us into this 220 area where we could short again. So that's just SI. It's been, you have to zoom crazy for this stock. It's just been so beat up. But again, I don't think it's going to be a long-term hold, just to see if there is any movement today, because we get some crypto back and forth a little bit. NVIDIA also, this used to be a big name when we talked about crypto, with everyone buying the GPUs for mining. We don't really hear too much about that anymore, but 260 there. I just put the note out about AMD. As long as we're holding 260 on NVIDIA, I think that's a pretty good level there. We have a lot of some kind of garbage up here as we try to make new tops, runs into this 290 and then stops. Come on, chart. We don't have the split adjusted pricing in there yet. But anyways, ran into that 290 right there and then stopped. So, you know, I think we got to clear out through here, either one way or the other. But you're just coiling up here on NVIDIA. So for me, I like the long. I think with earnings coming through, I think it's going to be a good one. So I'm going to try to protect this 260 level, which means $90 on AMD. But anyways, we'll talk more about these chip names as the morning goes along.
Yeah, no doubt. We'll keep a look on that, Sean. Tesla also back on watch again. A number of headlines today for Tesla. Chief among them, the problem with the Shanghai facility and the bonuses being cut there, but also the governor of Monterey saying that it will take about 12 to 15 months to build that gigafactory. We heard about that earlier in the year. Tesla expanding south of the border into Mexico as well. SpaceX. Huge launch today for them as they try to put Starship on the Falcon Heavy. This is going to be interesting, guys. Not much movement on Tesla right now, only down half a percentage point, but should be an interesting day with earnings slated for Wednesday.
Yeah, actually, I have Tesla up on the day, but I'm pretty interested. Look, I mean, I think the launch hopefully goes well. I don't know whether we care about that for Tesla stock in particular, but hey, man, I think it's absolutely cool, and we'll see how that does go. Tesla, right now, it's kind of sitting in this weird zone where it doesn't seem to want to get out of its way and break out that 190 and get past the 50, get back into that 200. Every time we've kind of ground higher, it's just come to a little bit of a halt. So we've got this channel forming on Tesla where you have effectively only 15 minutes. You can see like a 180 bottom last week, and then for all intents purposes, you could say you had like a 189 top with some wicks up to 90, 92 in one day. You only broke the 181. You did it by a couple of dollars as well. So in general, you had a couple of inside days here to end the week. And I feel like going into earnings, this might not be a bad way to look at the stock. We have a report on Wednesday. So why not think about, okay, well, if it gets into 90, 91, 92, there's just start looking for shorts off the top, like some support down at that 180. And if it breaks the channel going into the earnings or before the earnings, then you can start working outside of the range. But if you just approach the last couple of sessions with that notion, you got down into support, you essentially bounced off it, maybe doesn't get all the way there, but once you hold the support, look for that trend. That's what I'll be thinking about. We're not really at a price on Tesla, which is super attractive. Just to jump to some EV names, I know we'll talk about Xpeng to be sure. Whoops, I always do not NY for Rivian, man. It's intense. But Rivian was to the downs. They got a downgrade, Rivian did. Lucid had some bad news as well if you're looking at that one. Rivian broke that 14 even. A couple of things to consider with this stock. It didn't really get there, but it got close enough. It was a pretty rough day for them. 1280 to 13 has been the support level. So were it to get just a little bit further down, you're pretty much on that, on that last line of support for Rivian. Underneath 1275, I think it can get pretty ugly. But once it dips beneath 13, I'd almost be looking for that long bounce off this level on the daily. So I think there's still a chance to fade this one today. If it's under $14, I'll be looking for that fade. Just reminding myself I got to pay for some locates, because if it gets anywhere near 14, I want to start shorting it at about 1380.
All right, like I mentioned earlier there, Tesla reporting this week. It's going to be post-market on the 19th, so you've got Wednesday coming up for Tesla. I don't think it's worth really trading until you get to that day there. Tesla right here just kind of like coiling up against itself again. I think Elon's going to impress with this number. We're going to wait to see what's happening. Right now, you're just sort of throwing smoke at all the stories. The big names coming on Wednesday, and everyone's going to be trading this thing on Thursday. So I'll just probably save some of the smoke for that. You're still at the same areas that we've always been. It's nice to take this out, this 186. I think if you're going to do anything basic, we don't trade Tesla that much here, but I've been trading it last week, a little bit. I think it's probably negative for me last week. We had some good trades. It's not. It moves pretty dramatically early, and then, I'm just noticing, like, in the afternoon, there's just better names to go sometimes. You see a lot of barcoding here, but this afternoon actually did okay with a nice move to the downside as it tries to follow the market. So I think this 185 is a decent little area there, and I said this last week, until we really break this 180 or 200, and I know that's still it's a 10%, on 200 bucks, I guess it's 5% worth of a range there, or 10%, 20 bucks. I still feel like you're stuck here. So there's 200. Sorry about this, guys, because our chart does this. There's 200 right here, and then there's the 180. So I just feel like you've been bouncing back and forth. We poked our head above it a little bit for a minute, and we poked our head down below it for a minute as well. So I still think you want to trade off those levels, and since we're in the middle, for me, Tesla's going to be sort of a no-fly zone there, but it will definitely be traded this week as they come out on Wednesday with a big number. So I still think Tesla's going to beat. Well, I think we have Daniel Shea coming later on today. She can give us some options ideas and whatnot for Tesla, but I think that it's going to be a good one, and you just sort of hold your cards close to your chest until you get the report. That is Tesla.
All right, guys. State Street Bank down badly on an earnings miss, guys. Almost 11% to the downside. Look at this big move off that 81.50. Now we're just barely holding on to 71. It looks like they missed pretty bad here on the EPS. But revenue beat by a little bit, but the market not liking what they see. We also have MTT Bank that reported as well, but not much of a move. MTB, there was not much of a move on that. Up 2.67%, up to about 122.50 there. Schwab also reporting. We'll get to that one after, though, guys.
Yeah, I mean, State Street, not usually one that we look at in terms of a trade. Like, it's not a very good trading vehicle. Let's get that one out of the way, because its volumes are, look, it's on 200,000 shares, and that's going to be pretty much on an earnings release, and that's not a heck of a lot in the pre-market. But it is interesting to see, like, on that report, it goes right back into some of the bottoms. And if you can see here on the daily chart, this is essentially when we had, like, the SVB and the banking crisis, for lack of a better term. So if you start breaking down those levels, a lot of times when you find you have a big, massive market shock or move to the downside, especially if it's in one sector, a lot of panic, where the buyers step into it usually gives you a little bit of confidence. And you can see, like for State Street, it was that $70 level. Man, and we're basically touching that right now. Like a stock like this cracks that 70, I think it becomes pretty interesting to the downside. You can see you pull it back a little further. This has been pretty solid support for the last year on State Street. It was Schwab, I thought that I'd be looking at it a little bit more closely, but it's a little bit more flat. I don't know that I'll be looking at State Street today. If it is one, it'll probably be Schwab. But Schwab right now very, very flat. It's not moving. It's done good volume. I'm just a little bit surprised that it has a little bit of an inside range today on Schwab. So I want to dig into that report a little bit deeper because it got trounced on Friday, right? So maybe they sold it off into that, and then you look at that 50 on Schwab and say, okay, well, on Friday we indicated what the bottom was. I mean, it doesn't matter what the report is. If the market decides that there's no sellers down there, then the 50 level on Schwab becomes in play. So yeah, State Street's got a level at 70, but Schwab may be a little bit more interesting at that 50 level. But I want to give it some time, maybe see that open before I jump into that bank. Like you were mentioning there with JP Morgan, Sean, like JP Morgan was the one bank that was, I think, a pretty clear trade last week, and I don't see anything terribly different. Come on, load up. Different in terms of the price action and where we're going to like this. That you broke out that 138. You were essentially all afternoon, if you're playing off that break and dip, you're like 137.5 to 138 is essentially where you're able to go long. The top end was 39s, and it was a scalp zone. If it breaks 137.5, next support's at 135. All those levels are still in play today on JPM, where we know they already had a fantastic report. So I might not be trading. I won't be trading anything in State Street. It's a big maybe for Schwab, but JPM we know we like at that 37.5, like it at 35.
Yeah, all I was going to talk about was JP Morgan here, and I've just done that. It's on this. It's on the sticky note. Oh no, that's the wrong sticky note. It's on this. I used blue today for some reason. I don't know why. It's on the sticky note here. Today's number 2 name,
Leafs.
number 1 name in the bank. Maybe the Leafs. Yeah, maybe there was something psychological about that. As the Leafs play Tampa Bay tomorrow, as a 1, I think it's now up to 160. I bet it at 140 minus 140 for the Leafs. So I'm pretty happy that at least the number is going the right way for me. But oh, by the way, Prad. And the trading floor behind us there, our Laker bet is now up 120% right now, the Laker bet. So that's a good one there, as they've obviously made the playoffs. So that bet's looking nice. I think it's almost time to cash out, but let's see if they can win one series. We have the Lakers at 55-1 to win the championship, and that bet now, because you can cash out, has almost tripled, actually. I'll check it right now after this. But nice little move there. Well, it's up 100%. Hopefully, you can get up a little bit more than that right now. But I like this 139 area again to break it out. I mean, we had the report on Friday. It came out. It's tough to trade bank earnings when they first come out. You see this nice little dip down there in the pre-market, and then ever since once the market opened up, you never really saw those 135s again, not even close. The best we got to was a 137, 138 dip buy opportunity. So that came in right there again, and we didn't do anything about it. But those are great opportunities to get long, and then I think you could break this 139 here today. Trade the best of the best, and then just keep going with it. So that's what I'm going to try to do here with JP Morgan. Look for a 139 breakout. We could check the imbalances. I was looking at them earlier. There was not much on there. Actually, BAC, I mean, there's another name that you could trade off the report as well. That's a nice little upside, looking like it wants to break 30. That might even be a better level there with BAC at $30. So we'll definitely look to break that through here. BAC, Palantir I have on the list. I don't see any JP Morgan, but this BAC at 30 is actually looking pretty nice as well. Looking back to what it did on Friday, again, we saw the gap up, and then we held this bottom at 29. So 30 is looking pretty good as well here on Bank of America coming through. What does it look like on the daily chart? Just real quick. Yeah, so again, another nice level there. $30 going all the way back to October. So you clear through some of this garbage of March. Looks like it wants to get going here. I actually probably going to add BAC here on a 30 break for this level right now, Sharif.
All right, guys, first segment of the show brought to you by Search Traders, where traders can get a funded account up to $1 million and keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. The program has simple rules and no time limits. Go to searchtrader.com/TTV and use the promo code TTV for 10% off. All right, guys, Meta catching, let's call it a downgrade. It was downgraded to neutral by New Street and also given a price target downgrade. That made it move 1% down to the downside, guys. It closed 221.50 on Friday, and it went down to about almost 219 today. Any move on Meta?
Oh, I mean, it's going to move. Like, one thing I'm pretty sure about, like that 220, it hasn't hung around the 220 level on like any single day. Like that's like whatever it gets to that price, it's running $2 one way or the other. And what's interesting about Meta is I can't remember a time. This is probably someone's going to come up with an example almost for sure. That now that I'm about to say this, but I can't remember a time that I saw a stock that was this big that had a double bottom and a double top on a single day, like 10 in the week, that was this clean. And Meta at 217.5 here on Friday. I mean, you can see the double bottom. It's within a few cents, each level of that bottom. And then the same thing kind of happens at the top. Now I'm cheating because it did grind a little higher in the aftermarket to get close to that 222. But that's what I mean about it. We're not hanging around at this 220 level. Like if at the open you don't break the high, then I think you short it to 217.50 or at least to 218. And if you do break the high, I think you're looking for longs holding above the 220.50 into that 222. But if you don't take the first move, I think you just want to let it get to these levels. So, you're not obliged to have to trade the open. I think I'd only be looking for something with tight stops. So a failed break of the high gives you a short to set high. You risk 50, 60 cents and then trend to the bottom. I think you look at the same thing in the other direction. But once you've broken out, like if you get to 221 or if you get to like 218.5 or so, if you're looking to fade the move, if you're looking to fade the move up, if you're looking to buy the dip down, just patiently allow it to get to that double bottom from Friday. Now, it makes some sense. I mean, you want to slap a downgrade on a stock which has been performing like this. We know the earnings are going to be coming later, but it has been slowly grinding up. There have been pullbacks, but quite frankly, since we took 200 or bounced off 200 the last time, there haven't been 2 consecutive red days in a row, and it's just been a slow churn to the upside. I think when you see that, you want to be leaning into buying the dips until it stops working. So that's 17.5. There's a lot of levels out there today, but if you're not looking for a dip buy at 217.5, then you're not really following this trend in Meta. We'll see what happens today. Maybe this will be the day that we don't actually get there, but that's too obvious a double bottom not to get.
Yeah, I mean, that's look, we can talk all about these double bottoms and everything. There's tons of stocks that have this. Amazon, AMD, everything is right here right now as the NASDAQ's trying to figure itself out at this 13.2 level. We've been up here on the NASDAQ for a while. I mean, I was just going to look at AMD, but if we just look at a 30-minute chart, this is what I've been sort of leaning on for the NASDAQ for the last couple of weeks when we've talked about some key levels. And I still think that I keep talking about being in the middle here. The middle is really down here now at 13.1, which is nice. It's nice that the middle's kind of trying to get a little bit higher now, but we still haven't really taken out with any strength. I mean, we had a great open here on the 4th when we opened up at 13.350 there, and then ever since then we just kind of came back in, and then now we're trying to get back to the upside. So we still got to break this 13,250, which right now isn't unbelievable. I mean, we're only 80 handles away from that. We've seen a 100 handle move in the first 5 minutes or first 2 minutes of the NASDAQ before. I don't think there's any juice to that to happen today. So with that being said, yes, I do like some of these dip buy opportunities. Right back into like 13.1. We're going to get a rune coming through soon, hopefully here for the futures. But this 13.1 area right in the middle, I think that's something that we're going to want to look at. And the NASDAQ has respected some of those bottoms. I thought on Friday we were going to try to get to 13,000 even, but we stopped at 13.50. So like I said, if we have a top right now, look what the NASDAQ is at, 13,173. So you go up 80 handles and you break this high, you go down 80 handles and you're roughly at this support level. So I think we're still in the middle here. I love those meta levels. I love a lot of stock here. I like AMD. I wrote that down on the sticky note as well. If you're going to go to a 3-minute chart, daily chart, whatever, you still have this $90 bottom that we're trying to bounce off of here. I think you can get to 93 on a good day. So I really like the risk to reward here. And it's the same names for the shorts, right? Everything's piling up the same way. Either you like a 93 short right there, or you could short Meta at what's up, Randy? Or you could short Meta at the same levels of 220. So it just kind of looks like the way you want to go. You think the market's going up or down today?
So we leave it
up,
on
you
the
said?
back.
down.
Is that the mango again?
Damn you, Randy.
Do you ever switch it up?
That's all we have.
Apparently
That's not true,
No,
is
no, no.
it?
We have more than just mango.
Should I go with the black or the white?
Peach
I'm gonna
mango.
go with the
No,
white.
I'm pretty sure we have more than just peach mango here.
We have, don't we have a cranberry?
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the juice box. Oh, we have the plastic
Oh,
bottles.
okay.
Can I, Randy, can I interest you possibly in any Vegemite?
I'll give you $1 if you have a spoonful.
You know, I don't know. You're not allowed to have any, because he might take that bet. I don't want any man to unknowingly
I left my
put.
alarm on.
I'll take a coffee.
I'll take
sure.
coffee.
Thanks, Randy. And on that note, we say go Leafs go, even though this is the little Marlies guy. This is Connor Brown, who wound up going to the Ottawa Senators at one
Exactly.
point, but he's not there anymore. And then I have some Tums here. I don't think we'll need that, but this is from
I
our
hope we don't need the
one chip
Tums.
challenge right there still to go. And I was with one of the accounting ladies was here. They haven't seen people in forever, and came to the floor, and I showed her everything. And then she said, "Oh, what's up with this?" And I said, "Oh, this is our little Valeria little I'm here." Oh, and yeah, you ever heard of Rainbow Loom before?
No, but I'm about to.
You've never heard of Rainbow Loom?
Apparently not.
What the hell? Anyways, it's these little they're little elastics.
That looks
so my
cool.
daughter is well into these. So this is the friendship one. It says hug right
Aw.
there. And then this one's supposed to be for work. It has green and gold, and white's her favorite color. And then that's supposed to be green, but
No, it's green.
Is it?
It's like a teal,
It's
yeah, it's like a teal.
And then the gold. So that's supposed to be representing for money.
Nice. I like that.
So I'm sitting here today, ready to go. I've got on the friendship bracelet and the money one here. So thank you to my daughter for making these as we get ready to rock and roll. And I
Rainbow
mean, spending $40 on this big elastic kit, but she opened up
but
her
she
piggy
makes it
bank.
herself.
Yep. And her friends do it, and and she made it for my mom and my dad yesterday. It was really nice. So yeah, she was really happy that I remembered to wear them today. So hopefully I don't lose money, because then that would be.
No,
No matter
come
what
on.
I'm telling her, I had one of my best days. Like, I'm gonna find a chart. I'm gonna
Hopefully
make
she's
one
not watching this part right here, right?
Well, yeah. Well, hopefully she's. No, I want her to tape it.
Hi, Gia.
Yeah, exactly. I want to show her this, man. She's all about that right now. But yeah, so ready to rock and roll. I got the rainbow looms. I got the Breitling on one end, and the rainbow looms on the other. Clover Health about to cut 10% of its workforce.
Oh, that's good for them.
I think they need to cut about 99% of their workforce
No,
to
but
get
that's
this
good
name
for
back
them.
going. Oh, it's always great news, and I don't want to say anything about people that are working at Clover. I have no idea about it. But shout out to Chamath. Thank you for taking everyone's money and burning it up, because it's so easy to make money that you might as well take advice of others and invest, and people that are supposed to be really smart, and invest in a name like Clover or Open Door or anything that Chamath brought to us has been an absolute banger. So there's Clover anyways on the, I can't really see it. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Thank you for that. I was gonna make a joke, but I shouldn't joke about the man's name. Last week I was like Mohammed. I was like, now I was like Mahad. I was like Mahad. I got his name. Thanks for that little switch over right there. $17 down to 85 cents. Instead of Sean, you can just call me Mahad. I'm messing up your name, so instead of Sean, you can just call me LeBron. Sounds very, very similar, and Fahad would like that.
That's not very
as well.
That's not very far from your high school nickname, which I'm gonna.
Yeah, we can. Well, let's save.
We'll save.
Yeah, we got to
it.
save some
We'll
Easter
save it.
eggs for later on. But yeah, anyways, Clover there. I don't know if it's doing anything. I just saw that note there, Sharif. I don't know if anything of you. Clover Health Investments
moving
eliminates about 10% of its workforce as part of restructuring. I just laugh at that. And the most popular Canadian these days is our boy Ryan Reynolds, and apparently I'm in this name from IPO, and I've already gotten in and out of this a couple times. There's a few traders here on the board, but Nuvea, which is like a payment processing company, Ryan Reynolds apparently taking a stake in this company as well. And we saw what happened with Mint Mobile and everything. Oh God, here we go. I gotta do this again with Mint Mobile, and you're gonna see right now with this name. I'm not sure where it's disclosed where he has the shares or anything like that, but up to $44. I could see Nuvea Corp moving here today with some Ryan Reynolds action, potentially the next owner of and nobody watching this is probably from Ottawa, but your Ottawa Senators.
Yeah, Clover Health up aggressively here. Well, not 2.83% on news that they will accelerate the path to profitability. We've been hearing that a lot this year. Meta among them. All right, let's bring in Arun. We've got time to look at the futures now. Arun, what do you got on deck, man? How was the weekend, by the way?
Yeah, it was a pretty quiet weekend overall, but great weather. Hit some patios, why not, right? Well, the market apparently also hitting some patios. It's done absolutely nothing. We're pretty much flat on both markets. There you go, zero on both markets at the same time just now. So we haven't done a whole lot here. I think we're going to be waiting for the open once again. We had a nice little rally at the end there on Friday after 3 p.m. So let's see if we can continue that to the upside. And we saw that the previous day as well. So let's see if we can see that going into today's open, see if we can get a rally to the upside. It gets very messy very, very quickly if we do go to the upside. That's the thing. You want the rally, but at the same time, if it rallies, it gets very messy. The reason I say that, everything north of 4180, and I think I've been saying this last week as well, everything north of 4180 all the way up to 4220, major resistance levels going back months into last year. So even if we get back up there, even if we take out Friday's high, it's a matter of being very, very cautious, because it essentially what it needs to do is it needs to break Friday's high, come back down. So it needs to sell down a little bit, show you that there's still some buying left, and then we continue on and see if we can rally. It's going to take some time to grind through this area because of how large it is. It's about 40 points wide. Let's see how much strength they've got today. I'm looking for potential buy-side strength if we can get going. I think this is the right spot to do it in the mid to low 60s. If we can't get going and we end up cracking through the 55s, then I think the next buy location could be somewhere in the 40s, low 40s, going all the way down to 41.20. So a buy spot down there, and then obviously resistance levels above. So there's a sweet spot here that if we can catch a bid, it might be great. Otherwise, I think we might be a little sideways until we do find the traction that we need to either run to the upside, run into that resistance level, or actually end up finding enough sell side action to break through the bottom being 40.95 through the bottom end that we've kind of held up for a while. So wide ranges. This market is still deciding. So let's see what it's got after the open.
Thanks for that, Arun. All right, let's get to it. That's a scan to the watch list right there. Scan that QR code and get it sent to you every day. I did it this morning for the first time. Yeah, so have that sent to you. I use it every morning when Brendo does it. It always helps me start off my day, and I know it's moving. All right, let's get to the rundown, guys. First and foremost, banks. We had 3 banks report this morning. We had Schwab, M&T Bank, and State Street. Schwab actually beating on EPS, but missing on sales. Initially popped up. It was actually up in the pre-market. Now selling off, though, guys. A 49 bottom, back into 50. So banks continue here with mixed earnings.
Yeah, so finally you actually get some movement in Schwab. I was saying it was a little bit too flat in terms of movement, but if it doesn't really hold on to that 50 level, could be under a little bit of pressure for them. And you sort of look back to, okay, well, what happened? Well, Friday was not a very good day. 50 was the bottom on Friday, but you look back to what some of the bottoms were when you're in the midst of the crisis, or whatever you want to call it. We'll just call it crisis because that's what it was. So 48 was the higher low. You got 44 in there, which was the panic bottom. 48's coming into play today. If we hang beneath 50, that's sort of, I don't want to say it's obvious, but that's the line that I would look for. You've already hit a bit of a bid here. So on the open, the only thing I care about is if it doesn't maintain the 50 level, I think you look for some shorts underneath and you have Friday's low as a bit of an out. That's what I would look for on Schwab. I mean, State Street, I don't know if that's going to matter to me on State Street. I think outside of this, JPM, which we already discussed, is the one I would want to look at. So if it doesn't catch a bid down here around that 50 level, if it gets above 51, all bets are off. But if it doesn't catch a bid down here, I'd be looking to short into that 48 level that you saw there on Schwab. So that's the only one outside of JPM that I want to have a look at. I think you got to pick and choose. A lot of times you can look at 4 or 5 names in a space, and then you're also trying to trade tech. Forget about that. And Roblox kind of came out of nowhere as well. So want to limit the amount of, I guess, noise that'll be there at the open. So I know if we're beneath 50 in the first 5 or 10 minutes, then there's a trade available for me on Schwab.
I just turned. Okay, here, cheers, because
Billy? Bobby? What's the bold name again?
I don't know. Cheers. Thanks,
Cheers.
Randy, for that.
Thank you,
cheers,
Randy.
everybody else there trying to get decaffeinated here.
Our coffee
Hell,
is
I just talked
not
about
the
Adobe.
best,
I
though.
just talked about Adobe.
Shaky at best.
Adobe with AI. I mean, I was just talking about that right now. Adobe to add generative AI tools into its. I mean, I was just talking about this. Don't tell me this is a big spike. I don't even have anything in Adobe right now. I'm not even in the name. Okay, it's not doing anything, but they're going to be
Fahad is.
adding generative
No, is it
AI
Fahad? No.
into this name here, Adobe. So we're going to wait to see if that starts to go. I still think this is a nice name. Just came through now. It's not. I mean, it's done 700 shares. It's not a very good day trading stock, but I think if there's going to be a name that can really benefit from AI, I think it's Adobe. I was speaking with my wife there, Fahad, over the weekend because I showed her your Rivian stuff, and she uses Canva. So Canva also has an AI generative thing there as well. So I think that AI is obviously a thing, and there's Adobe right now looking to take out this 385 area up to 400, and then I think we blast higher, man. Shout out to Tony. Tony bought this thing on this dip below 300. He got out of it, and I don't think he made any money, but it was a good opportunity there to buy that back up to the upside, especially off a 280 little bottom there. I like Adobe. I think this is a winner for the AI space, and just mark that down. It's I don't even know the date today, April 17th. Just let's look at this after earnings. I think you're going to be a lot higher on Adobe than where you are right now on this name. But if we're going to talk about banks, we've already talked about the ones that I like today. That's JP Morgan and Bank of America. I still think that they're going to be blasting off from their report on Friday. There it is right there, a nice little $30 level coming through for Bank of America. We'll take that out right there. I like it. I think this is a long, and I'm going to look back and probably be pissed off that I don't have it. So Bank of America, another long that I like, as is JP Morgan. They're all battled right back, man. JP Morgan just bounced off 138, pretty clean there as well. That bottom on Friday of 137.50. I mean, let's call it 137. Whatever, you're picking at straws here anyways at some point, but this 137, 136 area, if you get any sort of a dip buy into this, even 138, I think it's worth buying, as you just want to stay strong and long, stay long the strongest names. That's about as simple as it goes. Like when this AI talk started, you instantly had bump ups in NVIDIA, AMD, and all the strong AI names, as well, of course, as AI, GFAI, CXAI. All these names started to go upside here. So I just feel like if these banks are going to come out, and we just saw, Neil just went over a little bit there on Charles Schwab, and as these banks start to come out and give us a little more details, like, is Schwab really that bad, down to $49 today, back through 50? We've seen them get cleaned out a little bit here. So, do you really want to trade this bank to the long side? I'm going to say no on that, and you might even dip below this 48.50 level, which I think is, or maybe it's 48 clean. I think that's going to be a big problem for Charles Schwab here today as well. So I'm just going to try to play the news that we already know, and that's JP Morgan and BAC, and even Wells Fargo dipped down a little bit there on Friday, but I'm going to try to play long on these strong names with these banks. So we're going to watch out for Charles Schwab coming through here soon today. And I'm still in Roblox. Roblox really isn't doing much. We did get punched out when it broke 40, got back in against the bottom of 39.50. So we're still in Roblox right now, and you can see my price is 40.34. It's not a great trade. We need to get this above 41 for this trade to make any money, like on Roblox, period. So if we don't get above 41 today, then I can't make any money on this trade. So hopefully we get above 41. I'm actually looking for a 42 area here on Roblox to see if we can get back into some of this zone on the daily chart. I think we can get back into this level right there, which is 42. I feel like that's maybe where it should have stopped. Instead, we get the extended move here in the pre-market. So I'm going to put an off here near like 41.50, see if we can catch a buck on this name, and then hold the last half, see if we can get a little bit more. But right now we're struggling, down 0 for 1 now on Roblox as they get daily active users, and some more key metrics came through at about 8:30-ish.
The tit-for-tat exchange between Google and Microsoft continues over the weekend. We got reports from Samsung that they may be switching their default search engine on their Android platform from Google to, you guessed it, Bing. We've seen these two duel it out in the AI space. It was almost unthinkable that Google will get replaced with Bing. So much is Bing despised in the industry. But let's look at the chart. Google down decidedly on the day, 4.25%. That's a stair step down if I've ever seen one. Conversely, though, Microsoft up almost 2% on the day. It's been up and to the right for this one. Neil, what do you see on these two?
Well, look, it's a good chunk of recurring revenue for Alphabet, obviously, getting that default. And this is not a done deal. Like, obviously, this is just an early report. It was a New York Times article, essentially saying that this was a possibility and it's being looked into. So the market's taking it seriously. As a matter of fact, we kind of know what happened when there was a bad demonstration with Bard, and it was very ugly very quickly for Alphabet and very good for Microsoft, very cleanly initially. I think you can probably see some continuation with this. If we go to what happened last week, we know we topped out at that 108 level and we've rejected it twice. The difference here is that support that was down around that 104, that gets put to the test here. Now, it broke 104 a couple of times in the last few weeks, last couple of weeks, and you had some wicks down to 103.5. I think underneath that, if you don't hold 103.5, you're probably looking at 101 on Google. I think that's where I want to look. It gets to 101, I'm probably starting into longs into 100. It's just that simple. If we get that bad today, I don't see any way that I wouldn't be defending in that price area. So there's going to be a dip buy in there. It's whether or not it holds it here, or more likely, I think maybe we catch a bid at that 100 to 101 level. That stands out like an absolute sore thumb for Alphabet. If we don't break out, the 105 sits there for like a little pop and fade idea. And then you look at Microsoft on the other end. I kind of felt we'd go into the open and we'd just be breaking out 292 clean on Softy. That was last week's high. I don't think we're worried at all about testing that support level. I think for Microsoft, as long as it holds 290 at the open, I really only want to be thinking about the long side of the trade. If it shows me a fail at 292, it already pulled back once, but that's pre-market volume. So we'll see what happens at the actual open. If it shows you that it's got no buyers above 92, then you worry about shorting at the top end of the level. But the last time this happened, we had some continuation to the upside for Microsoft. We had continuation to the downside for Alphabet. And I don't want to get too far away from that. But if you like round numbers, we see 100 on Google. As a day trader, I'm going to be in front of it. If you get run over, you know where you're wrong, at least when it comes to that 100 on Google.
Yeah, just looking at Tesla here, SpaceX is a no-go today, so they're not going to launch
canceled
today.
it?
Yeah, there was the pressure valve frozen.
Boo.
So better be safe than sorry, but
no, of course.
there it is right there. So SpaceX now officially postpones its first Starship rocket launch test today. So Tesla is coming back down to the downside a little bit here, bouncing off 186. A delay, a postpone, I think that's fine. I wouldn't worry about it. I wouldn't play that against the stock. But hey, those of you that were looking for maybe a little bit of a bump on some sort of a successful launch, which I'm sure it's going to be successful anyways, that's you might have been looking in the wrong spot. But it is making a little bit of a move down, as so is the NASDAQ. Remember when Arun came on, he was talking about everything being basically zeros. So you're making a little bit move down here as we get ready to open up. Oil today as well, down 0.6. So everything seems to be going to the downside there. Look, I have the number one name on the sticky note today being Microsoft for obvious reasons. Neil just talked about everything. You are probably going to get a 290 test on this. It's right here, right now. The way Microsoft moves, I can see easily moving about $5 or so right here. Remember when we wrote this note, we were up to 292. We're going to see about a 290 hold here. If it doesn't hold, though, this is a 20-minute chart. Unfortunately, this is what I was saying about $4 or $5. If you don't hold 290, and I don't think it's a free. This doesn't make any sense why this would be anything negative as they look to capture some more, market share on the mobile side of things, especially if Samsung does switch that over. Remember, though, if I had a Samsung phone and it said your default search is now Bing, I would figure out how to switch that back to Chrome if you were a really big user. But those of you that don't care about it, you would probably keep it, and that's a good sign for Microsoft. So that 289, 290, I don't have anything against Bing. I just haven't used it in forever, so I don't know. Maybe it's better. There's that 290. I'm an owner of both shares big time. So I think it's nice when they battle each other, but it's never a really great sign. Let's just see what happens now. That's been the big fear for Google, is that they lose market share to Microsoft for all searches. And now you hear this story coming from Samsung. I think it's still been denied or not been confirmed by anybody yet. No, I think it was a Reuters report. It's in our watch list where it came from. But that 290.50 looks to be holding right now in the pre-market. I think it's a little too early to make any judgment calls on where the NASDAQ wants to go today. So I always look back to where we closed on Friday, 289. 286, 288 into that area here. I think you can start to pick up some longs. But I am looking. I did write 290 on here, so I'm looking for 290. I just don't know if I want to step in front of that right away. We can always get 290, hopefully, if we break it and then we take it. That's what we're looking at right now as the NASDAQ trying to figure itself out. And then, so I don't know if, I'm surprised. I didn't look at this. I'm going to go with it being the truth, but we have it written down here in our watch list. Right here about this being Google. This is surprising to me. I thought Microsoft was up more this year. Google has risen 24% year to date. Microsoft only 19%. I'm surprised at that. I'm gonna say the numbers are right because it's there, but it does. Copy and paste, yeah. That
well,
seems,
you know what?
Seems to be a lot of what we're doing, which is fine. No, I know, just joking. No, so does that? I mean, it could be right. January there, 85 up to 109. I mean, maybe if you're taking those prints there, that's a nice little move up. But I feel like Microsoft has been a little bit higher than that. But hey, the numbers are going to be right.
Why.
The numbers are going to be right, I would assume. But right there, 100, I think what Neil talked about was a key level, 102. We have 5 minutes until the imbalances. So that might be what was that?
No, it's because Microsoft opened the year by, in the first 3 sessions, dropping $20.
Right.
So it's like 3 days in, you were $20 lower. So from bottom to top, Microsoft is really impressive. But just based on the actual timing of where we opened up, that's probably why it's lagging a bit. Like that's the only thing that makes sense to me. I didn't do the math. I just looked at the chart and said, well, that's
it's like 80
probably why it's
like
not getting the credit.
$30. So here is
the chart.
2000. So that's it right there. So I think that we should have opened up 230. So 230 to 280. So $50 on 230. It's all, you're going to be 20%. It's going to be around 20% for all of these. So yeah, just a surprise. I didn't realize that Google.
Well, bottom 2 days later. That's the thing.
Yeah. I just didn't realize that Google had actually been, this strong this year. I mean, it's just, I should realize that as a big holder of it, but that was a surprising, interesting little tidbit there. So, all right, Sharif, I don't know, did that surprise you at all? I know, I feel like we're like always chanting Microsoft, and I'm always like downplaying Google, thinking that Google still has to go. But I don't know, was that surprising to you when you wrote that down?
It was. No, I was surprised with that, especially with the dominance that they've got in search. I mean, AI seems to be more of a fair playing field. But yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, Sean. All right, guys, the rundown brought to you by Trade Ideas. Real-time scanning and alerting used on our desk by many of our traders every day. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check out the link in the description for 20 points off. Yes, all right. Xpeng, next on the list. Why is it moving? Well, guess what? They launched a new integrated technology architecture over the weekend that's supposed to cut their R&D cycle by 20 points. Can that make them make cars faster? Because they really need the help. All right, look at that. Gapped up big boy today on the NYSE. It was up overnight on the Hang Seng. Continuing, guys, any play on XBEV?
So my first gut with the Chinese EV names is, typically speaking, when they gap this big, my first thought is play the rollover when it's this big of a gap. I know the last time it made a small gap to the upside off the $10 level. It kind of continued, but it continued to 11 change, rejected the highs. This is what, I mean, the daily chart's pretty clean. Like it bounces somewhere in front of $10, $9.50 to $10. It's been bouncing every single time, and then it can't seem to get past 11.5. If so, it barely gets past that level. So first things first, if it breaks 11, I'll look to play like right at the open. I got to pay for locates, so right at the open, I want a flat bottom break at the pre-market bottom and just have it pull a retrace. If it gets to 10.5, I'd probably start looking for some long bounces on Xpeng. But the last time I was looking for a sell the news event on these and was only looking to buy the dip, I didn't short it. I think we did that mistake with Neo, did that mistake with Alibaba a couple of times. If you think it can do that pullback, well then use that risk reward to your advantage. So if it breaks 11.20, I think you're just out of it. If anything, the short in here or the short on the break at the open, I think you can get to like 10.50, 10.60, something along those lines. If it never breaks, you don't have to take the trade. But I'm not dip buying without at least taking a shot at the short first on this Chinese ADR.
Okay, just got, damn it, when you coach for, sort of, junior teams here, I gotta do my police vulnerable check or whatever they have that. It's gonna, you gotta drop it down there. You gotta go there. The funny thing is that one time, I think it was a couple years ago when I was doing the work for Scouts, I had to get it done, and there was somebody with my birthday, so they had to thumb me. What do they call that? Fingerprint. Thumb. Anyways,
sorry, man.
Yeah,
so, you know it's Monday.
Yeah. But now I just got the email again. So I'm pretty sure that the league has one for me for last year. So I'm hoping and praying they can find it, because otherwise, it's
I don't think you have to do it every year.
You got it. No, it's actually only good for 2 years, I think.
Because when
people committing crimes more often than every 2 years, I guess. It's vulnerable space check or something like that. I don't know what it's called, VSS. Vulnerable sector, I think that's what it was. Right there. So anyways, whenever you work in the schools,
it's just inconvenient getting thumbed, right? So
yeah, that's the worst part about it all. What are we talking about? Oh, Xpeng. Yeah, so you know what? The thing about this is, I actually think it's a long, and I don't think there's really anything about it that you have to worry about with the long here, other than the fact that it's a Chinese ADR that's been struggling as of late. But if you're going to look here, it's actually, I say struggling as of late, I actually take that back. It's not. It's actually holding out above this $10 pretty good, man. It's been holding this $10 nicely. It's been up here before to 12. I think it gets going again whenever you're talking about AI and improvements, unless it's Palantir, of course. Every time Palantir talks about something, it seems to go downside, which I have Palantir as a long, breaking through $9 later on. But I think XPEV's a long here, up 11%. It wouldn't be up here if it didn't mean anything. But again, if you want to go short, you have some very, very easy levels here. 11 up to 12, 11, 1160, 1170 right here on the daily. Looks to be a decent little level there to get going. So here it comes. The imbalances are out, and it's starting to hit some names here. I can see Apple moving around a little bit outside of the corner of my eye as I watch it back through to 165. Apple was getting low to 160 there. Nice little rally back now to 165 and looking like it wants to make a move down. Let's just check out the imbalances real quick here. Oh, wow. We never see this, so that's why Apple's moving. We never see
800,000.
You never see Apple on the morning imbalances like this. So I'd say watch out. I don't know why it's like this. Why is Apple doing this? 166 down to 165 on a decent size imbalance right here. I don't really see anything else. We've talked about BAC being along anyways. There is this HMYC. Is that Highcroft Mining there? There's Microsoft also with the sell. So there it is. This is why you got to watch out for the sticky note levels that we've talked about, especially here in the pre-market, as we just take down 290 on nothing that Microsoft could do other than watch out for that imbalance. So let's be very, very careful here as we continue to go downside. My bid on Microsoft is 288 right now, so that could come into play early. 288 long for Microsoft is where we're bidding. And we're also into Roblox, which was up to 41 again. So we did have 70 cents there on Roblox and we didn't take it. So, let's watch out for that one as the market's coming in with only 3 minutes to go.
All right, guys, good news in the field of skin cancer. Moderna and Merck coming out today saying that Moderna's mRNA 4157 in combination with Merck's Keytruda reduced the risk of reoccurrence or death by 44% in comparison with Keytruda alone in patients with stage 3 and 4 melanoma. Not much happening on the chart of Merck, but there was some activity earlier in mRNA. It popped up to about 163.50. Since then, though, retracing back to Friday's close at around 156.75. Anything on this one, guys?
I think maybe Moderna probably off 155 is a bit of a play. The 50 period support from last week on this news, but it already gave everything up. And you can always tell by a lot of times price action is always right at the end of the day. Stock's going to go where it wants to in the short term. So 155, if it holds, I think that's good. But man, they really sold this one off pretty heavily. I might stay away from this, quite frankly. And we're going to be right here at the open. And Moderna is exactly the stock that you get wicked out of. I know when Arun and I were trading this one, we both managed. So I managed to lose short and he managed to lose long in the same morning in that first 15 minutes. So if I come back to this at 10 o'clock and it makes sense, then I'll, maybe I can play out the 155 at 10 o'clock. But I'm not trading that first 5 minutes of Moderna. I've been burned by that one too many times. Going to stay away. I just was noting that Apple, as you were mentioning there, Sean, with the 900,000 sell imbalance. Look, I like Apple. I mean, that 164, I guess we're at 165 now, but that 164 kind of double bottom from Friday, that's where I wanted to pick this one up. So I didn't think we had any chance of getting there because we're at 66 a couple of minutes ago, but that 164, it's not that far away. Didn't think it was going to come into play. No particular catalyst, but that's a weird one to see that sell imbalance. I'll still be on the bid because I like the level, but in the back of my mind, it's like, how many times do you want to try it? if there is some actual selling from a large seller in there. But I got to have that 64. It was too good on Friday.
Yeah, I just want to, Eli Lilly bumping up a little bit here today as well, up 0.5%. I still think Eli Lilly is a name that, I mean, I'm in it, and it might be worth trimming right now as we get all the way back up. You make that smiley face return all the way back up to 380. I think Eli Lilly maybe has gotten some juice out of it right now. Monster move up. Can't believe I'm still, I can believe I'm still in this, but wow, what a good move that's been. I still like J&J. I'm going to stay away from Moderna. Like I said, I really love the technology, and I think it's absolutely fantastic because, you know, we got to figure this shit out with cancer and all that stuff. So shout out to everybody working hard on that, and you know, my heart goes out to anybody. We've all been affected by cancer, so I really hope that just for the sake of humanity and everything, Moderna can get going. But that's not why I'm not looking at it. I just don't know what I want to do with Moderna. Okay, so I'm going to look at Microsoft right now, and we're going to see where it goes. We do have Randy on the bell, and he's looking dandy and everything over there. And he's the handyman, Handy Randy looking dandy over there, as we talked about him building our beautiful desk there and this exact stage that we're on. And he's also broken the mallet about 4 or 5 times, so I'm sure that he can fix that when that does happen again. I feel like we need to, you know, get a screw in there. But he's going to look at that with only 10 seconds to go. Or just get a new one. Yeah, we're getting ready to rock and roll here with only 10 seconds. I'm looking at Microsoft, and we're looking at everything here. So there's Randy. There's the jorts. He's ready to go. 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. There we go. That's the kind of ring that I'm talking about right there. I can still focus. I can still hear myself think, which is not necessarily a good thing. What's up, Randy? There he is right there. Thank you so much for that. As Microsoft coming back in to the downside a little bit, just bouncing off, well, not bouncing off anywhere, but looking at 289 right now, taking out that 290, which was kind of as expected here as the NASDAQ continues to dump a little bit. Watch out for 13.1. It's at 13.150 right now.
Yeah, not seeing a heck of a lot with Alphabet or Apple just yet. You know, we do expect, you know, with that sell and bounce coming in there, I was expecting at least a little bit of a dump, and we're not getting much on Apple. We're beneath 165. I want that 164. Don't want to be too far in front of it. Let the market come to me on this. And a lot of people have talked about AMD. Wanted to mention AMD. $90 on AMD is already in play. It just, okay, never mind.
Big time.
It just broke. So I thought it was on the bid. It just broke instantly at the open. NVIDIA 263 was the level last week. That's the level I'll wait for any dip buys on the chip name. So I like this 263 on NVIDIA, but it's broken and then tried to hold a couple of times. So allow the level to break before getting any longs there. Roblox, oh, it just held 40 again. Okay, this is how it has to be. If it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go.
Lower.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, if it doesn't break the low, you can't go lower, right?
Yeah, it can only go up.
Okay,
right?
so yeah, no, I'm just playing around. Roblox, I'm still in that name, so we're gonna wait for that. I still have a bid at that 39.50. If we take it, then we can watch out for 39. But we'll see. We'll see about Roblox there. Bad number today on the metrics, so we're gonna have to watch out for that. I was still watching Softy. I'm getting close to pulling the trigger on this name because we just keep bouncing around this 290. I really want to watch this 288, but I am waiting a little bit lower as we continue to watch out for this NASDAQ, trying to make some moves here as well. Just still making lows, so we're gonna have to watch out for that. If we like the 90 level short, long on AMD, maybe the fact that we've broken it, it's now a short. But see, this is the thing, like I don't want to get caught up in all this stuff. You know, we've seen it happen over and over again where that exactly is what happens, and I get into something maybe a little bit too early and then get carried away with it. So let's wait to see what does happen here with AMD. It is something that I'm looking at. Meta just took out the high, so there you go, Sharif. You should be happy about that one, as there maybe is one positive name here in the market. Look at Meta. There it goes. Off of 219. We bounced off that level again, all the way up to this 220. Fortunately, we have that wick on there. I'm not going to be able to look at this, but 220.50. I'm going to do a little bit more work and see if we can find a better play here on Meta. But everything dancing around just a little bit right now.
Oh, that was just a nasty. Well, it wasn't that bad, but it was a nasty looking.
It sounded like it was really nasty.
No,
and then
it's
all of a sudden it was fine.
There was just a nasty wick bottom on Roblox. I just got wicked out. It's starting to come back. Oh my goodness, that's on NASDAQ. It's a New York stock. Neil, it's a New York stock. It just did this wick. It wasn't that bad because it didn't go all in or anything, but look what it just did underneath 40. It basically ran the 40 stops and then came right back up. So I want to wet the beak to get back into this. Like I said, it tried to break the low. It didn't really do so that convincingly. I got back into it. I still don't see anything on NVIDIA that I like. If you're watching STSA, that's a gapper, just know that that is a buyout. So it's a 91-cent buyout with a $5.77 contingent value right. So it's trading well above that price. If this gets anywhere near $1, I'm going hella long. because 91-cent cash deal with a potential for $5.77 per share, contingent value, right? Well, people aren't going to bet that's going to be worth nothing, so I'll take a shot at that one. But just if you're watching this, just understand what it is and what it is not. I did not get Xpeng. That can only mean it's held 11.
Yeah.
No break of 11. 10-cent range on Xpeng to start the open. Yeah, don't rush on this one. Either it breaks top or breaks the bottom. I'm not going to diddle in the middle with Xpeng.
No, we talked about JP Morgan here breaking through 139. That already happened, and it happened pretty early and pretty fast. I don't think you could have got it because looks like, well, no, you couldn't. I mean, here it comes right now. We're going to take another long on this one if we can get it right, or not another one. We are going to take a long on this if it can come back in just a little bit through 139 here. We are going to watch out for our friend JP Morgan to get a long and then dump it if we break out like through 138.90 or something. Just it's pulled back up. We like it. I don't mind it here. Here it comes in. We are going to take an eyelash out of my eye there. We're going to take a long. I am bidding 139.25, so we're very, there he is. Now we are in. So our first real position right now. We've had Roblox earlier, obviously, today, but we're going to watch out for this. If it does come in and break this 138.90, then we'll be out and unfortunately take an L on this position right now for JP Morgan, but we're long against that bottom, so let's see if we can't get back up to 140. We like the trade here. It's broken above. We talked about this on Friday, this 139, so I kind of like that level right now, trying to give this about 50 cents worth of room. So hopefully this can work out for us as Apple's bouncing off 165 and AMD's trying to get back through MSFRT.
Oh, Roblox keeps trying that 41 here. So look, I just rang the register in front of 41. I got back in. Like I said, I got wicked out. It wasn't that bad, but it was just kind of annoying because it was so quick and I don't get a better price. I actually get a worse price back in, got 33s. If it breaks 41, I think 41.5 to 50 period on the daily could be that next stop where you could get a bit of a reversal. Microsoft has reclaimed 290. So I think reclaim that 290 level on Microsoft. Now got to be looking for those longs. A little bit of a wick bottom there. If it takes out 291, I still want 290s. First dip down, I want something in front of that 290 level on Softy. I don't think we're going to get that Apple, but Google's even starting to go here pretty nicely. Did AMD reclaim 90?
It did.
AMD reclaimed 90 as well. Ooh, which one do I want? I'm on the bid in front of Softy, in front of that 290 level. I don't know if I want that AMD. It was almost too weak to start off. NVIDIA's not giving a long right now. Apple, just double checking. Apple didn't really give 164. Sharif is shouting, check out C3AI. GFAI again. Of course,
everything's
this one.
Blasting through.
I mean, everything's blasting. Still no 41 break on Roblox. That's the only thing I'm in. But GFAI, another move to the upside. $26 it resisted. Let's not forget, this got to like $39 on, not Friday, on Thursday. So it's got a ways to go, but a solid break. If it holds 24, that looks pretty solid there. But I want these big tech dip buys instead.
Yeah, I was going to say we definitely missed Microsoft there too. Well, we didn't miss it. We were uncertain. There we go. But wow, by the way, JP Morgan just took down 139 there, as it looks like, yeah, maybe some of the love is coming in the tech names and not in the banks, because there goes JP Morgan. So we tried it. We take a 25 out there. It's 30. Actually, we got out immediately on a one. Did I really want that 138 break? Okay. So that's what we got there. We actually didn't get that much of a move there. 30 cents out on JP Morgan, which sucks for sure. But yeah, not as bad there as I potentially thought it would have been on any sort of a slippage. So that was pretty good. But yeah, it's Microsoft's off to the races, man. We should have just, damn it, we should have done what we thought we wanted to do there. And that was just simply put, man, take that long. So we don't have that in right now. Oops. What's going on? Oh, NQ. My bad. Breaking through 290 now. That was the level that we wrote down. We didn't have to hold that too much against us, but that was a good level. So let's try to go back long against that 290 now for Microsoft, as there's 13.2 getting taken out right now on the NASDAQ. So far, so good on that one. It's too bad that we only went long the banks right now, but that was a bad trade for sure. So let's wait to see if we can still get going here on the big tech names. Damn it, we missed that reload there on, not reload, we missed it on Microsoft. I think we'll take a small little 291 here though, test it against that 290 level and call it what it is down there at 290.
So it was a clean break on Amazon. Just remember, Amazon's got this 104 from not last week, but 2 weeks ago. 104 level, a bit of a double top. It was a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks ago. If it gets there, you could see a bit of a pullback. If that catches a bit above 104, I mean, Amazon above that price, ooh, those wicks, above that price, and you've got some serious room to the upside. There's nothing in the way between that 104 quarter, let's say, and 110. That does make some sense. I'm about to get a reload on Roblox. Somehow that's the only one that's really setting up and giving me a price that actually makes some sense. So it looks like it's about to retest the bottom. That bottom is 39.80. That 40 level, I don't know if we want to care about that 40 level just as much. So we'll try and rinse and repeat this. Microsoft broke 291, I want to say. Yeah, now you're through 291. I guess we're chasing the Microsoft move because you can't seem to get that 290 anymore.
I got into it at 291.
Yeah,
so.
91 is pretty much the only price you can get in. I think Amazon's going to be in play as well. I did not get the reload on Roblox. And I know Intel's up there, but I don't necessarily like that Intel. I did just take the break of Xpeng, so I said I'd let the range decide for me with Xpeng. It tries to take the low. I'm in it. I give it to the top. The risk to reward is pretty clean in there. If it takes out the pre-market highs, I just get out of Xpeng. And NVIDIA is making a huge move. But I like NVIDIA. There's a short level I like in NVIDIA. I'll get to that. But I just finally got into Softy.
Yeah, so I'm into Softy for a bit, but we didn't really do too much damage on this name. I mean, it hasn't really moved too far for us or against us yet here on Softy. We did get out of a small piece right there at 50s off of a 10 long, so that was good so far. But not much happening right there for Softy for me on that play. We're gonna have to wait. I want to get longer against 290.50. If we break through 290.50 right there, like this is what I've been doing. I talked about this. Trying not to hold something until it's like the ultimate against me. So if this goes down enough right now and we're wrong on this name, we're going to get out at 290.50. I'm trying to get a little bit longer right now and then just take it out if it does dip too further down, and then regroup it for a lot more shares if it does come in to this area right now. So let's take a position now. There it is. We got a reloaded up position now on Microsoft, and this is a level that I'm pretty happy with. So let's see if we can continue to rock this. Microsoft right now, 290.80 long.
Yeah, I just picked up JPM, so that 138 on JP Morgan comes right back into play. I'll just go back to last week so you can see. This is it on the 15-minute. This is the support level that it had in all afternoon, 137.5. But I just got some 22s. I love that number. It's a good one. I'm going to be scalp, rinse, and repeat as long as we hold that 137.5. So buying all the dips in here on JP Morgan. It was a fail exactly at 140, so I would expect that 140 level can be some, I guess, resistance in the short term there. So JP Morgan, Microsoft, Roblox is still holding the bid. Xpeng still in the middle of the pocket. The only other one that we were looking at the open that never came into play is still Apple. Still trying to pick up 164s on Apple. It's flat on the session, kind of trending into that downside. So if I get 64s, that's the only level I like here on Apple, unless it clears 66.
Like I was so happy with Microsoft, and then it just went down again. So yeah, I don't know. We actually got out of there. We got a 291. We got a 291.20 right there. But maybe we got out of a little bit too early on that play. Let's just try to get back in. We're not, like I said, we're not fighting this. If we picked 250 as a long, so we got out at 250. Maybe now we can use this 290.33 area. But we are failing up here on the NASDAQ at 13,000. So let's try to be a little bit more patient with this trade. We have to let this try to figure out what the market wants to do right now, because like to get in, to get out, to get in, we got to give it some room. What's up to John Spruill there? Thanks for that in the chat. We got to give this some room down here a little bit more than what we've been doing. So we'll try to get some more down here near 290. My problem, John, and everybody else is like when it starts to go, like I want to put on a bigger position. And we had a bigger position right here when it came in. So that's why when it went back up, we were able to scalp some out. But we just reload this with not very many shares right now. So when it goes up, I feel bad because it's like, okay, we didn't have it. But at the same time, that's trading. And you got to, layer into your position sometimes. And then when it rips, sometimes you don't have it. And when it tanks, sometimes you got out, which is good, right? So we're going to wait to see. But I'm going to try to get a little bit more down here near this 290 level. And then we'll see about it from there, because that dipped down to 289 right off the open. Maybe that's a little bit of an indicator where there's some strength because it got bought up right there. So maybe 289.50 or so is where we want to put our next bid on. So here it comes falling back down. Let's try to be patient here with Microsoft. The problem is, Neil, like what if they come out and they deny that rumor or something like that?
That's your headline risk. I don't know if
we're right back down here right now.
Now you're not even holding that 90 level.
No.
I can't.
Now this is the problem.
I just got out of 75% of mine. As a matter of fact, it couldn't hold that 290. Like, how is it, and you would never expect this, but the one thing that's already printed, okay, JP Morgan's in the money, but Roblox is giving you twice off the 40 level Meanwhile, Microsoft, which I think has a better catalyst, quite frankly, it doesn't really matter. Like, bad news on Roblox, it's probably catching a bit off 40 and it just fell too far. We'll keep trying to ring the register on that one, but it is $1 range. If you're not taking it, I don't know what you're doing. But Softy, I just had to get out. You can't even see the red because that candle is so thick. There you go. Couldn't hold on to 290. I still have a piece of it because you had this bottom underneath. Right at the open, it was 289 and change. I'll give it one shot to maybe load in front there again and see if it can go. But Microsoft definitely weak, and I'm looking over there at JPM. That's the other one that we got into just to give you guys a bit of an update. It did pop. I got one leg out, 138.5. Now it's already at 139. So let's just get on the offer. Let's not talk about it. Let's just get on the offer.
That was a good one.
140 is going to be, I think, a little bit of a problem for JP Morgan. But as long as it holds that, not just the 138 level, it's really more here, 137.5. I want to be looking for the longs in JPM. Worth noting, this is essentially where we just got out there. That's the range from Friday afternoon. So if we hold that range from Friday afternoon, I think we're good to go. Apple's still a little bit of nothing. And Alphabet,
Everything's
you know, if
coming
Microsoft is, you know, Microsoft was going down, Alphabet actually making a strong move to the upside. So that's kind of going the other way and holding trend. But it's down 3.5% still. I don't like anything till 108 and then 101 in Alphabet, but it's worth mentioning. I wasn't going to look for the longs off that 103, 104. Well, that's held pretty well here. I think if it comes back down, they've got to respect it, Sharif.
Contra effect making a big boy move. CFRX now almost up 300%. This one ran in the pre-market around 6 a.m., made the majority of its move there, but it's since got going right after bell. Look at popping up from that 250 break, and now we just, I think, touched 365. So small cap season in effect, baby.
Yeah, those small caps. But the thing is, you're not going to trade 3 or 4 large cap names at the same time as small cap. Roblox, probably going to get a rinse and repeat here on Roblox. Just want to try to respect that level at the bottom. It's underneath 40 now that I think you kind of want the fills with a 38.75 bottom, but it's not really breaking just yet. There we go. It just broke, so I'll look for a fill under. Gimme, gimme, always gets. I don't know my manners yet. Why am I bidding 90s? I should try to take like 90. I'll try to take some 94s in there. But if 39 and 75 breaks, I just want to be out of dodge on this. Rinse and repeat if you have a level that's working. That obviously makes sense, but as long as it wants to hold this bottom since the open, then I'll try like the scalp trade, which has worked a couple of times. But remember, it's down 12% from a reason. Like some of the metrics came through. Most of the metrics were positive, but you know, obviously the market kind of reacting negatively here. Now you're at 289 on Microsoft, and this is pretty much it. So if it can go do an over-under, there's the over-under. Let's go for it. Give me something above. It's talking out loud. So when I say over-under, if you haven't watched the show, the level's 289, breaks 289 to the downside, does not, you know, flush beneath it, and then tries to reclaim it, gets back above, but it just did it and got me in, and then right back beneath 289. So I'll put my stop at the 3/4 mark, and that's pretty much going to be it for myself on Microsoft. I like that level. Xpeng still doing nothing. JPM starting to come back into the downside and getting a bounce on Roblox, but Softy's the one here at this 289.
Yeah, we tried Softy there. It broke through 289. We got out of that, but we're into AMD here. We got a great little level there on AMD back into the short now as we watch out for 290. I'm just going to put another bid. Sorry, 90. We're talking about 290 there with Microsoft. But there it is. So we short it. And I was just looking at this and was like, okay, AMD had a nice little run up there and just touched some of those highs again. And the market was really bleeding downside. So this is a good short here. We make back some of that money there as Microsoft is a disaster. I was caught long in that name as well as that just faded out there. But let's get something. For some reason, AMD just stops there at 90 again. So maybe we do have a key level. So let's make sure that we do, you know, make sure to cash out of the majority of these shares in and around this area just in case, man. I don't know where this is going from here on out, but it looks like it wants to go to the upside now, bouncing off 90. So we'll just put another bid there. We took another 13 out. Just trying to respect it, but we are sub 90 here on AMD just in case this name wants to be the one that continues to make a move back up to the upside here for AMD. So this is a name that we're short here. I don't mind the short. I actually like the short on AMD against this 90, 50, 90, 70 area. So we're going to continue with that, although we did write down 90 being a decent long area. That's just where it's dropped off again. So if I have to take, like I said, if we have to take 30 or 40 cents on the short, then we should probably do that as we watch out here for AMD bouncing off 90 one more time. I'm going to put another bid there at 14 and get it. So that's what we're doing here on AMD, as it looks to be a pretty decent trade to the short side right now, but here it comes trying to break through 90. If it can hold it, then we want to go long, but let's test a little bit shorter here as the market is right back at its day's low once again. So look, this is what I mean about the NASDAQ. Touches the top, then straight to the bottom there on no economic news or anything. So we'll have to watch out for that as Xpeng. I'm still at 12%.
In an absolute shocker, NVIDIA, yeah, I see you, picky eater. NVIDIA failed 268 again. But in a real shocker, look what happened to Coinbase. It did break down. I didn't take the flat bottom break. I kind of talked myself out of it. You guys saw that in the pre-market. But I want to join the trend. We thought maybe we'd get to 70. We could fade 70. That didn't happen. So on the next little pop, let's look at that 67 level and see if we can't get back into this or into this for the first time. I hate to say it, but like I am a little bit surprised that the long that is working here or bouncing is consistently Roblox. It's caught itself a bit. So the underfills, I got 94s. I just took some out. It's at VWAP right now. So kind of bagging that 40 to 50 cent move because 41 has been a problem. So if it gets above 50, I'll probably put something in the 75 range, and then we'll rinse and repeat that over and over again on Roblox. JP Morgan, which we do have the dip. First time it goes 138 into 139. The next time it dips down here, I want to look for a better price. I want something a little bit closer to that 137.5. So if it breaks 138, I still think the long is valid as that 137.5. And then Xpeng, we had the short basically off the high of the day. Well, so the out was at the high of the day, only add in front, play the range. Once the range is broken, I'm not chasing the long here. I need to see a bit above 1175. Was last week's higher, like a couple of weeks ago on Xpeng. So that's where I think it could go. Tesla, bit of a move on Tesla right now. I have not traded Tesla just yet, but this looks pretty strong, at least for the time being. It got to 188. I think there's room to 190 if it wants to go. I don't want to chase anything. We're still only at about 950. For Moderna, I want to come back to that one at 10 o'clock, but it is also setting up for potential trade here on Moderna. It absolutely flushed, now down 8%. So I said calm it down. Don't look for any longs at the open. Thank goodness we didn't, but look where it got to on the daily. So 144, 145 was a big level for Moderna here on the daily chart. 8% down on that note that Sharif brought to you guys, also on the watch list. But it's at what would be the one support level that it's got less. So monster move down for Moderna. It's getting killed.
Oh, man, we talked about that Moderna play. Tough one there. Okay, so we got out of, like I said, pretty much everything of AMD down there at 190. At 90 there. And I got back into JP Morgan. I still think that we want to be able to get this one lower, like Neil was just talking about it. So we'll have to watch out for that coming through possibly in a second there for JP Morgan. We'll see. And then that AMD, I mean, do we really want to reload this? It's been a pretty strong name, and we're out of 70% of that down here near 90. So it went right to our level, and it was all good. So I think we can try it one more time against that 75, but the NASDAQ has definitely bounced up here. Again, this is a very tough, we keep saying this, and like, I'm not trying to say that it's an overly tough market, but I mean, when you're trading NASDAQ names and you go and take out the pre-market high, then come in and take out the pre-market low, and then 5 minutes later, you're in the middle of all that. That's a tough trade to make, right? So let's just try to be patient with some of these trades. I still think AMD, although now we're starting to bust higher. So yeah, now I'm off this trade. I'm going to put a bid here at 39 if we can get something here. We're short at 39. There it is. Look, if it falls, it falls. We'll sit there and take some more out. Here it comes back in now. But I want to be very, very careful. We got out 10 more percent. Let's put another one out here at 26 if we can do that. And then I'm waiting at 90 for what. There it is. Oh, bounced off my 20. Ooh, bounced off 26 again. Hopefully we can get that. There it is. Okay, so good fill there. So far so good, man. We've lost on Microsoft. Our JP Morgan trade I still feel is like still pending. Roblox, Neil, you've been looking at that. That's not doing anything to my surprise there. And then just looking here, where's Microsoft? There it is right now. Back up above 289. So we did give this one a little bit of room, but again, now bouncing off that 288 level, which we were sitting at earlier, but didn't have as much patience with it. So yeah, I don't know. Microsoft at the bottom, to me, is one of the most interesting names here, still up 1%. So if we do get going, I kind of like Microsoft off this bottom, but we tried the long again, and both times it sort of stepped up against us there. So here comes AMD, good trade back in now by holding the last 10%. So we take something out at 25, now we're back down to 90 again here on JP Morgan.
So absolutely flying right now is Rivian. Rivian's up almost 4% here. Yeah, it's getting close to that 14 level. So, you know, sometimes you have a level in there and it's not really that close to it. And then open comes to you and we're at 90s right now. I just tried to get it. Gimme. Oh, it hadn't finished processing. My paper short, there we go. I just got into Rivian here. Didn't get 9s, just took some 89s. But that 14 from Friday, that was pretty much the only trade for the short. Was getting into it at the open, more or less at this price. So I want to play the first initial fade. If it fails a break of Friday's high, that's just above that 14 level, I'd probably try to get back into it. So a big one there for Rivian. Just checking back in on Roblox. You mentioned it. I didn't want to forget about Roblox here. It's bounced a couple of times off this, but you're starting to see a pattern, that at least I'm starting to see a pattern, and that would be lower highs. It's not very green. So I don't think I want to go long again unless I need to see this maybe breaking out. So I'm going to get out in front of 41. And if it makes a break of 41, let's look for the dead cat breakout bounce or something along those lines. There's really no name for it there. I've been rinsing and repeating it, but it's a pretty strong downward trend there in Roblox. One that I definitely want to respect. I did not get a JP Morgan reload because I was looking for a better price than our original reentry. We ended up getting the bottom there off that 138. It didn't give it to us. So I think I have to step up to the 138 level. If that ends up breaking, then we'll just take, you know, more trades in front of that 137.5. But JP has been strong since it made that little bit of a dip. We'll see if we can get some more shares, though. It's Rivian, that's the new position for myself. We did mention that 14 level. It just got there a little quicker than you might have anticipated. It's a little bit of a squeeze action happening on Rivian. It does have some short interest. It's not terribly large, but you do want to respect it. If it breaks 14, I'm only really giving it a couple of pennies above that level. Oh, and before I forgot, I wanted to remind everybody, we've been talking a lot about the last couple of weeks. If you're interested in trading on the platform that we use, we trade on P per weight at Day Trade the World. We are a prop floor. We have a special offer for anybody that's in Canada. If you are in Canada, if you are a student, the Trader TV campus program is available to anybody that fits that criteria. You can become a funded trader down the line. It is flexible within your own schedule if you're a student getting involved in that. So the startup date is get your applications in by the 15th because it's May 15th that this is going to start. I think it's pretty cool. We started hiring students to begin with. And so if you're interested in learning and want to learn on a professional trading platform, that's your opportunity. But you must be in Canada and a student. So check out the QR code below if you guys are interested. Schwab, I just heard Sharif, I think, mention Schwab, but I wanted to go back over to this GFAI for a quick second. Because that just got up to 27s and hard reverse. Have a look at where this is holding up at 25 even. I always say I'd rather have a consolidation than take a break, so it's giving you the consolidation in front of 25. This might be the chance to give one of those decent risk-to-reward shots without having to chase a gigantic move. That's just the way I like to play it. I get it. Sometimes it means you get wicked out or don't get the big move, but I'd rather have a trade where I know what the risk-to-reward is.
Yeah, JP Morgan came all the way back to 139 right now. Yeah, I think risk to reward is what it's all about. That's how you are able to put on more shares. It's because you've identified something that makes sense to you where, you know, the downside maybe is 1 and then the upside is 1.5 or something like that. That's the only way to play off support and resistance, at least for sure, because, you know, you have to figure out your downside and your upside on all of these trades. So we're going to wait to see if Microsoft can give us, there it is, I was going to say wait to see if they give us this 288.25, which it just did right now. So we've been buying some, selling some right now, but there we go. Okay. I don't know, man. Like, I mean, I want to be able to hold this thing as much as I can, but it really hasn't gone into a favorable position for me, Microsoft, all day. So I don't know. I mean, hopefully this market wants to bounce now, and we get that 288 bottom now for Microsoft, but now we're 25 cents in the money. So you want to talk about risk to reward? There it is right now. You know, do as we preach right there. So, you know, it's 25 cents. I mean, I'm not out of enough, so maybe I have to get out of a little bit more. But here we go right now. It's 25 cents in the money. So let's put out another piece now and get out of about 35%. If I can get one more fill upside here, then we'll be out about 30-35% of this 401 to 1 risk to reward ratio. So we just talked about that with Neil just mentioned it there. I'm mentioning it again. So, you know, to think that it's important, yeah, I believe it's very important. So right there, we're now at a 30% of this trade. And, you know, if it doesn't go, if it not wicks, but if it takes this 288, then yeah, then we lose on it. But there, wow, okay. Number out or something right there as Microsoft just tanked pretty hard right there. So that's why you got to be careful and watch out exactly what you're doing. I don't know how we just got out there at 288.30 or something, but all right, it just got me out, and I don't think it should have. So I'm going to get back into Softy.
Yeah, so I just got a first fill on Rivian to get out. Now we got another push into Friday's high, 14 even. It tried to break. It couldn't get above Friday's high. The second it didn't break, I got more shares in here. You can see, but then got to start getting out at 90 because that's kind of the decision point. First decision point is that 80 to 90 range. Once it breaks that, I'm looking 1350 to 1365 to be sure. I did not get GFAI because, quite frankly, shut up and punch. And okay, so when I say punch, I mean hit the offer if you want to go long, not sit on the bid. So I was talking about that consolidation or that little dip in GFAI. Well, I'm canceling it now because this is where you'd be looking for the long. It's already breaking the high of the day. So congratulations! If you happen to actually get this one to the long side, but that's what I look for in these runners. Don't necessarily have to chase it, but if I can find a good risk to reward, which it had there in front of 25, it's now through 27. That trades off. If it prints back down to 25.5, you got to make a judgment call, something like that. Like it's not an obvious one. That's dropping $1.50 in a couple of minutes if it gets there, and I don't want to stand in front of that sword. Coin is absolutely, I mean, this is getting its butt kicked right now, and I don't know where I'm going to be able to join this short trade. I might have to let this one calm down, catch a bid, come into VWAP or something, because Coin is just getting smoked right now. We liked it short, but I kind of thought we'd test up to 70 before this happened.
Yeah, so there's major news here. China warns of major military action in Yellow Sea.
Oh, TSM.
So right there, that's probably what dumped down Microsoft right there. Unfortunately, my trigger went out. I don't know why. I think a bad trigger. We shouldn't have got out there on Microsoft at that 288.10. So I got back in, but I had to pay 30s to get back in for Softy. So yeah, not a great experience there on some news. We got to go to Sharif. We got a number and an update.
Oh, yeah, not a number, Sean, but information coming here. China has warned of major military action in the Yellow Sea on Tuesday. So that coming in, that could be a possibility for that move that we saw on the market. All right, guys, happening now, brought to you by Masterworks. Masterworks returned over $25 million to their investors last year by allowing you to invest in real assets that rose 29% in 2022. Fine art. Masterworks paintings are all SEC qualified in each of their 12 exits. To date, has returned at least 9% net to investors. Check them out using the QR code below there, guys. All right, let's see what's moving now. We've got Meta on the move south as it suffers price target downgrade by New Street. You got RBLX as well. That's down 11.66%. The market was not impressed by its March metrics. And XPEV decidedly green as the market applauds its R&D breakthrough. Guys, what do you got going on?
So actually, Mr. Ruggiano in the chat was just saying short TSM. And like under my breath, that's the first thing I thought of. But a couple of things first. I'm out of Roblox. It just got all the way back to 41 even. Look, if it makes the break of 41, fine. But rinse and repeat off the bottom. I did have that one stop out, which I chuckled about because sometimes it should have been predictable. The lower high was 39.85. So the fact that it broke 40 and held 85 shouldn't have been a surprise. And we got long underneath 40 because we wised up just a little bit there. But TSM for, I mean, I suppose kind of obvious reasons, I think can be a fade on that news. It just wicked the bottom here, so be careful. It wiped out the bottom, ran stops, and is coming back to the upside. So I think the short's off of 88 to 88.5, so I would let it glide into the top end of that range. I do believe we get them reporting soon. I want to say, you know what, I'm not going to, I'll double check before I say when I think they're reporting, but I do believe they are reporting soon. So once he gets up to about 80, I'm looking to short this one into 88.10 just on that headline. I'm still in the JPM long, but Roblox has come out. I just reloaded on some Rivian. So made another press at the 14 high, came right back in. It didn't really get 98, 99s, actually got 95s in there. So a bit of a reload on the short at Rivian in front of that 14 top.
I mean, we're happy, man. We just took $1 on Microsoft, but I'm a little bit pissed off because I guess it did. I mean, I'm looking at this here. It did wick below by 3 pennies. And then we got out at 10s there off of our long at 25. So we actually wind up losing on a piece of that trade, which sucks, but we did buy some back. So that's where you get this win. And I was just saying it sucks because there's that news. And that's what we talked about it, right? Like, I don't know about that yellow sea news there. Obviously, if it comes through for China, not great news there. But someone said when bombs fly, stocks go high.
But also remember,
I feel like that is the truth.
It's a stupid algo. The reason that happens, like that wick.
Oh yeah, I know why.
It's because algos stop making a market the second a headline comes in with those keywords.
Yep.
Like they basically just drop the damn bid everywhere.
And they
because
just buy
that's what
anyways,
they do.
right?
And then,
buy.
Exactly. And then when it happens, they, okay, digest it. Okay, we screwed everybody. And now they can buy back into it. And it happens so fast. It used to be when you had like actual human market makers and market makers for real. You know, you wouldn't see that kind of an extreme move unless it was something related. Oh, I didn't get TSM here. I don't want to chase this too far, but I do want to.
The market could still dump here.
No,
like,
I'm not saying the market's not. You know, the market could still come down. It's that initial move, man.
Yeah.
It's so different when you basically don't have any real market makers out there anymore. So we'll see what happens. I did just try to get some overfills above 87.70 on TSM to go short. Might just have to chase this a tiny little bit here. But the short's into 88, so I can work into position. It's not that far out of bounds. Like if you look at where TSM is trading inside of this range, there's room to 86. So this is not completely invalid down here. You know, I can be 87.5 into 88. Thinking you could get down into 86. Rivian's now starting to churn a little bit. Be patient, right? Like wait for it to get to your price, then put the shorts on. We just got some at 1380. I'm not saying it's falling like a tree. I was about to say falling like a rock when I hit a tree graphic. That literally makes no sense, Neil. But I think this is one that rejecting that 14 is obvious. I don't know if we're getting past 13.5. I think I'm all out if we get to 13.5, 13.6 on Rivian.
Okay, sometimes, you get what you wish for, and this time it's not going to be a good one because there comes Microsoft. I mean, we got out, so we just buy some more back in here. We didn't get out of everything. We did get out of 70%. I can't believe we just got that tick right there. 20, 40, 60, so we got a 60%. We back into it right now, so I'm trying to do the math on what we have left. But now we're long at 20s here on Microsoft, so this is just about as good as we could ask for until it drops down lower. So there it is. So now we're out. So that, again, like this does not look like it's going to be a really decent story here for the market. But again, look, like we just get out on a break and then now it's trying to figure out what it wants to do. So I feel like this is going to be a nice move back to the downside here now with some of this talk here in the market. So let's just be careful with what we're trying to do. We still do have the short in AMD. That's been pretty good off of this 90-50 level. So that could be something that we look to go short. And maybe we just punch the short on some of these tech names now. I mean, we're still in here. We've been losing on Microsoft today, which we have some wins, some losses here. There's JP Morgan.
It's
nice
come
little
back
average.
again.
Remember when I put an offer out here on JP Morgan to try to take $1 or whatever, or 50 cents, and then it absolutely tanked? So we have to get this long again here on JP Morgan. Let's see if maybe the banks is what wants to be strong. So we just took a long right there at 19. So average price now 27 for JP Morgan as this has fallen back in. This news has changed everything. So now we have to sort of think about what this is. And I'm just interested to get some more information on this if it does come through from our guy over there, Sharif. So we're going to be paying attention to see if there's anything on that. But right now the market is dropping pretty good one more time as we watch out for Apple near the lows. Everything's pretty much near lows right now. What's up, Sharif?
Yeah, Sean, getting a piece of interesting news here about which cars are going to qualify for the $7,500 federal tax credit. It looks like Rivian, Volkswagen, Nissan, BMW, Hyundai, Volvo lose access to that, while GM, the GM Bolt, will qualify for the $7,500. So I was looking at GM's chart here. Looks like they're green on the day, up 1.33% and currently at day's highs, guys.
Oh, the order in which you said that kind of almost got me for a second because you said Rivian. I'm like, uh-oh, because I'm short Rivian. That would probably, Rivian would have broken 14 and exploded if it really qualified there. If anything, that could just make it, that could make it even more decent here. I got some, like I said, I got some fills like that 80 level, but this will be the last time, I think, 3 times usually a charm. Not always, but the third time is a charm for me when I'm trading off a price level. It's going to make that retest. And what I mean is actually getting to 14 and wicking that top. So I'm trying to get some entries here in front of the high. 1403 was the high. If you go back into Friday, that's kind of where I want to have my stop out. So this is the one I've been trading. But Tesla, we've ignored. And Tesla, it did get close to that 190. Pretty much that's the level. And Tesla rejects 190 again. But it's grinding higher. Nice strong move there for Tesla. Now I'm in Rivian, so that's going to be the one for me. I got the reload off JPM at 138. Not a heck of a lot's changed. The TSM has not given me anything above. So I'm looking to work in this short. Like I've got some beneath that 87.5. I got 87.45. I'd like to get something above that level, work into it to 88. I suppose if it bounces off 87, I should be taking something up, but there's room to 86 on this. I think this could head downside even further. Probably worth looking. The only bank we were looking at is JPM. I know I said Schwab, if it carried beneath 50, would have been a bit of a short, but you can see what happened at the open. It just completely blew out that 50 level. I wasn't looking for any shorts above that number, so Schwab's not a trade for me. I was only looking short if it held that 50. That's not happened, so I don't have to trade it. Not really looking at Microsoft here, but here comes JPM to that 138. So if it busts 38, 137.5 is that support level. I've loaded in front of 38. I'll probably have to take 2 swings at this because I'm not holding this all the way in to that 37.5.
Okay, yeah, I just got out of JP Morgan as it broke through 138, so we tried that. We still like, I thought I liked the short, or the long, sorry, at 139 there. So we've just been buying some dips, and then there it is. Now the crack is lower. You know what, man? I mean, I don't think that this is great news there. So now I just have to get off of this, man, because all I'm really doing is looking long right now, and that's been clear not the right direction. So, yeah, not a great mover here for me today in this market. I'm trying to figure out which way we want to go. I still thought that Microsoft is a good buy down here at some point, but, again, today everything's sort of changing up a little bit. As we've been buying, that was a mistake up here on that 290 break. Everything else has actually been okay. This last one, we were able to get some love, and then it dropped down and we wind up losing that 30 cents. But right now, 287.50 for Microsoft is that bottom. So I do think that there's maybe something there on that level that we can potentially try for a long. And then if it drops it out, then we're gone off at that 287.50 level, period. I don't know. The market now is not even down that much, 0.27. The ES is flat. Guys, like the ES is completely flat. So even though the NASDAQ is down, you're seeing the ES, despite the banks right now, although the banks aren't really doing too much. ES flat, right? Well, now it's down 0.4, but still, nice little flat day on the ES as opposed to the NASDAQ, which is getting hit just a little bit more into today. So, one name, we haven't looked at Amazon yet, but I don't know if there's any other names you guys want to look at. I'm still in Roblox. That's gone up and down. I know Neil's got out every time near 41, which has been great. I'm trying to hold out. I want to get a 39.50 break. I just thought if the market wanted to go, then this name did have a chance, so I kind of wanted to stay in it. And we're still 50 cents in the money on AMD as that's bouncing around as well. Waiting for it to go a little lower here, but does the market really want to go? And that's the problem that I'm having is, do we break this low? And if we do we hold it back to 90, or do we have to go all the way up to 90.20 now on this? So let's wait to see. The market's still figuring itself out, man. Off the bottom, but in the bottom range. So I feel like we want to try to look at shorts rather than longs right here.
Yeah, I mean, I always say this, like at 10 o'clock, it's like sometimes the market tells you, if you have your levels, you have your stops set out. It's like, well, what stopped you out in the first 30 minutes and what's been holding true? And then kind of stick to what's been holding true. Well, TSM was a new trade. Rivian 14 is the only one that's been giving you the opportunity. I probably got in way too. Sometimes you fade into it early for a little bit to wet your beak, and it's like, why even bother? All the fills, the good fills are up at that 14 level, and now it's only giving you 90, 85, 80. That's what we'll continue to try to get. I just saw Meta out there. We'll get to Alphabet in a second, but Meta wicked the bottom, and it's held. So that we kept talking about 217.5, that double bottom. I'm out in front of that. I don't know if we get that. But Meta, I said it wasn't going to do nothing. It's actually doing nothing at the open. I was completely convinced it was going to test the high or the low. Did not in either direction. So I still like the bid. I'm still on it. Just not getting any action here. And it's Alphabet, oddly enough, that's holding some strength. But that looks like it could be waning. You now have 106 at least a couple of times pre-market since the open. It's been fading. If you get up there again, I think it's probably worth a shot to take the short on it. NVIDIA, I know I've missed out on it, and we talked about this a couple of times on NVIDIA. It's easy to get wicked on NVIDIA, and you want it kind of testing the top. Well, I had the high at 69, so I've missed the 68, rinse and repeat over and over again. I'm not going to step in front of that. I kind of feel like 69 was a level on NVIDIA that I wanted to play off of. So I don't know about shorting at 68. This is another one that looks strong. It's got higher lows all the way through. So some names are holding up a little bit better than others. I got my 2 shorts. I just finally got something out on TSM, which is good, but not that good because I want more shares short. So I don't mind taking money on this, but quite frankly, I'll be a heck of a lot more excited if it gets up to 88. Don't want to look any gift horses in the mouth, but the short to me is going to be off that 88 level on TSM.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny, you're on TSM, I'm just on AMD. That's the only position I have. Still have that Roblox position, but we're still waiting to see what happens here with advanced micro devices. I just took a short against this 90, maybe up here to 90.20 is where we're gonna look if it does hold. But see, like now this market's doing that dance again. Like, shoot, I was right here. We should be long Microsoft right now, and we could have made pretty much everything back, but I didn't trust, not everything, but we could have made enough of it back right there because I was looking at this 60 level and going to give it to like 50 or 40, that bottom wick right there, and now it starts to go back up as the NASDAQ's trying to retrace back upside right now. So yeah, a little bit of frustration on my part with Microsoft, but everything else seems to be fine. We're still in this short here for AMD, giving it to 90.20. Let's look at Palantir. That was a name that we had on our watch list coming through today. Palantir at $9. Wow, what a great level that's been as it read up to 904 and then back down to 880. But again, is there really any juice in this to want to trade this right now? Nice break. I think you got to have that break one more time before you get any kind of interest in Palantir. So that's what we're going to wait for to see if that does come through here. PLTR looking to make some moves one more time for me back upside, but that's only a $9 break. There was some interest on GameStop I saw here.
Really?
Yeah, it started to go. Hold on a second here. Was it GameStop or was it something else? I was looking at SoFi. Yeah, it was GameStop. Yeah. So GameStop off the bottom, 22, pretty much straight up. I mean, you're getting a little bit of, I don't know when GameStop, I mean, they're always a late reporter, right? So we don't have to, not late, but they're later in the cycle here for GameStop. So where is their report date? I don't even see it anywhere on here, actually.
PayPal looks interesting.
I don't know when they report, but GameStop right now, that's funny. Normally they have it on there on Trade Ideas, but okay. So GameStop, a nice little move upside. If you look at the daily chart, it's still holding this $22 level. I think it looks pretty interesting right here as we'll wait to see GameStop turn profit their first time last quarter. So that could be an interesting look there for any GME shareholders trying to get off that bottom of 20 again, breaking 22, then back up, well, trying to break 22, 22.15 on the bottom of the day. That sucks about JP Morgan because we did get out of it on a 138 break, but still not, yeah, it held. It's still not really doing too much though. Amazon is a name that's up today despite the NASDAQ being down. So Amazon right here, if it wants to load up, still holding that 102 area pretty nicely as well. So some good levels there for Amazon. That's a 98 bottom. Nice move up. Amazon looking very, very strong. Respecting the 50 period here on the 3-minute. That could be a dump out spot, 103 if you were long. Watch out for Amazon still going upside, and then can't get any love or anything happening right now on AMD.
So a lot of people mention PayPal, or maybe it's just the same person
72.
putting PayPal in the chat. Either or, PayPal up 1%. We did talk about this one last week. It's just I didn't look at it in the pre-market. 50 period already taken. You're holding a pretty decent break. Just understand it's broken 77 in the last few weeks before and kind of rejected it each time. So you want to be convinced that this is not doing the same thing that just has happened every time. It breaks 77, it can't go any further. Now you want to see it hold this range. But I think, with an 80 stop or like a 75 stop, it's not terrible risk to reward that it can get back up to the highs. So I do like it. I did say I'd trade this one if it was starting to make it look like it was breaking out. I said that last week, but obviously had other things on my mind. Roblox kind of came out of nowhere on us, and I think that was a good one to trade. But I'll get on the bid here. I mean, if it doesn't break back underneath that previous top, I like to trade on Roblox or on PayPal here. And if it gets to 78 and rejects it, you kind of know what it has to do. Man, that JPM, it's the longs are still valid on this. I always say, if you're trading off levels on the 15-minute chart, try to look at the 15-minute chart because you can get wicked out. Like I got wicked out on the reload, but it doesn't break 137.5. That's the price area. So I'm not going to get back on the bid till it's underneath 38 and showing me some strength underneath for that 37.5 to be valid. But that's what you got to go for there. If people are yelling Netflix short, James, if it's at 350, I'm your Huckleberry. I know it's not at 350. There's no chance it's at 350. I know it's just absolutely dying.
Which one? Netflix?
They had that botched reality show live. I don't watch it. It's one of those like
Love is Blind.
Love is Blind, like the dating show that got botched. I don't think that's a catalyst. I just think it keeps projecting 350 on the daily, and then every time it rejects 350, it finds its way back to the low 330s. That's what we're seeing here today. Just remember, 330 has been said bottom. I like the trend to the downside. I wouldn't have normally chased this, but if the market can't decide where it wants to go, then I think you can put resistance levels that have held in play. I just don't want to be chasing this move to the downside. 330 works it for a long for me, but Netflix isn't in my target zone. I didn't just reload Rivian, though. What's going on, Rivian? Why am I not getting, I didn't get the reload on Rivian. It's still holding top end. We've been able to scalp 15, 20 cents a couple of times, but we've already leveled 3 times we've been short this up at that 14 top. If it doesn't break down soon, well, then the other thing's likely to happen.
Yeah, that's so the problem with this is here again, like this is sort of my frustrations today, and it's fine. Hopefully they're just mine, not yours. And that is like we just got AMD's been good, man. Short, out, short again, short there. Look like we just got this short, but in the same candle we got a 74 bid. This is 1 minute, and then we also got a 90 short. So like it just bumped up 25 cents there in 1 minute, which, you know, is pretty much the whole range. Like, I mean, the range is more than that because we have these wick bottoms and wick tops, but you know, that 25 cent candle right there is just in 1 minute, and it was pretty much, you know, on average, some of these bigger moves here to be expected. It's fine. It's just this is the liquidity that I'm talking about, anyways, with some of these big cap names. It's like they go, then they stop. It's like, oh, we got to figure out what we want to do, and then I don't know. It's pretty frustrating here, and I'm most frustrated with Microsoft because this was a name that I was down here and I canceled the bid, thinking like, hey, we've lost on all of these longs, man. Like, do we actually want to take this one last time? And the one last time that we didn't take it, although we had it here, which was a great long. So I'm loving that long. But that down here at 287.50, if we get a chance again, we should probably try that one more time. And this is where I'm frustrated because here we go. I still like this short, man. The NASDAQ just went green though, but 90 has been a key level, and it's actually been a key level to the downside. Every time we've come back up, sure, we popped once there to the 50 period, but now look where the 50 period is at 90.90. So I'm going to give this a little bit more room, try to get another average short on this name. AMD's down on the day. I know NVIDIA's having a problem as well, although right now NVIDIA's just turned positive, turning. So there we go. Probably should have checked that out, but NVIDIA now positive on the day. That chart. Now positive on the day. Look at this. Boom, boom. Big move down to the 50 period again. Now taking out the high range. So yeah, this does not bode well for this AMD long, but short. We'll see if it can hold out. It's red against NVIDIA today, so not super worried. But if we can get some more outs here near 80, I think we should probably take those. One more average incoming at the 50 period. Then we're going to give it up to this 90-20 area. Don't really want to give it too much more room than that. I mean, some of these shorts haven't been pay dirt for me yet today. So let's just continue to hold out hope that this market does want to come back a little bit here for us, as it did the move we thought. You know, they are what they are. Down here to 31.40, that's that bottom again. If you're going to look at the NASDAQ, it's just so stupid when you zoom back out. We talked about this exact level there coming through. That's right where that 50 period is on the 30-minute, 31.40, 31.50, right into there. So makes that bottom. Let's see if we can make a top at 32.40, 13.240. I don't know, but the NASDAQ right now, still stuck in the middle, man.
Diddling.
Yeah,
it's just diddling. Like, we're not getting anywhere in this range. With ES is also trying as well, but it's not breaking the range either. I did just chase. I put in the chat. I'm like, I was bidding 77.16. I was trying to get filled inside of the range, getting absolutely nothing. So I did just chase a little bit here on PayPal, but I have bids underneath for some 77 fills to effectively end up with the same average price. We'll see if we get it. But I just got something ahead of VWAP because I wasn't getting anything down beneath. TSM starting to come back up. So I am looking to add to this. I have not been able to. I want above VWAP, like give me the fills above VWAP. It has not been able to do so. This is, to me, like TSM has more to do with the headline that we got out of China there. That's why I'm picking this one for the fade. I know Meta and NVIDIA are making some moves to the upside. NVIDIA particularly, we're here now.
There we go.
Okay, so here's that this is 269 on, okay, I'm about to get short. As we go into the small cap recap, let's stand in front of the moving freight train that is NVIDIA.
Oh, I did the same thing, but I have 4.
Small cap season is back, guys. CFRX. Let's get to the chart right away. We've had a series of bull flags on this one. You had the first one 6 a.m. pre-market. You retrace back into the 50 here on the 3, and then you have another bull flag continuation from 8:30. Another one. We're at a critical level. We're at that $3 level. We're hanging out right at VWAP, forming that kind of continuation bull flag. But watch out for the bamboozlement on these ones. But hey, we're back in business. WINT, W-I-N-T, I believe that is halted to the upside. It's halted on a number of occasions. Let's have a look at the 1-minute chart. I'll give you the reason on this one for a second, but yes, there we go. Multiple upside halts today. The first one at 9:55, the second at 10:15, and then there we go. We're halted up again. Neil, any of these ones on your radar? Even Sean. I saw Sean on Friday. He was punching into some small caps.
Well, under circumstances, I probably would be involved in one of these, but you know, NVIDIA's at 269.
It was
so
SAI.
There's
SAI.
that. Like there was that SAI last week, and I know WINT is making some power moves and it's making those halt trades, and I'll get to it in a second. But I mean, when you're at a decision point on that NVIDIA, I was just in it on the way up. It stopped out the high, it wicked the high, I jumped right back in it. I got 96s when it came back beneath said low of the day. I'm just adjusting my stop in here. Once I have my stop sort of set, and maybe it kind of calms down a little bit on the volume and picks a bit of a direction here, I can get into that WINT. I also want to have some bids out just in case we do get a little tiny bit of a flush to the downside off that 69 level, but it did run over that first time, and I've got back in, like I said, at 96. If it gets to 68, I only want to have half for that, you know, VWAP retracement style play. I always like that VWAP retrace when you're going against the grain. Now I can get over to WINT because that's calmed down a little bit. It's tapping 880, which doesn't always matter that much, but you always want to make sure you're zooming out on this, and then remember, look, the 950 level, this kind of always happens on these at 950 level when I had the reverse split. If it breaks that, I would look for like $10 as like that ultimate like fade price. So I'm going to check the price of locates. If it breaks that high and doesn't get through 10, usually that's a pretty good short, and it could open into that type of a move. So I'm going to check out the price of locates. If it's too expensive, not worth it. But if it's in the pocket, I'd look for that initial failure on a 950 break that doesn't get through 10, and then you know where your stop at least is going to be. But NVIDIA was the one just for me now. Only got one fill, so I got 20% out when that first little pop down. Now let's see if we can get more 50s and quarters into that 68 level.
I do want to say a shout out here to Lance Lewis. It's clear that you're not willing to talk about Bed Bath & Beyond. Nah, the People's Trader will talk about it for you there.
Is it moving?
That's what I'm saying. There's so much happening, guys. We'll have a look at it. 26 cents. Wow, here for Bed Bath & Beyond as that just continues to make a move. But yeah, you are right, man. 24 up to 30 cents. Nicely done. But look at Bed Bath & Beyond as it just continues to bleed out, man. I don't... You know, for me, I like to trade these names for sure. 77 million shares today. We've been distracted with other names, but yeah, nicely done there. I'll have to zoom back out to see if there's anything else on Bed Bath & Beyond, but there's a nice level back up to 30. Apparently, Mr. Sharif's got something for us.
Yeah, Sean, the debt ceiling in focus. U.S. House Speaker McCarthy coming and saying that the House will vote in the coming weeks on a bill to lift the debt ceiling into next year, giving his indication an inclination to do so, guys. So that's always important. We've heard Chair Powell warn that, you know, the only thing to do here is to lift the debt ceiling.
I mean,
when have they ever not done?
That's sort of, yeah, that's what I was about to say. Like, they always do.
Rinse and repeat.
It gets done. I'm not an expert on American politics, but it kind of always gets done. And I feel like if you're too worried about that, then you're kind of barking up the wrong tree. But NVIDIA here just got another out there at the 50s. We're going to be opened up on WINT in about in a matter of seconds here. Just to double, I told you guys my game plan for WINT. no locates for us. It gave me a price of 14 cents a share, which I would have paid, but then it came up as unavailable. So when it opens up and makes the move I suggested, then I won't have the short because we can't short the stock. And there's nothing you can do about it. I'll double check to see if we have the locates. I just got that reload on PayPal. See, I was bidding 16s and couldn't get them. I decided, oh, I'll just get some in above VWAP and then just take some under, and I end up with essentially 77.16 anyway, so it's like I got 17s, basically the same thing. But if it ran from here breaking VWAP, at least I would have had something in. So I still have exactly the same price I wanted, but I have exposure. I had exposure in case it just immediately went to the upside. So NVIDIA's starting to come back. It's pretty strong. It's green on the day. This should mean I'm getting a chance to get more TSM, but oh no, TSM, it will not break VWAP, darn it.
Holy shit.
I want shares above here. It just won't break VWAP. I might just have to continue to only add underneath VWAP on TSM. It just doesn't seem to want to get close to that 88.
All right, woo. Finally. Ooh. Finally, we could do this. Finally, for you, Sharif. Finally. There's AMD, man. Again, it's a nice little trade to the downside right here on AMD. We put on a pretty full position for us up there at 90.20, and here's the move down. So we did cash a lot out right here, though, at 85s, 88s, things like that, right where these were these bottoms. But then we just got another bottom right there at 73. So here comes AMD to the downside. This is going to be your number one stock here today, and it is starting to move. I have the number one loser in Microsoft, and hopefully, if this can keep going, AMD. But it doesn't matter, man. Microsoft, I'm still upset about that name, but I still think we want to go short. I still think the short is here. But look where we are. We're right in the middle again. So every day I find, and I know Neil, it's true for Neil too. It's true for everybody that trades. I think every day you learn a little something. And if you're not, then you're probably, not focusing in the right spot, like Neil was saying there, about staying in your lane as far as U.S. politics, as far as all this stuff is concerned. And I mean, for trading, it's like, when I'm noticing this happening, it's really ridiculous to try to pick things in the middle all the time, right? And I know there's sayings for this and everything like that, but I just, like when AMD, so I just waited until we came to the 50 period. It's a level that we liked. Sure, we took a small piece there and we talked about what we were doing through this whole part, but that's why I was like really hitting the register there and ringing it, because we finally were patient enough to wait for an extended move. Now that I'm seeing it kind of bouncing off some of these bottoms, I'll put another bid out there, take a 78 fill, but it's just about being patient. And for Microsoft, I feel like we were pretty patient as well. I don't think we mistraded this. It came into 288, took the money, then it came back, went long again, got out here when it broke 290 to the downside, tried 289.50, got out. This is really the area where we sort of screwed Microsoft up a little bit. And again, just because you can't base the result, like you can't make your decision based on the result. Like when I look back and say, oh my God, what did I do? I know exactly what I did. I was defending this pre-market bottom on a name that Microsoft I thought would have been a long today. Do you guys have any idea where Google is right now? Like, talk about being completely wrong on everything, on all of this. Microsoft straight to the downside. Look what Google did. It said, yeah, thank you very much. Google's up, like Google made that move up. Google right now at the high was, before this recent move down, the high of the day. Microsoft is nowhere near that. Like, you want to talk about getting a play completely wrong. Microsoft rips up here on news that we thought was positive for it. Now it's at the low of the day. Google saying, hold my beer on that one, and doing almost, now things are going to the downside, but Google still nowhere near the low of the day, still $1.50 to go. So, sometimes you get those plays a little mixed up. I'm happy that we're out of that name, but wow, I'm even more happy that this name has just come right back in for us here again. So yes, sir, boom. We still have half. Actually, we have a little bit less than half. We have 45% on this AMD trade, and look at this thing coming right back in. So yeah, buddy, this is a good one for us here. It's AMD. I'm gonna get out of it. There it is, another piece at 62. So yes, we just basically made our day back into a comfortable level here for us as Roblox. That name's still not moving at all. Oh, JP Morgan, we got out of that one. That would have been a winner too.
Roblox has found equilibrium. That's all I can say. Down down a ton, but it doesn't want to move. We're going to ring the register on NVIDIA here, but it hasn't really flushed until it gets into VWAP. We've got 69 to 68. As I said, hold on to some of this. The second half, beneath that, and we get to 67. That's a VWAP retrace. We just opened up on Wint. I was able to get locates after all, so it's about to get to that $10 level. I think we're going to our crypto update at the desk. Sharif?
Yeah, guys, red day for Bitcoin today. We're down almost 3%, 2.82% to the downside. Let's have a look at that chart. We're pretty close to today's low, 29,292. Yep, we are now below 30,000 once again on BTC. That happening over the weekend. This is the 15-minute chart on Bitcoin. Some of these equity plays, though, they're rebounding. Look, I mean, Riot is down 6.31% because it is gapping down. But look, we're way off the bottoms that we made about around 10 o'clock. It's been kind of testing highs. Not so much, though, for Coinbase. It's still at near lows. But Mara, similar to Riot, bouncing back, guys, off day's lows. So retracement here for some of these BTC equity names.
Yeah, sometimes it's like I always talk about wanting to short Coinbase. It's not enough to want to do it. You got to find the trade. That's the executions matter so much. And it got beaten up today. Wint, you can kind of see here on my 3-minute chart, it speaks for itself. There was no failure at 10. So it got to 10. I was looking for the over-under, like break 10, come back beneath, and then sort of look for that short. It's gone. It halted to the upside at 11. It's tap. I'm not making this up. Right now, it's saying $13 for an open price. So it is pretty much effectively gonzo at this point. So the one level I would have looked to short, it didn't have any signs of failure at that price level. Oh, I just reloaded PayPal here. Pretty much in front of that 10 level. So we've got a couple times long. I'm getting out when it breaks that 77.25, but if it struggles at VWAP here, we could have a little sideways action for PayPal. So one rinse and repeat already in that one. And TSM starting to come to the upside. So TSM finally, giving some of these fills. Not any above VWAP for me, but I got one at 87.5 again. We'll see if this one ends up holding up. NVIDIA did a bit of a pullback. This was more related to the news that we got out of China and some of the aggression there. Checking back in on NVIDIA. Yeah. Still pretty good. I mean, it popped back up, but no reloads at 69. Has yet to get into VWAP. I'm not going to draw a trend line for you, but you guys can see it's trending to the upside. Hence the VWAP retracement for me on NVIDIA. But at least we're able to find this one. I mean, I didn't hear that. Did you guys hear that?
Nope.
I didn't hear it. But what I meant to say is congratulations if you found some of the easier shorts in the market. And I'm going to go to my good friend Coinbase. However, there were other ones out there. I mean, AMD, NVIDIA gave you a chance. You had to find the right spot. But this, Coinbase, never in trouble. Just no point were you ever in trouble. And guess what? It went to VWAP, and I didn't get you VWAP trade on Coinbase. I do have Rivian, however. And this one continues to work off 14. Obviously, the last time it reloaded at 14 was pretty much exactly when I was shorting that 269 level on NVIDIA. So, you can't do two things at once unless you are a robot. But that little retracement off 14 to VWAP still working here on Rivian.
I feel like I'm doing like 100 things at once, which is not the right thing to do. And all we've done here is wait for AMD to fall down. And that's, really been, honestly, guys, like, that's been a good one, and we'll just sit here right now. We'll try to make we'll try to make on AMD what we lost on Softy. I don't think we'll get to that level yet there because we were just too excited about Microsoft. But there it is, man. We just got out at 50 right there, back to the day's low. I'm gonna take one more piece out as we only have a third. Now we have a little bit less than a third as we're taking it out here at 50 twice. So we got 3 times actually. We got a 55. We just got a 56, and we actually got a 50 flat right there for that. Yeah, it's okay. No, because I was like, I'm normally the only one that hits those bangs. But yeah, we are losing some sound right now on that. Let's go to new bang. Yeah,
you guys can hear us.
Still don't have. Can you guys hear us?
Yes.
Oh, they can. Okay, well, that's all. Yeah, like Neil said, that's all that matters then. Okay, that's fine as long as you guys can hear us right now. All right, Roblox. Look. This trade, it just hasn't come out yet, but I'm still thinking that I want to get a long down here at 39.50 if it comes in. We could have taken it out. We've already stepped up on this and lost early on it, but we got back in there at 40. It went to 41. We didn't take it out. I was hoping for a bigger upside move there for Roblox. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. We're fine with that. We're waiting for that low of the day and then hopefully be able to catch that and then some downside moves after that into 39 and then maybe a pop back up into that 40 level, and we can rinse and repeat that one. But right now, I'm just holding out for AMD. Check back in on Palantir quickly here. Still 9, so nothing happening. What else do you guys want to look at? NEO looking strong. What's up to Nate there as well? As we are testing these bangs, and so they're not obviously not working for us here yet, but we will get those going. Yeah, here's NEO at 10. What's up, Nate? Good call right there. On Xpeng, I mean, we'll have to check out what Xpeng's doing, but there it goes, 9 and change right now. I mean, I've been talking about the risk associated, and congratulations, I think it was D. Westminster there that went up to averaged in on Alibaba, I think you were saying there. So if you did, that was a good one down there at 94, up to 97 and change. What the hell is this? This is our go to your VWAP on Alibaba.
No, that's, what is wrong with yours?
Yeah, so that's what my VWAP looks like. I've never seen a very smoothed out line there on Alibaba on a 1 minute chart. I've never seen it like that before.
Mine's, look at mine.
Yeah, that's what yours is doing. So we'll have to find out with Alibaba what kind of bad prints I'm getting right here. But that's what it's looking like right now. I would just say, and I was going to say that even though it's up 1.5%, if any of that stuff is true about China and everything, I would be a little nervous about holding any ADRs. So let's wait to see. But right now, that's a great short up there at 97. And again, VWAP gone wild there.
But it's on your other chart too. That's
we'll put it like on AMD. It's fine. I don't know.
No, but both your BOBA charts. I think it was BOBA the last time we saw that too, man.
No, something's gone wrong with VWAP because it's not doing anything here on AMD. So my chart, maybe I've stopped getting data because there's VWAP stopped right there on AMD. So I'm gonna have to.
So I want to give a big shout out. Here, yeah, I'm doing this one because we got to do this one.
Where is VWAP?
There's a reason why we say, like, hit the like and the subscribe. It's so we can grow our trading community.
Oh, what was the reason?
And the reason, yeah, well, you get a bigger trading community, then you can see more opportunities. I have one long trade right now. It's PayPal. Who mentioned PayPal? It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I'm not the one's like, yeah, let's look at PayPal. No, you guys were screaming, look at PayPal, look at how strong it is. It's back above VWAP. It continues that trend, but it's all about finding that trading shot. So it gives me it gives that opportunity, but look at this 30. Every time it gets above VWAP, okay, fine. Like, I mean, I'm selling to at 30, but obviously it's having some trouble getting there. But I noticed it stopping here. It's not like I'm not the move. Someone else is selling up this price. I'm just getting in front of them. So rinse and repeat off 77 into that 77.30. NVIDIA just flushed again, now into VWAP. Now we hold on because if it trend breaks, I think we can see 66. So that 69 short comes into play, and we'll go with that one.
Whoop, whoop.
I don't know if there's supposed to be sound on that one. To be honest with you.
There's sound on all animations.
Okay, so that's starting to come in. Obviously, that's going to be AMD is going to be good. TSM starting to come back into the low. I'm on the bid here at that low of the day. Once we get that, we can celebrate it. So mostly short, with the exception of PayPal here. I don't know. The market's coming into these lows. I'm not seeing anything at a long that's attractive, to be quite honest with you. Sometimes you're looking for things to bottom pick. I don't have anything. Like PayPal here at 77, but everything else I like for the short side. So TSM, NVIDIA, Rivian, I'm still in. That one's working to the downside. Who called out JWN on the short?
Nordstrom's?
Neil Roberts called out the JWN short. I mean, if it's working, I'm not going to take credit for something I didn't say. I have not talked about Nordstrom's, so I'm not sure what you're getting confused with there, but it is a good short. Although it had a big move to the upside off the high, it was a good short there, but I didn't call that one out. So
no, sometimes people,
like
if we talked about it 3 weeks ago, we might have mentioned the short people that maybe are still short.
Oh, okay.
It's like that whole Walmart thing where I was calling, like I talked about Walmart short at that 160
this would have
area.
Been, this would have been weeks ago.
And it's not. I think Rainey's going to go get more coffee, so we'll see there. Yeah, I didn't drink all that other coffee, but I did. Shout out to the OTCX there. And, of course, Mr. Cheese, OTCX.
You had the hazelnut again. Right?
I got rid of that, what?
The hazelnut you had again.
Yes.
I can always tell because Sean has flavored coffee he brings in, so I got to smell it all morning.
Yeah, thanks. Shout out to the wife. Today's lunch menu, because you just mentioned it there, of course, we get the salad, and I'll tweet that out. You can see it's really actually pretty good. Some days pretty good. Okay, so today's lunch menu. You ready for this? It's spiced Moroccan grilled chicken and couscous. I don't know. I've been a recent fan of couscous, so I think I'll probably steal some of that, throw that on top of the salad or on the side, see if that goes, and save the Moroccan chicken.
I have a theory about the lunch.
We'll probably get chicken tomorrow. The Moroccan chicken tomorrow on top of ours. But hey, shout out, man. I actually feel our caterer does a pretty good job. I know there's some shade, but when
it's mostly Prad that throws shade on the caterer.
Yeah, that's for sure. But Prad throws shade on everything, I feel like. So, that's he has to be in his realm.
That's how he
there's
rolls,
nothing wrong
man.
with that. Nothing wrong with throwing shade, man.
You ain't, well.
I still remember that food that Prad showed us from India. That was some quality food.
Yeah,
there.
but he called the catering food jail food. I would feel like
that was
is-
Guantanamo Bay. No, even worse than jail. It was
you're throwing
Guantanamo
shade
Bay
at the-
style right there.
Solid.
But anyway, shout out to everybody. Shout out to Prad who's behind us there, trading away. And yeah, although there's the Morocco chicken dinner winner, you can see right now we are really honestly.
We can't be looking
Loving
shorts.
life. I changed that around and I didn't put it back
Now
there.
we gotta go back.
Yeah, I changed it. I should have put it when we got that Chinese destruction.
Well, that's exactly the moment
news
when it
of
was-
destruction.
What are you gonna
I shouldn't say that. I don't know. We're gonna wait for China to come out and tell us exactly what that move was there.
Go long
What-
like
you know what?
Lockheed Martin or something.
What the hell was that report? Okay, so
NVIDIA.
I just want to know who came up with that. China Maritime Safety. Okay, so. Yeah, Apple, I know, 4.15% there. Yeah, Apple launches a savings account, but I think they already had that announcing. And look, when you are able to put your money into savings and get 4.5%, or 4.15, I think it was, percent there for Apple. I mean, there's a reason why I'm long Apple, and I just feel like when you can put your money, that seems like a lot for a savings account, but that's where sometimes you see these equity markets start to go to the downside, because if you can hold your money risk-free in a deposit, then yeah, that's that.
I mean,
good
what's
shit
what are
right
the
there.
alternatives?
Thank you, Mr. Randy.
Now he's
Once
giving me
again,
the late
man.
coffee.
Next time, bring your coffee so we can do a cheers as well. Salute to that as he comes back in.
Is yours black too? Or?
No, but you always bet on black apparently as well. We ride the bear there on AMD because right now we're $1.10 in the money on AMD as that comes to the downside. Unfortunately for me, I only have 20% left, but still a good trade brought my day right back to a comfort zone for me. So really happy with that. Yeah, that's right. Randy Bobandy, that's the nickname. Cheers, Randy. Thank you so much for that. We'll do it one more time. People didn't see. Thank you so much for that, Randy. And Go Leaf Skull. What's the prediction, Randy? You're saying in 6?
You said 5.
I got it in 5.
6.
I got it in 5.
I thought you said 5.
Toronto in 6 and then Boston in 3.
Yeah, I actually
going
bet
7.
the Jays. I actually bet the Raptors. See, Jays, Raptors, Leafs is what I'm trying to get to.
You'll get there eventually.
Minus 1.5, so they have to win by 2 games. Well, you have it 4-2.
Yeah.
Me and you'll have it 4-1. But I still have the
The
money
life
line.
of life of Leafs fans. That's all I got to say. We're gonna look. This city is going to
But, I mean, make money on
absolutely
NBA.
explode. But if we win one round, I know people get excited when you get to like a finals or something. No, around here, if we win one round, city's gonna lose its mind. People will be like dancing on the
they
streets.
will
They'll be
be.
flipping cars. They'll be playing hockey on.
But I think
on
there's
Yonge
higher
Street.
expectations.
We should have higher expectations
this
than that.
year.
We're a good team. It's just Boston's so bloody good.
Well, we
NVIDIA
gotta
blanket
get there,
out.
yeah.
So, here's the thing. That 13-1 in the NASDAQ, we're pretty darn close now. And I feel like, okay, well, I got TSM, which hasn't broken the low just yet. I want this. NVIDIA hasn't broken the trend. I'm going to do what I said I would do. It gets down here and catches a bid. Get out, rinse and repeat. We'll see what happens. I'm going to drop the mic. I don't know about that mic drop.
What?
So anyways,
I don't think we should hit that again. But that's
Okay,
that's
you know what,
No, hey.
I mean, what else can I hit? Let's go with
Did you guys
this.
like that mic drop one? I mean, maybe they like it. I don't know.
We'll do this one.
Yeah?
Look, if you can jump out of a plane crash and land on your feet, that's pretty badass. I actually think are those
What
my
are you,
actual
Tom
shoes
Cruise or something?
I think I own a pair of whatever. Watch the shoes at the end. I have a pair of these, I think.
Oh, yeah. Those are like.
That's weird because I wouldn't. Anyways, it doesn't really matter.
those
So I got out of NVIDIA. If it turns here, fantastic. I just feel like you got to get out when the trend is to the upside. I'm holding the other two, which are fantastic. Rivian short is still working. Now it's through VWAP, so we can start working 70s, 65s. You got to have some bids out there. And TSM, which is now back. Not really as violent of a move, but I think if it gets down to 87, we'll hold it. It never broke VWAP. So I want to be working this range to be sure, like shorts in here up to 88, give it a chance to flush into, why is my bid so tight? Yeah, there we go. I've already taken some out there, but if it breaks 87, room down to 86 here, TSM, AMD, all the chips. I'm saying that without having looked at Intel. Coming back into the downside, I'm going to make the assumption, but just for ish and giggles. Oh, Intel's still holding 32, huh? You know how, look at this level on Intel. 32 here with a 3170 bottom. and look at the support that Intel has had off of this. Maybe you're just long every single time. A dip below 32, just long into 3170, or wait till 3170 and go long there. But Intel actually relatively strong on the day, so check that. Most of the chips heading back into the low of the day.
All right, so just an update. Yeah, we're long. I mean, we're trying to. So I've got out a couple times here on AMD, but my best out is 12s, and it's just bounced off O's a couple times. So I am trying to get another bid here around 10s, actually bidding 9s. Probably should be bidding 10s because now it'll probably bounce off 9. But we'll wait to see if that comes in. I'm fine with that. But a new update position right now. And there is no sound apparently on the animations now, even on the stream. So we'll get that. Fahad's working on that, so he'll get that in a second. Anyways, Roblox, I just want to talk about that quickly because there's AMD. AMD, good, we got 9s. I thought it was bouncing off 9s and then it now took it. So now it's into 7s there as it continues to go a little bit lower. But our average price now on Roblox, not great, $39.80. Not many shares. Still, never like to lose on this position, but we are back into the bottom of the day, and we're just going to see about 39. That's all. If the market rips back to the upside, Roblox today on bad users, bad daily, bad monthly metrics coming through again for Roblox. They just report them randomly. I shouldn't say randomly. Maybe it is on like the middle of every month, but we do get Roblox numbers today, and they're pretty bad. And they came in the pre-market right at 8:30. Our first long was 41. That didn't work. We got out when it broke 40, so we've already taken $1 hit, and then we had $1. But we didn't take it out. So yeah, now we sort of reap what we sow there on Roblox as that continues to make its move back down to the downside. If you're wondering not where Sharif is. Well, where is Sharif? Where Brendan is, but Brendan is on vacation for the remainder of the week. So we're hoping that, I don't know. We'll message him. Could be back Friday, I thought, but we'll wait there.
I thought he flies back.
Okay, yeah, that's what I mean.
I think it's next week.
Anyways, shout out to Sharif that'll be filling in there and doing the midday show.
Doing a fantastic job.
As well. Yeah, doing a fantastic job. So
hold on a second.
We'll wait for that to come through more.
I haven't hit this one. Let's see what happens if I.
There we go. But there's no volume.
There's no volume. But they can see it. I just forgot that we had Sharif's, and I never show that one.
So, yeah.
That's Sharif telling you to hit the like and subscribe like the handsome man that he is there. Also, we're going to miss out. We'll miss out on Brennan, but it's fantastic. Sharif just stepping in. He did a fantastic job with the watch list this morning, which was great. So thank you, guys. We only have about 10 minutes to go here. And I was just saying I didn't find anything that I liked to the long side, but the market is bouncing on the futures a little bit there. And I kind of went over to Apple, and guess what? Remember Apple 164? Like I said, nothing's at a level that I liked from the morning. Well, we liked Apple 164 in the morning. I just don't know why. I canceled my bids when things looked really red, and that was probably a mistake. 164.03 is your low of the day. Talk about finding its bounce zone. One time gives you $1. Second time, it's trying to give you 50 cents. The problem with this the third time through is either you're trying to scalp 25 to 50 cents with a tight stop on it, or you just don't take it at all. It gave you the bounce already. I don't know if I want to jump in front of it at 10.50 unless I start seeing it hold for a longer time period. I got PayPal, which I like, in front of that 77.
All right, so new member alert here. What's up to LA Dawn? Right now, thank you for becoming a member. You have now found us, and that's fantastic. And shout out to Nicole Harris, who's been here forever. And I want to thank you again for the $5 and for everything they were saying and what you're right about right now. In the shade, is the market a shady market? Slim shady there. We're going to find out. 460 right there. She just sold 12 Mara calls, covered calls. So obviously you have the shares as well. So good job there. 460 in the pocket, instant. So that's a nice one. And whenever you can sell options and make that profit relatively instantly, good job there, because as we know, as many of you know too, options do have that 1 or 0 possibility there. So good movement there on that. Congratulations, Miss Nicole Harris. And that's what's all.
What was the strike, or she didn't say?
12, she said. Okay. Or did she say 12 covered calls? I'm not sure. Let me see, where is Mara right now? We'll just get a better. Yeah, so it must be $12. So right there, $11.50.
Oh yeah, it's
so a good move there, and obviously taking advantage. And I like that move, right? Taking advantage of some of these bump ups, I guess, in the crypto market, but at the same time fading the market, the NASDAQ, right? And so that's a good one. You probably got those calls somewhere around, or wrote them somewhere around there, and then now covering right down here for a beautiful profit. Congratulations on that one. I don't know if they were weeklies or not, but that seems like they would have been for that much of a movement down. What you could have done, and what I wish I would have done, was just sold options on AMD as well. Maybe the same thing, covered calls, as that's making a move to the downside, or buy puts. That's making a huge move to the downside right now. again, we just covered at 9s. We're breaking O's right now. Let's just keep watching this momentum to the downside here and just keep on trading this lower. It's the only position I've had for a while. It's this AMD one, and I'm just watching it go. I don't know how far down we can go. This is new levels for AMD. We're going to look at the 20-minute chart here as well. Definitely breaking to the downside and continuing. So AMD just no real levels down here as we take out 89 and try to bounce off of it. We had it right about the level 90. We were talking about the longs. The minute that we saw the longs were not right, it was an easy flip up, right? And so right there, we actually never even went long on AMD today. Only shorts right there. Short 90 is what we have on, and it's $1 in the money. So although the direction on this AMD trade was wrong, but we said if the market can't hold, then we wanted to flip it over. So that's a good one. Amazon also moving around a little bit. Now is everything. Your level there on Moderna, that's crazy off the open.
It's, this is sort of the thing. And I talked about not trading in Moderna off the open, but 155 was a pretty good level. And you can see the flush, like whether you get it or not, I don't know. Like this thing, when I look at this chart and say, okay, well, that was an obvious flat bottom break at 155, there's all the chance in the world that even if I had to stop short out there, I just don't even get the fill anyways. But the last time I traded, I told you guys a story, like I traded it in the first 5 to 10 minutes, Arun traded in the first 5 to 10 minutes, and I was short, he was long, we both lost. Like that's my last experience with Moderna, so I decided to just say, I'm not going to do it. And quite frankly, they sold the news. Sometimes you get that. And when they sell the news like that and you gap down, sometimes you get this result. Now, it is in an area of support, that 144.5. So it's held it a couple of times down here. This is about the time of the day where you can feel at least a little bit comfortable with going for the bounce off the long. So it's about to, if it puts in a higher low, kind of shows me something on the 15-minute, a little bit more strength, because it's coming back into the bottom right here. So show me another higher low with some strength, couple of green candles in there, and then the long off this to the low would make some sense. PayPal's the only long I got, so we're still in TSM, Rivian short, took out the NVIDIA, and I am in that PayPal. I did want to get back over at least one of these small caps, because Wint, remember Wint? I was like, well, 10, if it showed me a failure at 10, I would have tried the short. Suppose I just sort of should have automatically pivoted to 15. Because it got to $14.89 and is now halted down $13.23 with a tap of $10.85. It's indicating a $10.85. I'm not making that up. $10.85. It's indicating a reopen. This is why we sort of say take profit. No one ever went broke doing so, because these can come down in an absolute hurry. I'm not saying it opens at $10.85, just that's the indicated open. It's only been halted for under a minute, so I'm sure that will change in the next 3 or 4 before this one opens back up. But WINT, what goes up must come down. Another one of these big small cap movers, now looking for a little bit of a retrace.
I know obviously one has absolutely nothing to do with the other one there, but you just mentioned 85, and I just put a bid at 88.85 for AMD right now. See if we can capture this $1.30 on the short as it's breaking lower here, as is the market. This is going to be my last out, and then until hopefully I see you guys again, because if this market continues to make the move down, we want to be short. Right now, this market. I don't like that news coming out of China, and the market continues to fall down here. It's not even down that much. Like if I told you that the Chinese military, I was looking for that news. It's the China Maritime something there. It said the China Maritime Safety Administration, major military activity to be conducted. So it doesn't mean that there's like some sort of a, I hate saying war or anything like that. That doesn't mean that. But when they're conducting this, the U.S. doesn't like when that happens, obviously, because it is a threat there. You do have North Korea, and then obviously Taiwan. Everyone's worried about that. We've seen what Russia has done to Ukraine and still in there, right? So I don't, the U.S. can send as much money and as much help as necessary, but the Russian government and Chinese government can throw just as much money at their ideas as well. So I don't think it's a great sign when we talk about, world peace being in jeopardy again here today. So I just favor the short. But we just got back into Roblox, just went up again off this 20 long, went into 45 there. But now it looks like we're going to get out of this one if it breaks 39. We tried it there for the long, just not coming through. We're holding out to this short right now on AMD, and I just think it makes sense to do that Google trying to fade back a little bit. This is a name that we haven't been in yet today, but it's been holding out real good, to be honest with you, Google, man. I mean, you might think that's still down 3.5%, but this was down 4.5%, almost 5% off open as we went down to 103.50. Then we ripped all the way back up to 106. So you're not going to find too many stocks that actually went up about 3%, big cap tech stocks, of course, that went up 3% off the open, now trying to fade that back in. So I would still say I like a Google long if there's any long, but it's not till down here at 104-ish where we hit that long in the past. So yeah, it looks like AMD wants to bounce off a little bit there, off 90. I'm going to change. I'm going to put my bid at O's here. Oh no, we got the 80. No, we didn't get the 85. I canceled my 85 bid. Oh, that's strange. Oh, that's okay because it went to 87, so I'd have been even more mad. Let's put that 85 bid back in there, but this time let's go to 90 as it seems to be getting shallower on these dips.
Yeah, and oh my goodness, again off. I keep thinking I want Intel underneath 32 into 31.5, and then it just keeps bouncing off 32 anyways. I see people in the chat talking about it. Like it's pretty good. I think it's a good level. Maybe a scalp trade throughout the lunchtime off 32, and then try it again off 31.75 it goes. I answered a question for Stephanie in the chat, and the reason why I was able to tell you guys like where Wint is possibly opening back up. There's something called a theoretical auction price. They just take all the buy orders and sell orders that are going into the auction, and at that particular time, whatever the moment is, if were they to open it right now, it says 10.13. Now just move to 10.10, now to 10.16 as I'm watching it live. But you've got to, you know what, this one where I show the market, I don't have tap on this one. I can add it to this one sometime and show you guys. But it's in the market data feed. You just might have to pay for it. Ask your broker, and you might be able to get it. It's in our platform, Day Trade the World, P-Pro 8 for free. So we just see it on our level too, and then we can give you guys updates. But it is in the regular market data feed, so it is available. I would say almost any broker is going to, like, if you have New York and NASDAQ data, you are getting it in some sense. Like it's in the SIP. It's just a matter of whether you have it turned on to be able to see it. And like as I said, they might charge it your broker. I just got to reload on PayPal, which means as it gets to VWAP, start taking some out again. I'm holding half this position every single time for fills above 77.30, breaking to 50s and then 77s. But look what's happening. I chase a little bit early, I get teens. Now I'm getting a little bit tighter to 77 even. So it's holding the line nicely. But as we get to lunchtime, a little bit more picky about where we get the entry point, and then not getting anything out till it gets above VWAP. So I'm covering above VWAP here and looking for the run up. PayPal up 1% in a bit of a weak market with 90 seconds to go. It's been a fun show, to be sure. Kind of annoying at the open. I want to say annoying because I liked Microsoft, and that one ran me over. I took the structured long above 90. I reloaded at 89 when it was just a short the whole way. So that's one of those, like, you're not going to win. Like, it was just if you were looking for the long on Microsoft, unless you had it right at 9:30, that was your only opportunity to win. After that, it was just pretty much a loss all the way. So PayPal's my long. That's starting to print out here to the upside. And then Rivian, we'll see if we get one more reload here. But I've gone to that well over and over again. The well might run dry. I got 1370s there, pretty much out of almost all of it. I might go one more time reloading off that 14 even.
All right. Yeah, so we had chased AMD a little bit there. AMD almost went to the 50 period, but we do have a new position as we get ready to throw it over to the midday show. I'm actually liking this Amazon trade. Again, just going to go off of 50 here. We break too much lower, man. We're going to get out of this. I shouldn't say I love this trade, but we're in it. It's trying to break a little bit higher. It's positive on the day. We need the NASDAQ to run, which is why I'm not absolutely in love with this trade. If the NASDAQ can continue to go to the high side, then we're fine, but we're not even over the 50 period yet. So let's hold our expectations on how much we think this market can battle back up to the upside. Do we have a positive day in it? Sure we do, at some point. I mean, it's only down 0.3. We could get going. I think it's a little too early to be like hammering into the longs right now. So we're going to watch it out. We are long Amazon. We're long right here at 62. So it's just kind of floating around here. If our out's going to be 50s, like we said, if we can get something out here, 70, we'll do that. And then our next offer would be somewhere around 80s, which is where we have the 200 period. And then if we're really right about it, then obviously, we'll deal with that. It's always nice to deal with your positions when you're right. Then you don't have any problems getting out. Exactly. So hopefully that can come upside right there as we'll try to get this at least 2-to-1 on this Amazon trade. But again, it's not always about the ratios. It's just about playing the momentum that you see also in the market. And if we could take this 50 period out like we're doing right now, then maybe we can just climb a little bit, as we just made a pretty major bottom there near 13.1. Those were the bottoms that we were sort of trying to figure out, and we might have just got one right there. So again, I need to be looking a little bit more at the market because maybe we could have had Amazon a little longer down there instead of where we do right now. So it's 11:01, man. A big shout out, Mahad, Fahad today. Sharif, thanks for doing double duty. You're about to get Sharif again.
Yes.
Right now, a big shout out to Randy, who made some Bo Bandy appearances today, giving us some coffee reloads and making the prediction of the Leafs 4-2. That's good. We'll take that. I'll take that.
I think it's going 7.
All day. I think you said 5-1, 4-1.
Oh no, I think it's going 7.
Oh, you think it's going 7?
No,
okay.
I think if we win, then we'll lose 4-1 to the Bruins.
Oh, the Bruins.
I think the Bruins probably beat us.
Oh, yeah. Well,
That's
the Bruins set
where
a single-season record for the most wins. They're 63 and 19
sick.
or something.
They're good.
I
don't like them,
There was
but they're
overtime in there and everything. But okay, good. Yeah, lots to talk today. Thanks to everybody for watching. Thanks for hitting the like button. If you haven't done it, make sure you do it soon. We're going to flip it over to their show, and you could do it all through the midday show. So, all right, it's Sharif and Max. Go get them, guys.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's Mad Max. I'm Sharif. And this week is sponsored by Mometic, makers of Momo Pro Scanner. If you haven't heard of Momo Pro, it's got all the tools to uncover breakouts in momentum plays before and in real time. Momo Pro is now being offered for 25% off exclusively for Trader TV audience with code TTV25. So head over to Mometic.com and sign up and try it out, Max. All right. I haven't had a chance to trade because I've been at the big desk and it's been a flustering day. Let's just get that out of the way. More stories to come. Max, what have you been looking at, bud?
What have I been looking at? I've been looking at everything today. You know, I've been trying to not trade too many names, but today I'm trading everything. Right now I'm long AMD just below 89. Small little trade here, trying to get back to the 50 and then maybe just above $90. Maybe we start to fly. I doubt it though, given the market move that we've had. But yeah, just a little kind of scalp play here, back into 90, get $1. That would be nice. I tried it before, right here at 90 once, and that didn't work. But you know, tiny loss there. What else? Let me check my P&L right now. What do we got? CFRX from Friday, Sharif.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you recall, this was one of the halters. Maybe you were off by then. Maybe this was with Obi, but this one was halting on Friday at like $1. Mm-hmm. And today it's at 3. So I take the 3 breakout, looks really good, 60 cents in the money. I take like nothing off here and then end up getting stopped out, try again one more time, and it goes back down. I was thinking like $4 on this one, maybe higher, maybe 5. The daily chart on this is kind of nuts. So I figured now that we're in this range, maybe we can get to the 7 range. Never happened, but that's all right. What else do we get? Oh, we got into a banger Google long that I just let go of, unfortunately. It came back down to my ad spot. Instead of adding, I decide to stop out, and then it goes $1. So yeah, a little bit of bad decision making on some of these ones today. That's pretty much all I had. I had a Microsoft long off the open that wasn't very good. I tried BAC short, but we're kind of just, touching everything today, not really getting anywhere. That's all right. We're not really down too much today. It's Monday, which is my worst day of the week. So the fact that I'm not even down half my shutdown, that's good for a Monday for me.
The honesty is real and it is on display. Shout out to Max. All right, guys, I'm just trying to get my level set. Like, I don't have any of my trend lines going. I don't have any of my resistance and support levels, so I'm trying to do that. And I'm also setting up my small cap watch because there's a whole bunch. Yes, small cap season is in effect. Let's look at it right away. First of all, the best one on board for me right now, setting up for a long, is PRST. It's up, well, only 161%, but there's been multiple, and by multiple, I mean 4 or 5, triple-digit percentage, so 100+%. WINT, PRST. Currently, you have, I believe, CFRX as well as that wild one, BLBX. They're all over 100%, even though now BLBX really retracing to the downside. But PRST setting up like it could go here. Now, where are the levels on this one? So VWAP's a little different on my side chart. It's anchored from a different time. I've got VWAP on PRST at 313. Here it is, or in 352. So this gives you an idea that this one probably had a lot of pre-market action prior to 6 o'clock, and it did. As I'm looking at the side chart here, it gapped up quite nicely on good volume for 4 a.m., mind you, and it made a jump up from that 163 up into 215. So this one's been trading. It's been actively trading, I want to say, all morning. Big gap from the close of Friday. Coming into a key level, I'm looking for that $2. Let's go over here. No, not $2. Excuse me, $3.13 level. Maybe you pick it up at a quarter, 325, 326. It's still a little bit away. You know, you may not get that level, and it may be that you have to take the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. And at these levels, extended as we are, up triple digits, I don't know if I trust that kind of play. So it's really going to have to retrace in for me. I want to say again, 313, 3 1/4. That general area before I hit the long on this one. WINT was moving as well. Yeah, it's had trouble staying open. That's what it's had trouble doing. You know, you're getting your halt levels developing here, which is good for the formation of support and resistance. I always play some of these gappers off halt levels. So let's see if it can stay open. If it can and starts to develop some sort of a trend, then we'll look into that one. But for the moment, lastly, BBAI. This one's been kind of, you know, look, you haven't got much of a notional move. It's up 12 percentage points on the day. What I like about it is the chart. So you can size into this one. It's a $3 stock. You can size in nicely, and you've got good established support and resistance levels. You also have a nice trend forming. You have consecutively higher lows with the range really tightening up. Usually that's a prescription for a squeeze. Now, ideally, you want to see it squeeze up. And in this case, chances are it does because the trend is to the high side. So, yeah, you know, it's a really good area to get in now. I would say I think the best area probably would have been 5 pennies ago, nearer VWAP. It's respected VWAP to an extent. Again, VWAP a little different on my chart than on this one. Currently, VWAP is at 354. So this one, another good one setting up here in small cap world. Like a lot of the small cappers we were in last week, it was kind of like a buy and hold for like a lot of the day. And then you have that eventual squeeze up, especially the ones that held above VWAP. So that's what I'm looking for on these small cappers. Not much in the way of the large cappers today, to be honest with you, because it's been really hard for me to focus on these ones earlier.
Fair enough. You're putting in all the work today on the show, right?
Man, what a day it was. From this morning, not even like anything to do with the show. It was just, oh, you have no idea what happened to me this morning. Oh my goodness, okay.
I feel like you did great on the morning.
No, I felt that actually went smooth relative to the entire day, which was poop. Yeah. I mean, like, okay, and nothing was working this morning. I ended up like freaking out while I'm getting ready. Who freaks out in the morning while they're getting ready? That never happens to me. I had a really bad day right from the get-go. Then I get on the subway. We're at Summerhill Station, like a few stations away. Service suspended, no power. Okay, so it cost me about $30 a week to take the TTC here.
Yeah.
It literally costed me $30 for that one Uber ride.
Oh, yeah.
From Summerhill to the office.
Whenever
right?
the TTC's down, those Uber surge
They
prices are
surge
nasty.
right up. So
Nasty.
that was one like expense, one weekly expense, and one thing right there. Then you get in, everything is working fairly smoothly here. Thank God everything went well at the desk, but wowzers, man, there's some stuff. And I couldn't trade because I couldn't get PP Pro up there. But anyway, yeah, there we go. Props. Appreciate you, Sean. All right, BBAI making a move here, guys. I'm going to keep my eye on this one. It's starting to curl up. Anyway, Max, you got some stuff that actually relevant to the show. Roblox, Sean's saying, by the way, guys.
Roblox, I let that one go today. What happened with Roblox today? All right. Roblox, I was looking at this pre-market, and it was reserving 40 really hard on the offer. And I was thinking, you know, maybe we open up and then break that level and go to the upside. But then I kind of forgot about it because I was trading something else. What happened here? So it kind of held 40, yeah. Now then goes back down to 39, holds 39 beautifully. I mean, I don't know on Roblox. I didn't really read into the subscriber numbers or whatever they released this morning, but obviously market not happy with those.
It was mixed.
It was mixed?
It was mixed. Like, there was some good stuff.
Yeah, they beat
Year-over-year
earnings,
growth.
right?
Yeah, I know. It was like about subscriber growth and like the different metrics they have. They have all these like different metrics that you go by.
Daily active users. all
Yeah,
that
and a
kind
whole
of
bunch
stuff.
of variations thereof.
Yeah.
Right. Like, anyway, it was decent. They
It's
had
nice
one
to-
drop down in one metric. Go on. Yeah.
It's nice to catch the long on these SSR stocks if you can find like size on the offer. Like here, let's say maybe there was size here trying to push it down through 39, and then that gets broken and it shoots right up on this volume spike right here. Is what I assume is happening, like these micro short squeezes that happen intraday on SSR stocks. I like to trade those if you got to be like watching the tape though. You can't just be looking at a chart to find moves like that. So that's kind of like a little technical
Good
kind
call,
of
Renato.
break that you can take. BBBY, people have been talking about in the chat. This one has done, what is it, 130 million of volume today?
Baby.
Broke that 30
Small
level.
cap season, baby.
It is small cap season. It only went 1 cent on the 30 breakout, but I guess that's still like a 3% move. So yeah, I mean, BBY going off the open today. Volume's picking up now, kind of does this pullback, kind of wants to hold 30 maybe.
Bump it.
I mean, I don't even know what the levels are on this anymore. I haven't looked at BBBY in a couple months since it declared bankruptcy or whatever. I was involved up here on the $5 break that went to 7. But yeah, like 75 is like the 77 kind of key level on that one. If we zoom in, maybe, I don't know, 50 cents. There's not a whole lot of levels on BBY now. Just kind of playing the play the Momo, play the teal line maybe, play the red line here.
Baby.
But yeah, BBY doing volume. I don't really like them under 50 cents. Maybe it does a 50-cent breakout in the next couple of days. Maybe there's news on this. I kind of doubt it.
BBBY?
I don't
Let me
see
have
any
a look.
news on
I'll
it.
look at my blotter.
On Trade Ideas, no news. But
No, not seeing anything, but it is up a measly 30%. But no,
Measly.
not seeing anything. Let me look to see what kind of move we had. No, we had a muted move on Friday, so nothing continuation-wise. Not sure. Interesting look there. All right, guys. Small capper is moving here. Wint now back up.
oh wow.
Is it halted back up?
14.
Where's my Wint? Yes, it is halted back to the high side, 14.10, the halt level there. So Wint moving back up. Look, I got long BBAI. Now, it huadoomed right on me there. Now, this is a quarter position. We get in at 64s. Now we're retracing into 57s. My look here is to defend 50. I'd like to have a nice bounce in and around 50 area at most, because then I want to see consecutively higher lows. We shall see though, but I like the pattern it's forming. It's one of those ones that hangs around VWAP during the illiquid part of the day. It holds its levels for the most part, and then you usually get high day tests, and that's the kind of trade I'm looking to get into. So we get in a quarter position here, looking to add at that 50 level. My definite out for this one is the break of 45. At 44s, I'm out, because that's a new low. That's not what I want to see here. I don't want to see the new lows. If it sets up and ends up going, great. But if it breaks 44, that's my ultimate out on BBAI. Otherwise, I'm looking to add into 50. So we shall see what happens there. Renata Haddad was saying AI was moving in. It was, but now it's kind of slowed down a bit. We had that several nice 1 minute candles to the high side, but finding 22.50 as a high. We're only up 2 1/3. No, now 2.5% on the day, but 22.50 high, possible continuation. It's an AI name. We've seen those have been very strong lately, and they continue to be strong. So keep an eye on that. I'm not seeing anything specific related to AI. What I did see was an interesting little tidbit, though, with respect to OpenAI's valuation. So apparently they were going to give some sort of benefits to the employees. I don't know if it was stock options or shares or what it was, but there was some sort of reason to do an accounting on the valuation of the company.
Okay.
And that's always interesting to investors, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So that's always closely watched. So at 22 billion, I think 21 billion or 22 billion valuation attributed there for those accounting purposes. So
And what did Microsoft buy in at? Like 10 billion valuation?
yeah, it
something
was
like
So they're in the money.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Needless to say, Microsoft printing on that OpenAI purchase, and I mean integrating it into their Bing potentially. That's going to be huge. It is Bing, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Bing.
Microsoft Bing. Yeah.
Microsoft Bing. That would be
Chandler Bing.
huge. Samsung saying or not saying unconfirmed report on that Samsung thing, which
who is calling
those
me?
those are kind of.
Pardon me? It's not. Yes. Okay. Wow. It's been a hell of a day. I haven't even had an opportunity to incorporate this whole Alfred thing. I spoke with him, and he is so down to come on, guys. All right. So I'll give you a little bit of background. He's an accountant by profession, but he doesn't actually work as an accountant. He's in HR. He's always been in corporate HR. So he has that understanding of how internal corporate, things work, and as well, he's a value investor. That's his bread and butter. He goes and he digs deep for value plays. He's a Warren Buffett fanatic. He likes that kind of investing. So that's kind of the lens that he'll be speaking from. So if you like that kind of thing, I know we used to have people like that. Mark Roberts, remember? He was always.
Welcome any day.
Sean says, Alfred is welcome any day. And when you have Sean's endorsement, well, then you're golden around here, baby. What do you got, Max?
Just missed my AMD reload here. This was about 20% of what I actually wanted. Thought the order was queued up for a lot more. And did not get what I wanted there. So AMD kind of flying up. Breaking the 50 now, so trade looking good. Sadly, I only have half the size that I really want, but AMD pretty happy about this long. Let's break that 89.50 area and see if we can retest 90. 89 pretty strong level on the daily chart for me. We got the 50 period right here. We got this level right there.
Bump it.
We have I don't know. We had some lows on the 30-minute chart too. So AMD crushing it to the upside so far. Well, not quite crushing it, but looking good, looking good. Looking to hold. NASDAQ looking to hold lows for now. Still having an inside day on NASDAQ. I mean,
nice.
look at Friday for us, and look where we are today. We're kind of doing nothing on NASDAQ today. Looking for the bounce back to view up on NASDAQ, bounce back hopefully to view up on AMD, but that might be a little too strong. But yeah, feeling good about that one. What's happening?
Went, bro. It halted yet again. 16-17 this time, Max.
Wow, should we be involved, Sharif? I don't
know, man.
I don't like the ones that look like this. I'd like to be involved here, but there was no volume here. So how do you know that this is going to happen?
Yeah, there must be things that you can analyze here. I'm just not.
I mean, you could get in off of the first halt. You get in here, risking the halt price of 550. You're giving it whatever that is, 40 cents, 50 cents, and you're looking for $1, and it gives you a hell of a lot more than $1. But I'm not sure how to execute on this right now, other than, congratulations if you're already long. If you're punching in now, you're kind of crazy, I think. But, maybe this could go to 500. So
baby.
If that's your play, then, risk is $17 and upside is 483. I mean, it's not so bad.
No.
Not so bad.
It's a lot of money.
Google, by the way, is holding.
Goog.
Why is my VWAP gone?
Yeah, it's frustrating when things.
Little layout issues today. It's all right.
Oh, baby.
Holding this 105 again. So now it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times that it's held 105. If the market decides to go down, maybe that's the breakdown level. But should probably be involved at this 105. Gives you 50 cents. You can risk 10. That's a pretty solid R2R trade there. Pretty solid off of this news catalyst, and then holding an old level that was holding for a while. That was kind of a breakout level off that 105. Good trade there on Google 105. Market still trying to kind of come down now, though. Yeah. So I don't know that I'm going to step in front of it yet. If we get that bounce on NASDAQ, I don't know. We're coming back into 4150 on ES as well. So Maybe we're going down. Maybe I should manage this AMD.
Flatter we could not be, bro.
Yeah.
What a really flat day. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
on the ES, we're down 0.11. I mean, little worse on the NASDAQ. I think some of these bigger names like Tesla, Meta, Amazon, to some extent, a little bit like Microsoft too, bringing down the index. Meta has been really weak, and you know, one of the first days we've seen an actual like bearish downgrade by an analyst for our friend Meta, and it really did react. It was a bit of a secular move down. There were times when this was down and everything else was up. Now everything is a little bit in betweenish. So a bit of a bearish play, interesting here that we could take on Meta. Now it looks like we had that retracement. This is the 5-minute chart, I believe. Yes, this is a 5-minute chart on Meta. You had that retracement pop up into 220.75, and now it's been really stair-stepping down. This is kind of the bottom break. You risk more when you get in here because there is a chance of a retracement back up. But if you're bearish on the name, you take those opportunities to add to the position for an eventual move down. So I may be interested in taking a short here on Meta. I feel that it is the relatively weak name. And, you know, hanging out at lows, hanging out at break even, essentially lows, because they're kind of both. I don't know. I feel like we could get a flush here, and if we do, Meta could be the benefactor of that, or I could be the benefactor of the flush. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. I'll take that. So let's get into Meta here. Let's have a look. Maybe we'll start off with a quarter position here on Meta because we are at lows, guys, right? So here's the move. We're short now. We're 218.40. The out is going to be 219.10. That's a new high. I'll be out. Okay. If we hold up on, if we hold up on these futures, though, it's going to make this a lot harder, to be honest with you. So we're at the bottom end of the range. It's not the greatest entry, not going to lie. Anyway, so let's see what happens there. Wint is now halted again, Max. Is it? No, not quite. Okay, we're actually open on Wint. Wow, but the spread is all of, I don't know, 35 pennies to 65 pennies at times. Okay, it's super. There we go, 1850. Then we were right back into bottom lower 16s. Now we're in 15. So here we go. We may halt at these levels. Where are we here? Are we halting at 1594? We're hanging out. We're hanging out at 94. It's a lot of building up. Doesn't look like we're going to break through this unless, there we go. So now we are halted to the downside at 94s on Wint. Wow. Oh.
And that's an SSR name as well.
It is.
Looks like. Interesting.
Wint. Okay, so I have the, hold on. No, I don't see SSR on Wint. No, PRST's SSR. Wint isn't. That's funny. Usually I get a red thing here on my platform. Okay. Yeah, no, it's not SSR. Maybe that's why it came down so aggressively. But yeah, big move down, Wint.
So AMD holding again. So it breaks that 89 again, comes down, comes back above. I punch more. Now I have the size that I want on it. So yeah, AMD looking pretty good for that move up. Looking very, very strong around 89. So yeah, looking for that bounce play. Looking for the 89.50 break. I will offer some out at like 38s, maybe something like that. But really just looking for it to come back into this consolidation range if we break that 50. I mean, we've been holding it all day to the downside. Once you break that, you get the trend reversal, you get the move back up, probably to view up. My view up is going up in a straight line right now, so I'm gonna have to figure out what's going on with that. Maybe delete this chart and make a new one. But yeah, AMD, still strong. Gonna stop out if we take out the low of day probably, or maybe I'll add depending on what the market looks like. But yeah, still liking AMD. And Google bounces off that 105 once again.
Yeah.
Is Google just holding the market up itself with this 105 right now? I'm not
Are you looking at the right chart here at Google? What's Google doing? It's not doing anything, right? 105.18, it's like not moving,
just
right?
bouncing. But I mean, you could take like 5 cents risk and just be scalping into the 20s every time it comes down to this 105.
Yeah, holy. How many times does it bounce off that 105? Yeah, you're right. The market holding up, and that means our meta position is out of the money. So quarter position in here, there's going to be a loser if it breaks above that 219.10. It's pumping to the high side, guys. holding that 218.50 low, makes it 218.33. The market curling up and Meta curling as a result. Still holding on their BBAI trade long 59s. We're at 56s. Looking for continuation at these levels. I'm looking for a general hold of the area of $0.50. I'm out below 45. So if it makes a new low, that will be the end of the trade for me on that one. Let's see what happens. I don't have anything else. It has not been like a trading day for me, guys. So kind of been just, you know, doing the big desk type thing today. But Sean is pumping Roblox, so we're going to have a look here. Roblox. Because, yes, we do have, no, we don't. That's BLBX. I thought that was RLBX. RBLX, let's go. No. RBLX, let's go. There we go. So this one's curling. So the market, not sparing anybody, it's taken even the most weak, i.e. Roblox, up with it. And yes, 39.10 bottom. Now we're up at 40.36. You got to say that 41 area is a hell of a resistance level. You have a lot of rejections around there after the bell. 41 was a level, even on that dip earlier. You get that algo dip at around 8:30 when the news dropped, and if you couldn't get back above 41 after that. So 41, a hell of a level here on RBLX. I'll be keeping an eye out for that. But yeah, Sean's long and he's printing on it. So shout out to Sean, baby.
Yeah, NASDAQ kind of rejected that little breakout there.
Rejected.
A little bit.
I like it. I'm
yeah.
short. So.
Yeah,
I'm taking my baby
long.
short. I'm taking my baby short.
Yeah, you're trading against your book. That's,
yeah, I know.
That's an interesting strategy there.
Right?
We'll see how that goes.
I like to live dangerous.
Yeah, market kind of does this like fail breakdown. Now we do the fail break up. So yeah, I don't know what's happening. Just gonna see if we break like 31.25. I'll probably be done with this AMD situation. But yeah, we'll see if we can buy this right back up. Kind of 5-minute chart, just up and down. ES kind of not doing quite as much, but yeah, we'll see if the market wants to break down. And AMD kind of getting aggressive to the downside, so gonna have to think about this one. But I mean, I got a good average price, so I'm not too worried about what may happen. And we are just buying it straight back up again, so maybe I should have reloaded at lows here on AMD. Just a lot of buying below that 89, and yeah, just waiting for that kind of breakout long. For the move back to the 20s.
Move at 11:30, eh, Max?
11:30?
Yeah, because they're, I think, is it the 3-month and the 6-month auctions? We have a U.S. Treasury auction. I'm quite certain of that. Let's get in. Yeah, 3-month and 6-month bill. Yeah, they're not really, they're very short duration, obviously 3 and 6 month, but an auction nonetheless at 11:30. It's always looked at to see how it's received. And they also look at who's bidding. You know, are they foreign? Are they domestic bidders? And that always kind of gives an indication of who holds whose debt. That's always pretty important in the geopolitical world. And
doesn't China just hold everybody's debt?
I know, right? Everybody. All right, we're back, like break even, and I think even in the money on this meta position. My only regret is not adding on the retracement into the 50 period here on the 1 minute. That ends up being a decent retracement. We're rejecting, as Max said, the bounce on the NQ. So we shall see if you know, it's going to end up being a profitable trade. I'm in a quarter position because, well, it was like dangerous near the bottom. I mean, I didn't have a retracement entry, so you don't have a good entry by definition, at least in my books.
If you're just like punching through something, you probably don't want to put on full size right away.
Not for me.
Yeah, this AMD is still bouncing off of the lows, but I'm probably going to cut this in a second if we make a new low.
Go to his chart.
But yeah, AMD not looking great. But I mean, there's still so much buying here under this 90 level. We haven't really given it up per se. And look, now we got
oh baby,
88.91. Now, if we do like a little 1 minute breakout above 95 here, back above, we'll see. We'll see. I'm not done yet with AMD, but yeah, like 74 would be a definite out here. I don't know. Now we got size on the book, so yeah, we'll see. I'm just going to set a stop on this one and maybe stop looking at it because I don't want to make a rash decision. But Sharif, printing on his short, I guess.
Printing on this meta short 41s. We just got into the whole dollar, so we were almost 41 pennies in the money. You're going to get some support likely at the whole dollar area. To be expected. There we go. Huihuadun below the whole dollar. Now we're hanging out in the 90s. And sadly, I'm only in a quarter position on this one, so I will not be able to take any out at the moment because it just don't make any sense. Now, what are the levels at? That's probably an interesting question. And all of a sudden, my charts are gone, so I don't know why this happened to me. What's happening here? Where are my charts? Can you just take over for a sec while I search for my charts that have gone missing?
Yeah, so just trying to cruise into that 13,100 price on NASDAQ. If we hold that, we've held it many times before, so we'll see if we can hold that 13,100, then maybe make the bounce there. But yeah, market definitely coming down, I guess, off of those numbers that you were talking about. So maybe the auction was not as favorable as people would have liked to see. But yeah, I'm going to wait, see on this bounce play. Maybe the shorts are in today, but not going to get shaken out of this AMD until it really proves to me that it's going down. Because I do very much like that 89 level on AMD. Everything else, though, kind of starting to fall off, including Roblox. Wow. Baby. Roblox went all the way back below 40 off of that 40-45 kind of short. Was that, yeah, that's kind of like the level that it went to before it broke down initially. Damn, Roblox really smashed down there. That would have been an easy way to structure a short, kind of like into 40-50, give it like that 40-60, and yeah, you get like 50 cents there on that one. So we'll see if Roblox can kind of soak up that dip. And speaking of soaking up dips, AMD not done yet. You cannot get me out of this one, bots. I love the 89 level. Market holding. Oh man. Market holding that 13,100 level. Really starting to bounce. AMD starting to bounce. We are almost back in the money on AMD. So yeah, holding in the face of danger was the way to go. I got my mug going, just hold it. Shout out to Luca. Hopefully you're watching. But yeah, I'm just gonna hold it. 89.50, 90 bucks. AMD strong, well, weak today, but you know, strong bid here below 89. Feeling good, feeling very good about this bounce. Look at this. Goes, prints like a handle and a half below 13.1 and then bounces right back up. Loving this, loving this.
I'm loving it.
Oh, confirmed, Luca is watching, guys.
Is he?
Luca is watching.
Where is he? Nice, he is watching. Shout out. Shout out, homie. All right, this meta short that we took, I tried to take it out here. I was a little late on the key. Through the break into 89, it breaks through the level, we don't get the fill, and then you have the immediate bounce up. So the whole dollar level holding out now, same principle applies. The new high will be the end of this trade for me. It's either going to continue, you know, at least I need more than $1 on this one, seeing that I'm holding a quarter position. So for it to be worth it, we're going to have to hold it. We're still holding this BBAI trade as it still hangs out near VWAP. We're looking for a hold ideally above 35. My ultimate out though will be the break of 45. Sorry, did I say 50? No, I'm looking for a hold above 50. My out will be the break of 45. Ideally, though, you'd like to hold it above VWAP. So I like the way that this is setting up, but if it breaks down, my out is below 45. What else is moving here? RBLX looks like we didn't quite make it up to 41. We got up to about 40.50, retracing now into VWAP. So this could be an interesting entry point for your long on RBLX, I think, because you had how many 5-minute candles in a row? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And now you have one red. So interesting. Let's see if it holds 40. This would be an interesting area for me. I didn't want to catch it on the way up. All right, so let's switch here to RBLX. And, oh, goody, more things that are not going my way. All right. Let's change out of BLBX and put RBLX. Is that New York? It is New York, right?
RBLX is New York.
Yeah, there we go. Good. All right, let's switch to that. Keeping an eye on it. I want to see if it holds that 40 area and starts pumping back up. I'm going to be interested to punch along on this one and catch a bounce. Same thing on BBAI. Same thing on Meta. We're curling back down on Meta. Maybe I'll get a fill this time. I'm hanging out same area at 89s. Now we're testing that whole dollar area again. So back to 40 pennies in the money. T-Money, 2 quid. Thank you. Loving the show. Mr. Beast and Mr. Feast. Love from the UK.
Oh, here we go.
Shout
There's
out.
some buying.
There we go. What's going on?
AMD just popping off here. We're still holding. Going through maximum pain on this one, but yeah, still holding, going for that 89 level. Still not too much out of the money. I was about to stop out there on that last dip.
Dump it.
Yeah, I guess we'll do a 69 stop. I really wanted to double down and just go full size on this based on all the buying down here, but I didn't want to be irresponsible when the market's kind of coming down through that 13.1.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
The market is quadunking.
Yeah, it is. It is.
The
Maybe,
ES, no goodie. The NQ, nuh-uh-uh, they're all days low. We're in this meta short. Let's print, baby. Waiting at 89s or 90s. Am I going to get filled or what, man? I mean, can this... There we go. There's a green triangle. I like that. All right, let's go down. Let's go down. I never like cheering against my meta, but in this case, we got to do it intraday.
Of course.
Yeah, right?
A little pullback is nothing for the long-term hold on
and
that
they caught a downgrade today. I was brokenhearted. I wake up, I catch a downgrade, bro.
Oof.
New Street or whoever, they're in my bad books
They're
now.
just trying to buy the dip, man. They're just trying to buy the
Right.
dip. They downgrade it, buy the dip.
Take my
then they
baby down to
upgrade it.
neutral. How did they
Neutral?
do that to me?
I mean, it's up
220
pretty
price
high.
target?
It's
Yeah,
up
I know.
pretty
Well, whatever. Let's go. All right, guys, we're still holding this meta short out a baby amount here. We got out at 89s. Let's see if we can get that continuation now into the half dollar. We're knocking on the door at 80s. So we're continuing to print red candle after red candle. Looking at the 5-minute chart, it's less noisy, surprise, surprise, obviously, than the 1-minute chart. Yeah, the NASDAQ is at 13.1. Technically, the low of day, 13.098.5. Here we go. Very close on the ES as well, that 4150 level, all coming into effect at the moment. You're getting retracements on all the big tech names. They're all going down. So they're all retracing. There we go. Now we get a plunge down on Meta. Very nice. We're holding from 41s. Now we're in 67s. We're going to hang out. Still only a quarter position, though, so nothing, I'm celebrating, but, whatever. We'll hang out here at 57s. That'll be almost, what did I just do? I just took more short. That's fine. Let it continue. I only took a little bit short there. What is going on with the BBAI trade? Yeah, still, there we go. Now back into that 50 area. We're out 45s. So this one starting to look less good at the moment as we're making fewer newer highs and more newer lows, despite the fact that we're above key levels. So my out maybe soon on BBAI, but we're continuing to head to the downside here, guys, on some of these big tech names.
Guys, Luca just sent me his prediction for where he believes AMD is going, and this is it. I don't know what this level is right here, but if you want to trade with Luca, he thinks it's going to 94. So looking good on my long, I guess.
Is that his? That's his jog. He always does that. I love it. I love it.
Luca says 94. I'd be cool with 90, but yeah, 94 would be nice. Yeah, but looking really good. See, market's going down, AMD's going up. So AMD has found its bid below 89. We're chilling. I should have done the irresponsible double down, but I did not. So not going to add up here and add an extra 25 cents of risk for no reason. But yeah, looking for that breakout, looking above 89 for this to pump up, get through the 50 finally. And then get to that 89.50. Offers out currently at 34s, very small percentage of the position. And then we'll see where it goes after that. If it rejects 50, maybe I'll get some more out. I'm really being kind of loose with this one because I'm treating it as more of an intraday swing, especially as the market is now holding 13.1 again. Yeah. So let's see if we can do a little 5-minute rejection pattern on the market, get this back above 13,110, and then back into the upside. Maybe we just had to test that 13,000 again, test that 4150 on the ES. I still need to make this chart white for you guys, but look at that wick of 4150, wick of 13.1.
Oh, baby.
Feeling good about the long here, maybe. Not so good, but
I love that. The self-doubt crept in. That dreaded self-doubt. Yeah, right. All right, guys. Still holding Meta short. Yeah, not much to update there. It's weaker than the other names. I want to say maybe Tesla kind of rivals it. No, Meta is Mesla. I said Mesla. Oh my God. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, maybe I'm foreshadowing something. Mesla. Wow, that's going to be good. We're going to start saying that. Something tells me we're going to say Mesla for a while. But yeah, Meta heading to the downside. So is Tesla now. It's 0.90 to the downside. I want to say Google is the worst on the day, though, right? 3.55 off that news with respect to Samsung. But the chart pattern holding out more than some of these other big tech names. They're more decided to the downside. So you have that kind of 45-degree angle with Tesla, with Meta, a little bit with Microsoft. What?
I like the angles that you put out there.
Yeah, the 45-degree angle.
It's going down
yeah.
45 degrees.
Yeah, it's kind of like in between horizontal and vertical. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like that
nice
kind
little,
of down to the
cruise
right.
down.
Mesla, baby. Mesla.
Well, I mean, what's his name? Elon's trying to do an AI play now.
Yeah.
So,
oh, what a guy.
Might take out Mesla.
yeah, maybe it'll be Mesla.
I'd be good with that. But the EU coming out today and saying that they're going to start regulating AI. So some regulations already on the horizon from a governmental level.
Good luck stopping the Terminator. I don't know.
I mean, right? The Terminator stops for nobody. But yeah, I mean, it's
It's good. It's good.
We'll see.
I don't know.
I mean, depends. Are you a free market proponent? Do you like government regulation? I mean, like that's what it's all down to.
I'm not big on government
right?
regulation,
Yeah.
but I don't know. The AI is kind of scary, isn't it?
Yeah, the EU always usually quick to the gun with that, though. That's
True,
their kind of MO, modus operandi over there. But all right, where are we here? All right, so we are out. We should be out of our trade on BBAI as it came into 45. Was there no liquidity? So we're going to get out there. There we go. We get out at 44. So that's a losing trade on BBAI. I had to draw the line somewhere. This could end up bouncing. It could end up retracing into the 50 period here on the 5-minute chart. But, that's a newer low for me. The newer low came vis-a-vis the break of 46. So I'm out of this one. Shucks. But, let's see what else going on. Meta still positive, so holding on to that one. Keeping an eye. That Roblox 40 ended up printing. I was too busy. I was not in on that. Now that's 40.25. So that Roblox long may be in play. Let's go ahead and dabble with that one a little bit, Max.
You're going in on Roblox
I'm going
for
in
the
on
long?
Roblox.
Yeah, I like the SSR
wanted that 40
longs on these stocks. I mean, it's down like 13%, 14%, and
Mesla.
I mean, a lot of the pressure has been to the selling side on Roblox. So then you get these moves up, and they are much more explosive than the moves down because people can't hit the bid when they're trying to short. So yeah, you kind of take advantage of the market mechanics on this, and you can get these little squeeze plays back to the upside. Do I think 41 is going to necessarily break on Roblox? No, but if you can structure a long off of 40 or 40.20 or whatever and get 30 cents, it's a pretty good trade. So yeah, I like that. Like the way that this held 40 there. Should have been on that with you.
Yeah, no, I wanted that 40 long, but I was like, I didn't have it. I didn't pay attention, so that's on me. Let's see if we can get that run through the 50 period on the 3-minute chart. That $half area, that was the area where we rejected last time around. This is going to be the second test. You think we probably make it up to at least 41. That had been the top. Earlier on, we have been getting constant rejections up to 41. I'm expecting resistance into 41. We break it, great. VWAP and 42, they're near one another, so you'll probably encounter resistance there. Surprise, surprise, at the whole dollar. But a lot of levels. I mean, look at that big gap down. If you're gonna you're going to have retracements. It's going to be on the SSR bounce, like Max said, right? It's going to be harder to punch short here at these levels, so you never know. We could get a big bounce up, but I'll probably take out most of my sizage in front of 41. I'm expecting there to be some resistance there, and then maybe we'll leave a piece for the dream for that 42, 43 play possibly, if such was to develop.
I mean, maybe 41 breakout is the play. It hasn't seen that level since getting quadunked in the aftermarket, and that's where it's held quite a few times. You need a quadunk
we need a lot of different ones. We do.
What would that look like, though?
I don't know.
That would look kind of gross, maybe.
Hold on. Guys, I'm going to put this out there again. If any of you guys are good at doing animations, you have that skill, I don't know exactly what format we need it in, but send an email to, what is it, Fahad? Marketing at Daytrade the World? Marketing at tradertv.live. Marketing at tradertv.live. Send in your resume. We're looking for people to do it, and it wouldn't be, I think it would be the best if we had someone from our viewers do our own animations.
Awesome.
That would be.
And then they would be very familiar with exactly what we need.
Exactly.
And, get those funny.
Marketing at tradertv.live.
I got it on the screen there for us.
There you go. There it is, baby.
Perfect.
Looking for animations. I like it. All right, let's do it, man. You like the little hat tilt there? We got a sponsor for the midday show, Max. We're getting up there.
Moving up.
We're getting up there, guys.
Yeah.
Sponsored by Momo, baby. All right.
Sponsored by Momo.
Yeah, there it is.
Daytrade the World, or Trader TV Midday Show.
Pump
Sponsored
it.
by Momentum.
Yeah, baby.
That's
all right,
all we
so it
do
looks
over
like
here.
we got out a BBAI at the right time, Max, because there was more of a Huadunk in its future at that point. Look at that. Breaks 44, now we test 36. Are we stair-stepping down? We've broken the trend here. I mean, at this point, where you're looking for what's it called? A Friday close. Hold at 321. That was the level it closed at on Friday. We're kind of retracing frowny face back down. You don't buy a frowny face, you sell it. So I'm out of that BBAI trade, and I'm happy that I stuck to my levels there. Letting RBLX run, it's kind of doing that little dance at that 40.5. It hasn't quite made it up to 40.5. It's been finding some resistance here at the 30s, but that's fine in this. And maybe we can curl to the high side. I'll keep my eye on this one. But what else is moving here? PRST. This one has been bull flagging after bull flagging. I think we've changed
That $4 level looking pretty juicy.
Yeah, you've been looking at that, eh?
Not really, not so much, but
Holding
I'm
up.
looking now, and yeah, that looks
holding
pretty
up
good.
quite
It's
nicely.
holding up. It's done 60 mil of volume, so it's kind of looking like I don't remember the names from Friday, but
how can you?
whatever one led the market in volume on Friday, kind of looking like that. So yeah, if this keeps going, it's looking stronger than CFRX, which is currently leading the market in volume. Let's take a look at CFRX. But CFRX still holding up, still holding well above VWAP, which is kind of crazy that it hasn't even touched VWAP today. So CFRX looking to maybe break out over that $2.85, $3 kind of level. Did this little, this is like that manipulation kind of pattern that I like to see on this. They do this spike down.
How you put that, the manipulation pattern that I like to see.
Yeah, because they spike down and then they collect a bunch of people short in here.
Yeah.
And they never fail, and then breaks this. Now everybody's screwed, and then they go through the high.
I hear you.
That's how I see it, at least.
But it's a VWAP hold. I like that chart pattern.
Yeah, I mean, it
fantastic.
hasn't even touched VWAP. It didn't even touch VWAP pre-market, so very strong on this one. That's why I took this break initially. I really thought that we could do that extension into like the $4 to $5 range, as crazy as that sounds. Like $4 here on the daily chart is kind of like $3.80, $4. Kind of seemed like it was possible, but stops right here at this former high, and just waiting for the next break. I mean, the $4 break on this could be crazy, could halt up. What about what was the other one? PRST?
What is this going on?
PRST still looking stronger than that CV whatever. And $4 on this one looking even juicier. So stops there before, holding up, like VWAP is all the way down at 260. Yeah, this is looking like it may want to go in the afternoon. It is SSR, as you can see here, which makes it very hard to short. That's why you see this size on the book. But there's no danger of this guy crossing down and hitting the bid. So they have to buy through him for him or her to get short. Could still end up pushing the name down, but yeah, this one may be the one to go for on that $4 break. Could be a lot easier just on an execution standpoint because it's SSR to take a breakout on this because, you know, it's only natural sellers that will come in to push it back below the 4 level. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. If it breaks that 4 potentially, and it's still doing volume in the afternoon, this could be one that halts. It's crazy that it didn't halt here. Like goes from 250 up to 330 in like 2 minutes. Isn't that a halt? 80 cents on a $2.50
Don't ask me, bro. Neil told me that we've been asking for halt levels to show up on the charts. We put
Maybe
in
the
those
halt
tickets.
levels aren't real, so they can't even give them to you. Someone just press a button. We should halt this now.
What? That was PRST.
It was in 2 minutes though, so maybe it chased a bunch of halt prices and broke the bands or something.
Oh, went to Squadunking as well. It was holding that $14 level quite well, and now it's really broken it, and now we're heading into that $half level, and we've just broken that. So we are moving down here on Wint. I was looking at that 14 level as an interesting area. 1370 to 14 was an interesting buying zone or support area because you had 2 halt levels. In and around there, you had the 1370 halt level on one previous ascent, and then on a subsequent ascent, you had that 14. So yeah, it breaks it for now, but it's still hanging out nearer that 13.5. But I think we'll probably see VWAP here quite soon. On my chart, VWAP is 1260. So big move down on Wint after making an 1848 high a day, guys. This one started around $4. So up a lot. It's up 210% now, but it's well off its highs, and it was up a lot earlier. Okay, RBLX, a bit of a problem trade. We're going to have to look at that. It has now retraced back into that $40 area. We were long 27s, took out a piece through that 50-period retracement in the high 40s. But now here we go again. Do we hold that 40 area? Last time around, we got as low as... How low do we get there, Max? We got 39.92, so we got as low as 92s. Do we hold this area? You'd like to see a hold. The ES finding a bit of a bottom off that 4150. Likewise with the NQ holding that 13,100 area. I don't know how dependent, though, RBLX is on these big NASDAQ names, but if it's going to get a retracement, maybe it helps a little bit if you get tech moving all in one direction. Yeah, here we go, back right into the money. Wow.
And like market holding now.
Yeah.
We're at these key levels, 4150, 13,100, still holding. AMD still holding below 89 here. It's crazy. Like, it almost gives me more conviction the longer this is below $89 and not breaking down, like the more explosive the move up could be. But still haven't doubled down on this one. I'm thinking maybe I can add on this dip potentially, given that the market is still holding up. I mean, there's also like NVIDIA, and I can check SOXL, I guess it is, right?
The ETF.
The ETF kind of just, you know.
Baby.
So SOXL making like a quad bottom here. AMD holding lows. I don't know. I don't hate the trades. Still kind of, you know, testing me, though. Testing me. Kind of keeps going like 20, 25 cents out of the money and then bouncing. But, like, the buyers are there. Look at all these wicks. It comes into these levels and then buy right back up. So still looking for that, like, explosive move. Looking at NASDAQ, we're coming back up. Tries twice at 13.1 and keeps going back up. So, yeah, let's go. Let's go, NASDAQ. Come on. Give us these longs. Give us these fills. I think I should be adding, but I don't know.
All right.
Can't be doing it now. What else is going on? What were we looking at? PRST. Still chilling down here. Waiting for that 375 and then $4 break to potentially get long this one. And
What is the PMI?
CFRX still just doing the same thing. So small caps of the day taking their lunch break, but once they get activated after their little snack, we'll see if we can get some of these back to the upside.
Okay.
Oh yeah, BBY I wanted to take a look at here. So still kind of going up, BBY.
Yeah.
Just slowly, slowly, slowly. People are kind of screaming about this one. They're saying they're making so much money on it. But, I mean, it's only gone up like 3 cents in the past hour or so. So how many shares do you guys have if you're making so much money on this? They got like millions of shares doing a couple cents. That's 10%. I guess fair. 10% move, you just throw in the whole account in there, get the 10% move. I like it. But yeah, BVY, I mean, it's still holding up on volume. Last we checked, it was at like 130 mil. Now we're at 200 mil of volume. So still doing volume in this area, maybe the 33 kind of level breakout. What do we have on this 30-minute chart here? If it'll load for me for levels on BVY. So yeah, 33.
Shop. Let's have a look.
33 there, then 34 and a half, and then we got this top at 36. So yeah, BBY running big day, relatively speaking, but still in terms of actual like cents, not a whole lot. And going back to my AMD, we're still just holding the 75 level. This is kind of nuts. Make the decision, AMD.
I know,
I'm
right?
getting bored here. I'm getting bored. Do something, stop me out, or go back up. And it's deciding to go back up. So let's explode. Get some volume. Come on.
Someone,
Come
D-Lo,
on.
saying shop is moving. Or
Shop?
shop's a good short off 48. So here's a shop chart. It's up 3.5%. It was up a bit more. 48.30 is the high. We're at 48 right now. So the idea, I'm assuming, is to take this 48 short maybe into a retracement into VWAP. On my chart, that's 47.60. I mean, personally, I would not take this short with conviction below VWAP until you have confirmation of the VWAP break. I feel that's too risky of a trade. You're up nicely on the day, up 3.5 percentage points. You've held VWAP on each descent on the way down. It's held. So, you know, look for that confirmation. I guess you could jump in here and then maybe add through there or scalp, however you're going to manage your trade. But yeah, interesting look here on shop, 48.30. You're seeing consistently lower highs. You have that 48.30 top, and then you stop out last time on 48.20, and then this time we really can't break through 48. So it's a lower high type situation, but at the same time, you also have higher lows here. So a bit of a compression pattern forming, compression pattern above VWAP in my guesstimation is more bullish and bearish. But hey, good luck to you on that one. Looks good. Good identifier. I didn't even really notice that shop had been up on the day. Meta continuing to head to the downside. I got out of this one. So nice winner for me on Meta, but got out of it for the remaining amount. Now it's printing newer lows. 217.56 now, the low of day on Meta. The other trade that I'm absolutely printing on now is this Roblox trade. Oh, baby.
Wow.
Shout out Mr. Katina for that one. We take the dip off that 4.25. We missed the 40. I was disappointed that we did that because we had been talking about it. And so we take the 40.25 break, and now we take some out through the 60s. So here we go, baby. 41, though, looks like a clear level of resistance. You had a lot of rejections off that 41 level, off that big quadrunk descent down at 8:30 on the algo spike there on the news of the metrics that the market did not stomach that well. But yeah, a bit of a retracement here, guys. Now only down 11.3% on the day, and I say that facetiously, of course.
And it gives you that one last chance to get in. It dips back into 41 more time for you, and then just explodes to the upside. What a great trade on that RBLX, especially from like R to R terms. AMD off the bottom again. So trying now one more time at this 50 period. We take out 89 now. We're going. 100%.
Dump it.
Going to the upside. NASDAQ still holding the 13.1. I was looking at Amazon at 102 at the moment. 102, a key level for me on Amazon. It's already held twice. So see if this holds one more time. I'd like to see maybe like a wick down to to the 90s or 85s maybe, and then kind of bid back up or see some bids down there that I can play off of, and then move this one back into like the 50 here at 102.25. My VWAP is still not working for whatever reason today. Maybe a
Holy meta.
volume issue or something. I don't know, but yeah, looking at this one for a potential long. Market kind of giving up that 13.1 though. Maybe I'll hang out on the longs for now. Not sure what to do at the moment. But there's the hold. So maybe.
So
maybe buying. No. I'm gonna wait on Amazon, see if we get into the 80s, and then decide. AMD, I believe it's time to finally cut this one unless we bid right back into the 70s right now. Just off screen right here.
holy, meta is a flaming.
Yeah, that makes
We are
sense.
okay. All right, so yeah, VWAP
yeah.
may be off today, guys. We're having issues with the volume indicators, Sean telling me. So I'll continue to confirm those with the other charts that we're using here. All right, Max, we have an interesting week of economic numbers and earnings and everything in between, guys. Tomorrow we get building permits at 8:30 a.m. That's an important one. Shows the strength or lack thereof of the real estate market, along with housing starts. For our Canadian, shout out to Canada, we get CPI tomorrow for Canada. That's a big print for us because they've held off on raising rates at Bank of Canada the last couple of times. And anyone in the Toronto real estate market will tell you that the market has already responded to that. Oh, baby, the gambling's back on. There's like multiple offers now for every unit, as had been the case in the year prior. Right back up there now again. I'm hearing from my friends in the real estate market,
Really?
and everybody's saying the same story, that the Toronto market has already bottomed, and here we go again type thing. So we'll see.
I don't know. I'm not convinced on that one.
I don't know, man.
I am not convinced on
well,
that
who knows? Maybe he's basically said, I'll hit the button again. Tiff Macklem, Bank of Canada governor. He said, if inflation stays tight, I'll raise them again. Anyway, so he speaks tomorrow, funny enough, at 11 a.m. So if you're following any of that, look for Canada, Tiff Macklem on the mic tomorrow, 11 a.m. Fed Bowman also speaks tomorrow at 1 p.m. So we'll be looking out for that. FOMC member Bowman speaking tomorrow at 1. All right, where are we on this Roblox trade? We're still hanging out near the $0.50. No point taking out any here. Let's let it run. It looks like on the last pop, we got as high as 40.62. So let's look for a break through into the mid-60s and continuation. We shall see if we get continuation on that. But Meta, my goodness, down and to the right now, 217.29, the low of day on Meta. It has been given up. It has been really giving it up. Tesla's been weak. Even Microsoft's been down and to the right. You got Amazon negative now. It's down 0.5 point. Google is just kind of hanging out at that 105. Even though it was down decidedly earlier into 104, it's now found a bit of a base at 105, and it's been holding above there. So we shall see if these big tech names continue to give up some of the gains we made last week on a max.
Yeah, that 105, definitely the level on Google today. I just got long Amazon, accidentally got 10 times the size that I wanted, so got out of it, and now I got a better price anyway. So yeah, long Amazon at that 102. It got down into the 80s, right back up, exactly what I wanted to see. So looking for the Amazon long back into the 50 period, and then the highs kind of these consolidations here. I think 102 is a level. Market will have to cooperate with me on this one, though. I'd be willing to add kind of into the 90s and then stop out 79 area on Amazon. What AMD gave up that level and never looked back. So glad I cut that and didn't get back in. I was about to punch back in when it kind of wicked it and came back up. None of these are really real. I don't think it got above 75 there, which was my level to get back in. But yeah, AMD, weak, I guess. Will not give up the 50 period. If we get back above the 50 period, I'll be looking to get long AMD again. But yeah, not looking good on this one for now. Next level that I have, let me try to find it for AMD, is like kind of in the 86.50 kind of region for AMD. So not looking great, but could still catch a bounce. Who knows? Who knows? What else we got going on here? That Roblox is just crushing it. New York. Yeah, Roblox back to the highs, holding the teal for now. So apparently the buy program is on for the 21 period EMA on Roblox. We'll see if we break that 41. I mean, I like the idea of that 41 break potentially. Back into like the 50s, maybe you could structure like a 3 to 5 cent risk to get 40 to 50 cents. Kind of like the idea of that. So we'll keep an eye on Roblox, see if we can get back up into that region. And back to my Amazon, I might have to cut this as the market is not stopping on its cruise down, but still wicks the bottom again. I don't know. I don't hate it yet. We'll make a decision at some other point. And the ES is still above 41.50. So, you know, small size on this Amazon for now, and then we will see if we have to cut it, if we give up the 80s and get into the 75s on this one.
Wow.
Wow.
Whoa.
What? Oh, the meta?
Yeah. Why did I get out of this short, man? Holy. Keeps going down, almost at 217, 217, 13
Were you
low.
short around 219?
Pardon me?
Where were you short again? 218.50?
Where did I get in? Let's go back over here. It was on PRST. Yeah, let's flip this one. This was the one. Man, I was short 218.40. Yeah, so would have been nicely in the money, but it was a flat bottom break that we were talking about. We tested that 218.50-ish a bunch of times, and then there you go. You get that retracement of. Anyway, should have held that one. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, but there we go. It's at day's low. You're seeing the NQ at day's low. Not so much on the ES, bouncing a little bit. The ES a bit more relatively strong than the NQ at the moment. Again, I want to keep reiterating this one because it looks like it may be setting up for maybe a dollar winner here if we find any movement upward on these futures. But this 105 level on Google looks good. This might be interesting. Look how many times we test. I got to zoom in so hard here because it's so distorted on this gap down. You don't usually see that kind of distortion on our friend Google because it usually doesn't gap down that aggressively, but there it is. You have a couple of touches here, 104.75, but look, they're all wicks. None of them close below that level. You don't have anything closing below 105 on Google. You got to go back all the way to 1010, and it barely closed below that. I mean, we're talking a couple of pennies, 97, 98s. So this 105 level is clutch, man. Yeah, this is interesting here. I think you were talking about that earlier too, no? This 105 level?
Yeah,
were you
yeah,
talking
I
about
love
that?
the 105
Yeah.
For the hold, but I mismanaged that one and never really went back to it.
Well,
Apparently
you're not that
should've.
far off it at the moment, bro. 1511.
Yeah. I mean, how many times is it going to hold today? That's the thing.
Well, yeah. I mean, if we hold out, like, look, we don't look that good on the NQ. We're retracing again back down into low day. Low day is 13.086. We're at 13.094. So we're not even 10 points off low day on the NQ. So they don't look good. And that has been huadunking. You have Tesla near day's low. You have also Apple setting up a bearish formation here with multiple rejections off 165 to test for that 164.25 break. Ultimately, though, 164, excuse me, 116, get it together. 164.03. That's a low day, but look how many tests we're getting around that 164.25 area. So Apple looks decidedly bearish too, man. A lot of these chart patterns are down and to the right, except Google. Except Google holding up, baby.
Yeah, Google holding up. Nothing else really holding up.
Recession fears back on, says Douglas. Yeah, hey man, I don't think they
guess.
were ever gone. You know, hard
Yeah.
landing's been there. It's been on, the back burner. People have been talking about it. Other people never stop talking about it. They've been saying hard landing all along, right? Yeah, we'll see. I think like the prospects of getting a hard landing in Canada are less, just based upon how the Bank of Canada is acting. They really feel like they have it under control, and the numbers don't show such a distorted picture like in the States. Like they have
But
high
I mean,
inflation.
our economy is basically gonna do what the U.S. economy
and that's
does.
what I've been saying until like this divergence. Like, I mean, back in 2021, I had this theory that we would be raising rates, and it would be like if the Americans had inflation, Canada would have inflation just based upon looking at the historical rate moves. If you look at the chart, compare American rate hikes to Canadians over the years, there is very much a large similarity between them. And so I was like, okay, based on that, you know, we're going to get it. But there are periods that diverge, and it looks like we're going through one right now, right? Like, so we'll see.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Inflation in Toronto home market rough. You have no idea. Finch Jane says, we all know where Jane and Finch is. So it's Finch Jane. Yeah, we got that. Yeah. Shout out. That's an area in Toronto for you guys don't know what we're giggling about. That's an area in northwestern Toronto. Shout out to the Jane and Finch area, baby. They're gonna get a couple of these because there's a lot that goes on around there that, like this.
Yeah, a lot of bangs in Jane and Finch.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the good kind. But,
what are we doing here on this Roblox trade? We're
I don't
talking
know,
like
man.
as
I don't
if
know what,
we're like men without a trade or something. Let's take some money here, Max, because we've been hanging out at this $50 for a little too long. We did make a new high though, but I was busy talking about inflation and Tiff Macklin and all the other good stuff. Looks like we got up to 69s, 40, 69. Then we're now retesting that $50 again, which is, it's a good thing because the last time we got up here, we were at 62. So we made a newer high, which is nice, but I didn't print anything up there. So let's go ahead and stop talking about some of these trades and let's get on them. So let's go have some resting orders here. We're gonna sit at 73 because, you know, what's life without whimsy? So we'll go there and we'll sit at 73s. To make a new high on this 5-minute candle, we gotta break 69. So there's a lot of bangs, Damian Oliveira says. Is that the tent town? No, James D, that's not the tent town. We don't actually have tent towns, I believe, in Toronto. Usually
Not
they don't let
anymore.
them come up. They take them down pretty quick. The city doesn't
they
allow...
had them at Trinity Bellwoods Park for quite a while.
Yeah,
That was a huge one, but they took that one down.
they took that
eventually.
one down.
Let it go for like a year and a half, though.
Remember Occupy Wall Street? We had our own little version of that in Toronto. It was
Occupy the
Occupy St. Lawrence Market area. They decided the St. Lawrence Market area was the area that they were going to occupy, despite the fact that our Wall Street is Bay Street. They stayed away from Bay Street for whatever reason.
Well, I guess they realized they couldn't get away with that one.
Yeah, possibly.
I didn't even know that there was an Occupy.
Yeah,
St.
I was
Lawrence
articling
market.
there, man. I was articling Jarvis and Front. Shout out back then. That was like 2011, 2012. Those are ways. All right, guys, we're moving up here on Shop. Again, whoever was mentioning the Shop short to me at 48, good on you. We've still been holding that 48 decent, but I mean, all I see is higher lows here. And so this might be a break to the other side here, my friend. So look at that. Look how we've been holding the 50 period quite nicely on this ascent. But anyway, your thesis, not so wrong at the moment. We're still holding that 48 area, but I might take this one long, to be honest. What is the catalyst here on Shop? Why is it up like 3.5%? RBC Capital maintains Shopify coverage without perform. Okay, so they get an RBC upgrade. RBC is a Canadian bank. Loop Capital as well sticks to their hold rating for Shopify. Loop Capital maintains Shopify coverage with hold target 47, so it's above target currently. So a couple of holds and maybe one upgrade from, you know, I don't think we have as many people following RBC upgrades in the States as we do in Canada. But.
We might have got, did we get any kind of like retail numbers today? Sometimes Shopify and Amazon and Walmart, those kind of things will move off of like a retail number.
So no
It's so
retail
hard to
numbers.
follow
We
all
got
the
the
numbers.
Empire State Manufacturing Index, which shows us how the manufacturing state of the manufacturing is in New York State, and which is not that big of a thing.
Yeah, it doesn't seem
what
like
else we got? We got the 3-month and the 6-month auction at 11:30, so that was about a while ago. Nothing really max today, but we got some stuff on tap for tomorrow. We'll talk about those already.
Yeah, apparently the short was the way to go today. And
Okay.
I'm stuck in all of these longs. Amazon, I'm out like 12 cents, so that's not that big a deal. I'm going to stop out 74s. We almost got there. So come and get me if you'd like.
Come and
It's
get
not going to
us.
hurt too bad. But yeah, I think we can get back above this 102. Just need to clear like 95s. everything is just hanging out around lows. And I feel like, given the time of day, that means we're going to bounce soon. Didn't happen on AMD there, but Amazon kind of stronger these days, has that AI catalyst that bounced it up a couple days ago. Let's pull up the 30. You can see this. Like, look at this move from 97 all the way to like 102.50 the other day. And now we're holding this kind of area, this consolidation area that popped it up on Friday, which we were talking about. Obi and I were talking about this 102.10 break for the afternoon. And I wasn't paying attention, sadly, but like what a move that made back up to 102.75. So still looking at that kind of area for the move back up into these kind of highs and VWAP. VWAP is working on this 30-minute chart for some reason, so maybe we got the volume back.
No.
But looks like I am about to get stopped out of Amazon. That will be okay with me. But the market's still like waking the bottom again. We're really doing no volume whatsoever.
None at all.
It's just slowly stepping down. I feel like we're due for a bounce, but I might not get it in time. Although that's some nice buying off the bottom here on my Amazon position, and then there's a lot of selling. So whatever. Let's look at some small caps. Maybe they'll do some.
Wint is hanging out that 13 level, 12.55, but yeah, not doing much. RBLX really coming down now. Here comes that $40 level. Not sure where all the selling decided to come in at once, but here comes 40. This one breaks 40, I'll be out. We got long 40.27. Last time it did hold these levels at around the VWAP area, which last time around was about 40.09, a little higher this time, but we're met with renewed buying. Let's see if we hold up at these levels. Break of 40 to the downside, and I am out. I'm long 27s, but have taken out quite some size through the pops up into 60. So let's see what that one brings. We are at almost low day now on the NQ. Low day is 13.082. We're at 13.086. So very, very close to that as well. Where are we here on BBAI? Nothing doing there. Yeah, not much, Max. I don't see too much going on. Let's look at the VWAP scanner. Where'd that go? So where'd I open that up at? Hold up. Where is that at? There we go. Got to put this one on all screens. There we go. The VWAP scanner here. What do we have for this VWAP scanner? RXDX. Yeah, that ain't going to cut it. That's not for me. VRAY. What kind of volume is this doing today? The flow, where's the volume at? There we go, 4.3 million, not bad. So this is a VWAP retracement scanner. I don't think there's enough there. DNB, nothing really happening here. So we'll let this one populate. I just turned it on. Looking for trades to kind of go over at the moment. Not much happening. We're in a couple. We might have to get, we're in one. We might have to get out of it though. RBLX, still holding VWAP though, below 40, I'll be out. Lord TV sends, I believe that is Moroccan dirhams. 100 Moroccan dirhams. Says, hi guys, XRP USD please. I think you looked for him on XRP on Friday, didn't you?
XRP Ripple? Ripple, it's like
Ripple.
Ethereum competitor. I can take a look at that. I did get long Roblox at 15s here. I like what I saw, but I don't know if I'm going to hang on to this for too long based on... I'm
going to have to ask you to lift up this market, Max. Because...
well, we did just get another wick down. I mean, we get the buying as soon as the market goes down and then it buys back up. But I'm trying to pull up TradingView here so that I can pull up XRP again. I don't know. You're going to have to give me a minute.
Shop is pumping to the high side here, breaking through that 48.10. So this might be an interesting move here on Shop. I don't know how much legs it's got left. Let's pull in the chart. Oh, geez. Keep forgetting to put this one on all screens. There we go.
The daily chart? Yeah, XRP kind of doing nothing, honestly. I mean, still hanging out in this consolidation area. I feel like this is where it was on Friday or whatever when we pulled it up. And it did do that kind of breakout, kind of bull flag breakout pattern on Friday, but then rejecting that breakout, probably just trading with Bitcoin. I haven't looked at BTC today, but I'm imagining that it's down on the day. The chart probably looks almost the same. Yeah, kind of the same chart on BTC. So I don't think the altcoins are getting their own independent rally at the moment, and I'm just going to have to stop out of Roblox here because...
Yeah, I think me too. If it breaks out from 40, I'm gonzo. On that, that'll be the end of the trade. There we go. So it breaks through. I'll get out there. You know, it may hold here. It looks like it held. I got out too quickly.
There's a decent hold there.
Yeah.
I wanted to add there, but I didn't want to get,
Crappy.
quadunked on it. That felt like if that was going to flush, that could have gone to like 80s or something. So
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
that's too bad. I should have bought there at 40. That was a pretty nice reserve there off of $40, and now just going back up. So if we take out this 40.20, 40.50 next stop, this could be a decent little SSR long here. Intraday shorts getting a little squeeze maybe. What's the short interest on Roblox? Let me check.
RBLX. I'll have a look.
So it is 6% short according to Trade Ideas. You would imagine that increased a little bit today based on these numbers. So yeah, maybe we get a little bit of an intraday squeeze on Roblox. Maybe the news isn't quite as bad as people thought, but yeah, we'll see on this. Definitely getting out if we break 40 here. Again, did that actually touch 99s? I'm not sure if that really happened, but yeah. Let's see what happens on this Roblox.
Yeah, I might get back into that. Ian Rispetto, 1999 super chat. Thanks very much for that, Ian. Can you look at Netflix? Does this level look like a bottom finally after this drop? I was trying to find a king from bottom with the theory may run up to earnings tomorrow. Think it can turn around or just keep dumping. I know that it initially bounced a little bit last week when the Warner or the, what was it called? Paramount Discovery? No, it's not Paramount. Discovery Max, right? Discovery and HBO Max. So they, Discovery Plus and HBO Max. That's what I'm trying to say. With the new Max, I think it's called. Disney popped on that news. Netflix popped on that news for whatever reason. And then they've been selling off since. So let's have a look at Netflix. Yeah, this one's been kind of, look. Its best days are behind it. I want to say you had that move off the bottom. Like, we're up big. Like, where were we? We were at 163. We've gotten up to about 378. You know, I think all the news about cost cutting and everything has already kind of been factored in. This is going to have to be a bigger picture move. I don't know if we see like blowout earnings from Netflix either. We've been hearing kind of like iffy things coming about their ad tiered ads. Their ad tiered ads, yeah. So the the ads that appear on their ad tiered subscription plan, they were good, and then we heard initially that they weren't that good, that there was a lot of room, and then they were discounting it, and then later we heard that it got a little bit better. So it's kind of a bit mixed bag with Netflix with respect to that. I think these earnings may shed some more light. We'll see what direction we take. But look,
Netflix is off. Like
Yeah.
it's almost $200 off the bottom.
It
Or
is.
not anymore. I guess it's like 100 and something off the bottom.
Almost,
So
yeah. Almost
yeah, it's
200.
probably some profit taking going into earnings. A lot of uncertainty around these earnings because of that new ad-supported tier. So, I mean, I wouldn't be too concerned about
Yeah.
it necessarily. This is probably just people de-risking. When are the earnings on Netflix? It is this week, right?
Soon. Yeah, it's real soon.
Usually they kind of kick off the big tech.
Yeah,
I believe
they do.
Tesla's on Wednesday. as
Tesla's
well.
on
That
Wednesday.
is
That
gonna
I know
be-
for sure.
That's going to be
So
something.
earnings date 18th. That is tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
So Netflix.
So Netflix
tomorrow.
does kick it off.
Aftermarket, guys.
Nice.
Aftermarket is Netflix.
I mean, I would predict that it's going to make a big move either way. Like Netflix will make $50 moves on earnings day. What was the one where it got absolutely smashed? 350 into two. It got down
Bro,
to
do you
212
remember
that
that?
day. I remember that. I was
It
short
was
that day.
$100 move.
I was short
Yeah,
that
I'll
day.
never forget that.
It was a $100 intraday move, which
Yeah.
was great. No, $50
That all
intraday
happened
move.
4 o'clock. I'll never
Yeah.
forget sitting at my computer
That was
watching
nuts.
this and be like, and saying to myself, okay, from now on, you need to know when each company has earnings.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
these moves, you can't leave them, right?
Yeah,
I
that
remember
was
thinking
nuts.
that was like, wow, that moved.
But you were just punching into the abyss at that point.
Yeah. You look for the algo spike, you try to hit the algo spike, you and your luck, you may get bamboozled, you may not. It may continue in the direction that it popped up in, it may reverse. So it's a tough one there. I got back into Roblox at 09s. I like how it held that 40. So we're back long Roblox at near that 40 area. But I want to see continuation. We'll see what it does at 40. But it's held 40 quite well.
It's looking pretty good right now for that move back up.
Yeah.
Holding 40 like 3 times now after it broke back out above it. So, yeah, I'm feeling good about this one.
Pump it.
I had an offer at like 30s, and I'm like, what am I doing with an offer at 30s? We're going back up to 50s. So cancel that one. I either stop out or we get 50s. I think that's a good risk to reward on this one. So, yeah, Roblox, little SSR squeeze. Let's
pump it.
You know, I mean, it did the same thing before, back down to 40 on this dip, and then consolidates and goes back up. So, yeah, that 41 still looking like that juicy level where you could take a breakout probably. Let's see if we get the this 50-period retracement here and break through that and back into this consolidation range right here. It looks like we could be getting it quite soon. Not a lot of size on the offer for an SSR name. So
yeah, I know.
You would expect there to be more size here.
Yeah, I agree.
More people trying to sell and get short, but there's no one really trying to get short in this range. So looking decent. I mean, there could be hidden liquidity there, but who knows?
We're finding some undercover strength here, on some of these tech names. Meta's quietly $1 off bottoms. 217.13, that's bottom. We're at 218. I think we were at 07s now, 10s. There we go. We're $1 off bottoms. Stressla as well, 182.69 bottoms, 183.64. So we're $1 off bottoms on Stressla. And we just bounced for Microsoft. We just bounced off Friday's close. On my chart, that's 286 and I want to say 16 and change. So finding some possible bottoms here. The ES holding up. The NQ still ugly though. Gotta tell the truth. The NQ really, really ugly. The ES kind of holding off 50 again, 41.50 I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But we gotta see some more strength in the NQ if we want to take these big tech names, especially our friend.
Or you could say like NQ is
Mesla.
lagging, so you're thinking maybe it'll come back. If ES is going to hold 41.50, like where's NQ really going to go? So yeah, but looking good on Roblox right now. We broke that 25, looking for that 30.
Bump it.
No offers on this one for me. I'd like to see where it goes. We see how explosive some of these candles are. I would rather sell on a down candle than sell halfway through an up candle. So just kind of waiting on Roblox, seeing where it's going. And now we're starting to pump a little bit. Got to take out that 50 and move through this offer at 37s. I think it will have no problem doing that. Grab that liquidity at 37, and then who knows where this is going. I will be adding on the 41 break. I think you could structure that as an ultra-tight risk-to-reward setup that could give you 50 cents for 5 cents of risk. So I'll be there on 41 trying to get more long if we get there. Yeah, offers will be like in the 60s once we do that.
Some people are getting upset that I'm yelling pump it. I'm so tired right now, you have no idea.
Come on.
I barely slept. I feel like I'm in like a haze, a zone.
Why do they want you to stop saying pump it?
I don't know. Sharif talking to the screen. Yeah, guys, I'm half here, half not today. It's been that kind of day today. Just, getting on through sheer instinct alone.
Speaking of pump it, Sharif.
Yeah.
The kind of setup is coming in on that CFRX.
Oh, yeah? Okay. Well, Max, I've got like another minute left on the show, so maybe I'll just mention real quick my position here. On RBLX, we're long 09s. We just took some out through 30s, but like Max said, I want to let this one run. I think he's got the right idea here. I think we may touch 41 today. I like how we've balanced off these bottoms. 40 has been a good support level, even though if it hasn't held up to the T, it's been, you see a lot of new renewed buying in and around there. I dislike the formation on the NQ for any longs on these big tech names. However, when I look at the big tech charts themselves, some of them are setting up quite nicely. You're seeing Tesla and Meta set up here, but the NQ itself looks poopy. Oh, that's because I have it on the 15. Yeah, even with the 5, it still looks, yeah. So anyway, I don't like the way that the NQ set up, so I don't know if I'm going to be going long any of these names until you see a bit of a different shift here. So that's just my outtake or my take on the look. And as I say that, WINT's halted the upside. IONM, we got a newcomer here, IONM, having done 500,000 shares in the last 5 minutes, also halted to the upside. That's a third halt
Here we go,
IONM.
Roblox.
Here we go. Oh, Roblox is pumping, baby.
Into the 40s.
There you go. Max,
Let's go,
attaboy,
Roblox.
Max. All right, guys. My time is up, so I'm going to send you to Max, and then Obi's going to be taking over, guys. I will see you at the closing show at 2 o'clock.
All right, so we're looking at this CFRX through the 85, kind of 86 level, this consolidation. This is where everybody would theoretically be stopping out if they're short in this area. See, it does the quadrunk here. Look, same pattern, quadrunk, consolidate, quadrunk, consolidate. Now it breaks this consolidation, comes back up. It breaks this one, goes up to here. Then it breaks the highs and everybody gets squeezed. So that's what I would be looking for. Maybe, I don't know how to structure that. Maybe a 3 break, I don't know. Not necessarily loving it for myself, but maybe on a different day I would be thinking about this to the upside. Kind of like this though. Maybe a breakthrough $3 I could take back to the upside. I will consider that in a second once we get back from our Roblox, which is back into the 40s. So Roblox does not want to be sub 40. It wants to be up here. It is pumping up here. Little reserve here on the bid potentially. Oh, that's dark pool prints. So dark pool not even printing the offer, which is good for me. Let's see if we can get through this 50. Then I'll start to take some profit. But for now, just hanging out. Stop is in on this one. And waiting for that pump through 41 to get the real move going, potentially back to the upside. Especially with this, so NASDAQ's coming back into 13.1, and ES has pretty much decidedly held 41.50 in my opinion today. If we take a look, I mean, come down here 3 times and then back into 41.55. It's 12.30, it's bounce time. Market looking like it wants to make that bounce back up. NQ still kind of lagging here, but we will see. Ooh, that looked weird for a second. We will see what happens with this. But yeah, NASDAQ definitely lagging, but break through that 13.1, get through 110. And then we got all this room to the upside for the NASDAQ names. Being led right now by Google and Tesla, I would say, off of the bottoms here. Take a look at Meta maybe as well. Yeah, so Meta off the bottom, Google off of that 105 again. So Google 105 is like the level of the day. Level of the day right here, 105, just get long 105. You can risk even down to 72 here, which you don't even have to do, but 25 cents risk, upside is like at least 50 there. And then, you know, you got 106 up there if the market really decides to go. So Google buying up this dip, looking quite strong off of that bad news, down 3%, but you know, not going any lower. And where did we get? We got to like 103.50 pre-market and not even touching that after the market opens. Higher low, higher low, higher low, and now we're just holding these lows and pumping back up. What else? Where is my Roblox at? Let's get a look at this. Yeah, so Roblox still consolidating below 50. 50 is probably that like trigger price to get back up. Do we have size there? There is no size that I can see there, but yeah, no size anywhere really. There's some on the bid, a little bit on the offer, nothing really to write home about. So take out these highs, take out these highs, take out 41, and you know, who knows where we go? 43? I don't know. I'll take 43s. Here we go. All right. Going for 50s now. Maybe I should start to take some profit out at the 50s. I want to see how it breaks, though. Let's see how it breaks. I feel like, you know, 1, 2, 3 times we hold. Now it's time to go for those higher prices. Unless we're back into the 20s, I ain't stopping out of this one. So let's just hang on to Roblox. I want to see it break these highs. I feel like, I don't know. It's kind of shown that it wants to keep going up. It hasn't really shown a sell yet off of this 40. So yeah, Gonna chill on that. Look at Google though. Volume starting to pick up on Google, and it's going through the 30s. Next stop 50s. What a strong move off this 105. I mean, you could have scalped this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 times today. This could be an absolute banger of a trade on this 105 level on Google. Damn. NQ, once again, kind of rejecting that 13.1. So, yeah, we'll see what happens here. But I feel like the dip is in. I feel like it's time for us to do that move back up. Really no short bias until we get back towards like VWAP or the 50 period on NQ. Or if we break down this 13.080. Yeah, so I don't have any like long levels though at the moment because we're kind of in no man's land. That Google 105 was great, but not really, or it's too far away from that right now to structure a long. Is that Meta? Yeah, that's Meta. All right, Meta is actually at a level right now that could be decent if you're thinking bounce. The 218 has been a decent level recently on Meta to catch bounces off of. I wonder if I can, it's just so far off the bottom right now. Like we're $1 off the lows. Can't necessarily structure a long on that one, but yeah, keep it in mind. I don't know. No, we're not gonna go long there. Not taking profit on Roblox. Not much happening. Chilling out. CFRX doing nada at the moment. PRST starting to make the move up. So maybe this makes the move up. This PRST finally kind of catching a little bit of a bid above the 60s. Would have to hold right now. Maybe they're doing the quadunk play right now. But size on the bid here at 51, and this is the SSR one, so it's harder to push this one down versus the CFRX. Very interesting on this one. I think over 75, you might get a little bit of a short squeeze into that $4 range, and then $4 would definitely be a breakout level. If we take a look at the daily, who would have guessed that we have 420 or 430 here? Oh, wow. All right, that's a juicy daily chart on PRST. That 450 break, 435, 440, I guess, break. Wow. Oh, Sharif in the back yelling about our RBLX. Sometimes, guys, you just have to be stubborn. When you have a bias, sometimes you got to be stubborn about it and let it happen. Don't take any profit. I'm in a little bit too high, so that's another factor. Like, I can't be just taking out too early when I'm in higher than I want to be, giving it 20 cents risk. I'm not going to take 20 cents profit. Got to take like 40 cents profit on this one. So, yeah, looking for that 50 break and then squeeze into 60s. I'll probably punch out something when we break 50. But expecting it for sure to at least get above 50 and test above 50 here. Not enough size on the book to like push this down yet. So yeah, Roblox looking juicy. Can't wait for the 41 break. I'll take like 3 times the size on the 41 break that I have at the moment because that is such a tight risk to reward kind of trade. And we do have as well Tesla, which hasn't really been in play recently. Going for the 185. So Tesla makes that double bottom right here. And yeah, just kind of catapults back up, back into this range. And you know, 185 break kind of might be a nice little level for Tesla. Move back to VWAP, wherever that is. Not sure. But yeah, where is, I don't think that's right. 219 potential. No, not 219. 185.50 VWAP on Tesla? Would that be right? That could be right. Yeah, so, you know, maybe the move back to VWAP for Tesla. Roblox kind of breaking down off that 40-50 double top there. Let's see. If we don't get a bid here. But look, see, it gets bought up right away. People are trying to buy low on Roblox. They're not trying to buy the offer. So, yeah. I don't know. I think if we break 25s, I'll get out of Roblox because I don't want to lose on this now that I'm in the money. But I think we can definitely break that 50, see the 41 level. We held 40 so many times, including pre-market, right? Like this was that level pre-market that was reserving on the offer, and they couldn't keep it down below there until 10:30 a.m. We go do the dip. We try to find sellers down here, but there's really no sellers below 40, it seems. And then move back up. You ready to go?
Yes, sir. I'm just waiting for you. Listen to your explanation very astutely.
What's going on, Obi?
Nothing much, guys. How's it going? How's it going? Yeah, that RBLX seems to have held that 40 pretty well until even through the dip. Yeah, and it's holding it again.
It's looking great. I'm pumped about this one. This one could get me flat on the day.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Because I mean, it's kind of tested the sellers already. There's like not much follow through, and it's kind of back up on that shelf. So
yeah,
let's see.
Exactly. It it tests below the shelf, and now it's saying, nope, we do not want to be below 40 on Roblox. So this could be a little. Is this like a cup and handle, maybe?
Oh,
maybe
I don't know.
Sharif can confirm that one if that's a cup and handle.
Looks a little bit more like a bowl, but
a bowl.
A bowl and handle. It's a little lighter.
Maybe like a little head and shoulders, but like, not much of a head there. But yeah, we take out that 41. Who knows, man? Back to 47, let's say, on Roblox. What did you get up to today?
Today, let's see. Today it's a bit of a learning experience, I guess. Again, trading Amazon, of course. There were a couple other opportunities that I did miss, but my focus was a little bit more on Amazon. So let me pull this up here. Coming into the morning, there was a little bit of strength out the open, so I was just waiting for that strength to kind of test some previous week's levels. I think we had the 104 in a pre-market and like a 103 intraday from Friday. So I was looking kind of for sellers to show up again because they were there on Friday. So I started shorting into the 103.50s, up into the 103.80s, and it gave you a couple chances to do that. Now remember, there were kind of bidders, the strength that took us out the open. Those bidders kind of showed up again in the 102.80s, and I was wary of them to know that like if they did hold and support for a while, that we could start testing these tops. But even through the 10 o'clock number or whatever that was, the price action, you kind of like the sellers were still in power. So it gave me multiple chances to kind of size in. Again, I could get much better with my entries here. Trying to get on the right side of the V, like we talk about. But yeah, no, I covered a little too early. I was a little frustrated with how it was kind of breaking, and I kind of saw some size go through as well. That kind of tripped me out. But in retrospect, that size was probably punching in on this consolidation breakdown, because right after that kind of size went through, we dumped another 50 cents. So, and then we were making new lows back into that 101 area from last week level of interest. But yeah, no, that's what I kind of traded. That was my one good trade, I guess, but like not so great because a lot of tweaking, a lot of improvements to be made for sure on taking a move like this. But other than that, nothing too crazy. We are kind of downtrending, kind of continuing that downtrend from last week, Friday, it seems, after kind of exhausting out some tops. Other than that, I think I had the 105 Google, like you said. I think we're watching Google for that 105. Let me pull that up. Let me actually pull it up on this chart over here. Google. Let's see what that's doing with that 105. Look at that. Oh, see, my lines are still in here from a couple of weeks ago. These range trades really are something in the past couple of weeks, eh? You kind of define that, like where the bottoms are and the tops are, you kind of recycle through that range and kind of exhaust through it as well. But yeah, no, I guess I missed the 105 entries that I kind of wanted. And it does seem like the 105 players are definitely there on the day. Like, it's very obvious. You have kind of like this dip down, kind of similar to what RBLX did. And I'm sure it's a similar sentiment can be viewed on some names where it's like, you're holding a shelf and then you kind of dip below, fail to follow through, get back up and hold and continue, I guess, chopping within the range.
Yep.
But yeah, no, if we can get back to 105, maybe that'll be something for me. But other than that, I'm not really, I guess I'm also waiting for that 101 level on Amazon.
For 101
today.
on Amazon.
Yeah, like that 101 area, 101.30s from last week.
Yeah.
Again, not specifically that area. I want to see the right kind of price action when we do enter that area, I guess. But yeah, no, that's kind of what I'm looking at today. What have you guys been trading?
Oh, we've been trading everything. AMD, which did not turn out particularly well for me. I guess I don't even have it set up yet or anymore. AMD, yeah, we were trying to hold this 89 area.
Yeah.
I had an average price just below 89, and you know, eventually when we finally give it up, I was very stubborn to hold this one because I believed in the long. But look, now we're back above the 50 on AMD. And I said I'd be looking for a long if this breaks back above the 50.
Yeah, I mean, that downtrend is pretty solid. Like, it's pretty defined.
Yeah, but now we're maybe breaking it.
Yeah.
We get a consolidation. We kind of break this level. I think we'd have to break these 65s for it to like really confirm that we're maybe changing the direction. I don't know if I want to take another loss on AMD because that was kind of a bigger size trade. Oh, and Roblox actually. Roblox dipping again back into my price. So the question is, do you reload here as it's been bought up from here so many times, or is this the point to stop out? I'm going to just do nothing, actually, is what I'm going to do. My stop is in at 99s. If this breaks, that'd be unfortunate, but yeah, trying to play like the bigger idea trade on this one instead of just trying to scalp the 40 cents or whatever that is. But maybe that's the play. Maybe the 50-cent scalp. Maybe this is the range on the day for Roblox now. It's kind of done its moves, came back up. Maybe it's defined the range now, and it's just going to trade here all day. I feel like this is not a name that does really necessarily range trade. I think Roblox makes moves based on former times that I've traded it. So, yeah, I don't think we're coming back down to here, but maybe we are. Maybe we are. Maybe reload one more time in front of that 40, and then we'll stop out below it, but see what the tape looks like when we're in there. Speaking of your Amazon, so I did try an Amazon trade. Tried to kind of hold that 102 area, which I liked, 102.10 from a while ago. Didn't work, but now we're back up, or now we came back above 102.
Yeah.
So we'll see if Amazon can make maybe a higher low here, and then make the move back up. But you're like in the 101.30 area. I didn't think
I should still be sitting short on this name, to be honest. Like I shouldn't have covered everything. Sure, I could have covered a little bit, but that 101 area is definitely something I was I guess looking for once we did break below the 103 consolidation. But again, similar to like Roblox and like some of these names, like what I'm trying to learn to do is kind of like churn a core while churn the core while keeping the core for like that bigger picture move you're speaking of, right? So it's like if something's ranging in that 40 cents, like you can piece out 40 cents here and there, and then kind of hold on to like a core position for the bigger picture move. Now, if I kind of like applied that thesis onto this kind of trade, then it could definitely have given you places to churn and get better price, and then kind of hold on to a core for the bigger picture move on the day. But yeah, no, that's definitely much harder to do. I think so, but something I'm trying to learn, I guess.
The way that I like to take profit is rather than like taking it on the way up at a defined spot, I'd rather see like the selling come in, or in your case on a short, like the buying come in and take it like on a green candle. Like if I was short Roblox here, I'd rather like take the profit here in this green candle than like just take it here when we're still going down, you know? So kind of like right side of the V, the other on like the take profit side as well. But definitely harder to structure that when you're seeing the money pour in and you're like, I need to take something off. I need to take something off. But I mean, all at once.
Yeah, it wasn't, the thing is, it wasn't even the money, it wasn't even the size of the position. It's kind of what I saw on the tape. There was like this huge huge bid, and
Yeah.
like I like big bids, and I cannot lie. So when I saw that big bid, it kind of shook me up. It was
Yeah.
about I think it was like 1.2K on
That's a
the
lot.
bid, and all of it gets taken out in one order, and I was like, oh, maybe this is it. But like
It got taken out and then you got out.
it got taken out, and then
then
it starts
bids
kind of
back
like
above?
chopping around
Yeah.
within like a 5 penny thing, and then I was just like, and then I was getting a little frustrated, so I just took everything. Retrospect, not the best thing to do, getting out on emotional type of thing. Like, sure, it could have been a reason to exit, but I don't think it was reason enough to exit everything.
Yeah.
Right. But yeah, no. After that guy got filled, we kind of just within the next 5 minutes, we just dumped another 50 cents straight into the 102. But yeah, no, that's definitely something I gotta consider is like not getting shaken out by necessarily like something outlying on the tape. Like not always a reason to get everything out.
Yeah.
Right.
And like seeing a big bid like that could be a reason to,
Get more in.
well,
When it
get
gets
more
taken
in,
out, right?
Or now I'm reevaluating the trade based on the bid, so maybe I'll set a stop like 10 cents above based on that bid or something like that. Like,
Yeah, that could have worked. That could have definitely worked.
Yeah,
actually.
instead of
Yeah,
just
because we
getting
never really revisited where that order went through.
Yeah, or
we
give
kind of
it,
just churned
maybe
underneath.
you give it 2 minutes after the bid, or a certain amount of time after
Yeah.
the bid. What's the high and low after it was taken, and then if it breaks that high, then I'll get out. Something like that. Always, interesting ways to structure something.
Yeah.
And hindsight is always 20/20.
Of course,
so
of course.
Good trade
Yeah.
regardless, but could have been a great
Could have
one.
been much
been a
much
great
better.
one.
Could have been much better. I gotta
that's okay.
yeah. So it's all good though. On to the next one. What's the
On
next
to the
trade?
next one.
I think the next trade is that 101.30s area, or we could just take pieces of this kind of downtrend range. That's kind of what we were doing last week, taking pieces off of like a trending range. But yeah, no, here I think the 102 area might have been a much better, might have given you a much better RR because like these bidders kind of showed up and failed to follow through here. But again, 15, 20 cents off of that level, quick chop. I think the move is the bigger picture here. Unless you are just trying to scalp like quick pennies off of this range, like we are kind of trending pretty strong. Like look at ES and NQ, we've had majority of a downtrend for most of the day off of these pre-market levels. So yeah, I don't really know. Going into this week, this week's going to be pretty hot. So at the same time, I'm trying to preserve that mental capital because earnings season can be pretty hot. Like I think JPM was nice last week. Like it was a pretty clean play. Could have executed on it better, obviously, but the opportunities are definitely there. Momentum is in the markets for sure.
And it makes sense that we're
But,
doing
yeah.
like this light volume kind of down move ahead of earnings this week.
Yeah,
I mean, the big stuff's about to happen. This Monday is like, nothing's here today. So, you had a couple names reporting. Schwab, which
Schwab was part of my plan, but it didn't reach my prices. I guess we can talk about Schwab.
Yeah, Schwab. I mean, makes this huge move down pre-market, all the way down to like 48.50 level, and then bounces the whole thing back, and now we're just consolidating. Kind of wild move on this one. I don't know how. Maybe you take like the 50 break back to the upside. No, that didn't really work. I mean, 30 cents would have been
I was
nice.
waiting for either 45 or 65. I was like, if
65.
Either way, if earnings were really good, we could blast up to 65 because I think the consolidation was around Friday close was around 50.
Yeah.
Right.
The 60 level on where's the daily chart? 60 level here on the daily chart is.
Yeah, see, so it's like it's well within range.
Yeah.
Like 60 to 65. Sorry, I think no, it was 65. But I was looking for either 45 or 65 to really give us something. But I think that was kind of a lack of preparation on my part, where it's just like the ATR doesn't necessarily kind of justify that kind of move. But even we'd have to have like really outlier earnings, I think, to really push
and the earnings
that
were mixed on
push
Schwab,
that range.
Right?
But yeah, no. I think if I estimated a little bit closer, like $5 less into like maybe like 60 to 50.
Yeah.
That could have been a trade because we know that it kind of tested and it interacted with the 50 pretty well, right?
Once it does this dip here.
Yeah.
And okay,
back
so the
up through
open
it.
is
Yeah,
the
the
open is
consolidation's
right
right
here.
there.
So once you break that opening range high of 50.35, I mean,
Yeah.
it never looks back. So this looks like this is the opening range, right? All of this, but it's actually just like from here to here. So that could have been a pretty money trade once it decides to hold 50 and just explodes back to the upside. I mean, I understand the bear case for Schwab.
Yeah.
Quite well. So like, I'm not really necessarily looking for longs on this name. I mean, it's down so much, and it's such a big. I mean,
I wasn't necessarily looking for anything long or short because like a lot of times I find that like sometimes the earnings can be fugazi, and like if the pressure is like strong in one direction, it becomes obvious. But like when it's kind of like this, it's just like I just want to keep my levels and just see what it does around it, and then. I think there is a little bit more advantage in being unbiased in a chop, but yeah,
for sure.
I don't know. But the move was definitely there. Again, lack of preparation, couldn't define the levels properly. I guess here, let me pull up Schwab as well. But yeah, no, off that 50 here, right? Pre-market lows. Yeah, that opening range break was definitely nice. And then you revisit that pre-market range from 8 a.m. to like 8:30, right? You kind of re-enter into that, and that's where we're at right now. So definitely some opportunity off the 50, I think, on Schwab, off earnings. But again, we have a lot of earnings in store this week, right?
Yeah.
We have BAC, we got some non-banks as well, like Netflix.
Netflix, Tesla on
Tesla.
Wednesday. Netflix is
What
tomorrow.
am I missing?
So Netflix could really
J&J.
kick off like the big tech earnings. J&J, I don't think I've ever traded J&J.
I'm definitely waiting for that Netflix earnings. It seems like Netflix tends to kind of set the precedent for earnings
for the big
seasons
tech.
every now and then for tech names. So again, keeping a close eye on Netflix this week to give direction to the market, I guess, or upcoming earnings even.
Roblox, back to Roblox. This broke that 40-20 area. Goes up to 40-30. We're going to see if we can keep bidding, but now, I mean, if it breaks 40-10, it's probably done, though. I thought this was that move back up. We'll see if we can get back up. This one just keeps bidding, though. Once you get down into the low, like 40-15s, 40-10s, below that, it just keeps buying back up. So see where this goes. Not looking super hot right now, though, but my stop is in, $39.99. Go get it if you'd like. What else? A lot of the NASDAQ names started to catch a bid, and then we just kind of rejected 13.1 again. So we get back above the 13.110, which was like that key kind of breakout back to the upside level, and now back below again. So I don't know. Maybe the sell is in today. Oops.
Yeah, just maybe, just maybe, eh?
Maybe.
Yeah, no, we are trying to turn, but I'm looking at Microsoft, Apple, and Nvidia here. They are kind of testing the low of days. Now, sure, we could get a failure to follow through and hold that low of day, but the trend does seem pretty strong. And if we kind of break these lows here, let me pull up Apple so you guys can get a visual here. All right, there it is. So look, let's not go to the 1 minute. Let's go to 15 minutes so we can see some of last week. All right, so look, these are the lows from Friday on last week. And although on Thursday we kind of ripped through these bids are still holding, right? This 164 area. So if we can get below, then yeah, sure, we can kind of like break this Friday's consolidation range back down into like 162.50. I don't really see much until at least 163.50, a little bit of consolidation, and then 162-ish. Could present with something, but yeah, no, this range break here, this 164, I think could serve key as to whether we may or may not bounce off these levels. But again, watching some of the futures, it's the downtrend is still, I would say, still intact. Even on some of these larger tech names like Microsoft, Nvidia, Google, Amazon, the trend is still pretty strong downwards.
People still talking about Shopify. Makes a new high again today. So
didn't
Shopify
they have like
gets
a
upgraded
event?
by RBC.
They have an event this week or something, right?
Do they? Maybe they have earnings this week. I'm not totally sure. Usually don't trade Shopify, but when it gets going, it can give out some pretty big moves, such as this one that goes $1. And I mean, we get another $1 off the open. So yeah, Shopify up 5% today off of this RBC upgrade, saying that healthy growth for Shopify merchants in Q1. So yeah, Shopify doing well. I love the 50 level for like a kind of decision point. Maybe not today. Maybe use it as a fade today. So yeah, Shopify gets to 50 today. I'll probably try to fade a failed breakout there. Going back to that Roblox long. So trying to shake me out. I am not getting out. It is still going up. So Roblox takes out that 30 level. Now we're trading above that. Just have to take out 35. I'm going to take a tiny amount of profit, like 10% at 47 there. And then above 50, we shall see if it can get to 41. With the NASDAQ now buying up that dip again. So it looked like it wanted to fail back down, but then buys that 5-minute candle directly back up, and we're back into higher prices. And if we look at all of our names that we've been looking at, you know, Tesla's at 185, Amazon's back at 102, Google's back at the high of the range, so Google gave you another chance, not quite as low, but gives you another chance to get in at these 15s, and now we're back up to like the 40s almost. So Google ultra strong today off of, or since the open at least, not on the day, obviously still down 3%, but like Google not wanting to go down off of this news. So apparently nobody cares what Samsung wants to do, as long as you know, Apple still defaults to Google search. Everybody's fine.
Yeah, I think I don't know. Like market sentiment's always kind of tough to gauge early on, but like I think it was they're taking it off their default search or something like that. So like I can still kind of change if I like Google search and I don't like the Bing search, I can kind of set my default back to Google search, right?
Oh yeah.
So it's just like I think
So it's nothing really.
yeah. I mean, I don't really know what's the big deal about that, but yeah, sure, we can see that markets did kind of move off of that, and yeah, I don't know. Maybe I don't know too much about the fundamentals of them really pushing a default for Samsung having their own, but I don't know with this whole AI, what do you want to call it? Like this AI growth, this new market that we're seeing. Like search engines are kind of starting to be. I would say they would start to get phased out because like ChatGPT is just like it's like a search engine on steroids. Right?
Well, the idea would be like that your search engine now integrates the AI.
Right.
So then the search engine just gets like upgraded versus it being phased out.
Yeah.
It's basically like what you have to do if you don't want to die. So adapt or die for the search engines now. You got to
pretty much
get that Google, what is it called? Bard or something?
Bard, yeah. Google
Bard. That's not a great name.
Yeah. It's gonna
doesn't really roll off the tongue.
Yeah, I don't know where they're going with that. Maybe it'll sing you a song if it likes your search. I don't know, but look, I'm seeing that we are starting to get a little bit of strength here on some of these names. I'm watching Amazon. This 102, we've kind of dipped into 101.60, which is above, like a few cents above that 101 from last week, and we are kind of starting to hold above that. This is the first higher low that we've made, starting to go sideways. So let's see if this sideways turns into like a trend reversal, if anything. But yeah, no, let's see if it kind of pushes into some of these moving averages that are holding it down, and then we can get some of those players to exit off some of that exhaustion from the downtrend and see where we go from there.
Yeah, this Roblox is.
What's happening with Roblox?
It's another one of these trades where it's kind of just in the money and not enough in the money and hanging out, and I'm getting bored of it, but still waiting. I mean, the market's starting to go up, so maybe Roblox goes up with the market a little bit. I don't know. I just have to sit in this with my stop in and wait for my profit takers to come in, but I'm just getting antsy. I want to do something.
Yeah.
Can't just do something for the sake of it.
Yeah, learned that lesson this morning.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, market's turning, but it seems like Apple doesn't necessarily want to turn here. It's still holding holding on to this 164 area, closer to the bottom of the range. So that might be something. While the rest of the market is turning. So like, what's really lifting NQ here? Hold on, let me check. Google, that's the only one I kind of don't have here.
Meta's kind of moving up.
Oh yeah, Meta.
Microsoft sold off everything. Tesla is holding up. AMD actually got back to that 89 level. So
Yeah,
I guess the buy was below.
that's interesting. Yeah, no, that's interesting. Where both Nvidia and Apple kind of are testing lows.
Neil says you can always grind your feet on somebody's couch just for the sake of it. Is that a Chappelle Show reference?
Damn right it is. Don't ask me if it's a No, it is.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
Rick James, bitch.
Nice. All right. Yeah, I don't know how to continue off that, but let's see what these guys are trading
wow.
here.
PRST broke out, so I missed the $4 breakout.
Yeah, small
on
caps
that
are
one.
running, dude. This is your market. How have small caps been today? I know last week they were popping off. What's happening?
I just punched out of Roblox by accident.
Oh no.
Whatever. All right.
Damn.
Should I get back in? No. Okay, PRST. That's annoying. That is annoying, but it did go right back down, so I can probably get back into Roblox. Yeah, PRST breaks that 4 level, goes to 420, and that's where it turns around. Who would have guessed? But yeah, the 430, I believe we had 440-ish on the daily chart is that like real like ultra breakout level there, back into these IPO highs of $11. I really like these names that it IPO'd September 22, 2022, so like 8 months old about. So this company has no resistance above 450 basically. Could be quite interesting going into the afternoon. Now we see this size on the offer there, 237 lots. Oh, and the Quaduke. If they soak it back up right away and get back above 4, that will be ultra bullish, and I may just punch in on that. But yeah, looking a little sketchy right now. Lots of people trying to get short. Do they just buy this straight back up? We will see. Looks like they are. I might get long. Should I get long high today?
I don't know. I haven't really looked at that name at all. I'm not gonna give you financial advice on that one.
Yeah, I don't know. It looks like this one's going down, but they are soaking up the dip a little bit. It hasn't even taken out the low of this consolidation, so if you're long this consolidation, I would probably stop out the low here. If you're long down here or long on this breakout, like, you know, your stop is where your stop is, and like, what a beautiful little liquidity grab right there. Breaks this consolidation, instantly rebids, and then you go to the upside. That gives you 70 cents approximately. That's pretty sweet, but I think if you're trading this name, you're looking for that bigger picture move into like $5, $7, $12. Small caps haven't been that crazy today, other than that WINT, which went from
that one's been crazy.
1850.
Yeah, I mean we did have that was a CXAI last week that multiple hundreds of percent runner. So I feel like that always picks up the smaller caps, doesn't it? Like everyone's gonna try to catch the next 400 or 500% winner.
For sure, for sure.
And lo and behold, there's Wint coming in on Monday today, going for what, sub $2, something like that, or
it was
$5.
$5.
Okay, so it goes up to 20, almost 400%.
Yeah, topped out at
400%. Yeah.
Yeah, I would take one of those, but
you got to be early though,
that
no?
Wint really did no volume pre-market, from what I saw, or else it would have been on my radar. Actually, look, it wasn't even up on the day, so. Maybe they had market news during market hours. The float on Wint, if we look at the Trade Ideas scanner here, 650K float on WINT.
Yeah, that explains some things.
Yeah,
how would you trade something like that? How would you trade something like that, if you would at all?
Just understand that whatever the value of your position is the value that you're risking, and you are looking for dollars, not cents. on something that has a 600K float. If you're trying to scalp that, good luck to you.
Yeah, no.
I'm sure you could make money doing it, but you know, your risk is just so high. People can, I mean, 600K float, you need like $0 to manipulate the price of that name. And speaking of manipulated names, this $4 is coming back into play on PRST. So maybe this is the long, I don't know. I haven't taken a trade on this one yet, so I'm not quite sure how it trades. If that $4, yes, looking pretty good. It looks like it wants to go.
Yeah, I took a small short here on Amazon just to see it, like it's making ranges and kind of stepping down, and it's kind of trying to do that again. It's made this like 101.60 to 102, or sorry, 101.80 to 102-ish area range, and then while the ES and NQ are kind of dropping, it seems to kind of hold this. So I want to see if it kind of respects this range again, and maybe scalp another 20 cents off of this. See if it's there, but yeah, no, the RR here is not as bad. I guess it would have been much nicer up here, but let's see if there's any follow through on this or not. But yeah,
I am
Amazon
long this
short here.
or this PRST Obi. We are in the money. It just made a 460 high. I'll be out of this if it goes any lower, but looking pretty good right now, trying to break 440. I think this could go into a halt. We are cruising up on PRST. Here we go, halt up, let's go. 460s, 50 cents in the money, just cruising here.
$5
this is
incoming.
looking very likely to halt. Oh, a lot of selling coming in, but still buying it up. Haven't taken any profit yet. Probably time.
Beautiful.
Probably
What
time
a
to take
move.
some profit. Looking for the halt, trying to halt up. Here we go, almost at $5 now. PRST. I mean, target 12 bucks on this.
God damn, look at that.
Took a little
That is
bit of profit
beautiful
there.
move.
Looking for this 5 break on PRST. Oh, there's an offer. Let's see if they can push it down. Looks like they are a little bit, so take a little bit more there. I'm cruising.
trade.
I need to set a stop
Beautiful.
on this one. 29, I guess. Not trying to get quad-doomed on this, but it doesn't look like we are going to be quad-doomed. Looking for that 5 break for that next move up. This one could definitely halt. SSR crushing offers over and over and over again. Yeah, I got to manage this. Wild. Finally, we got a decent long on a small cap. Finally, on a breakout, it works. And absolutely crushing this one. Looking for 12 bucks. Look at the daily chart. Look what we just broke. We just broke this 440.
We're gonna try something. See if sounds work.
All right.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
All right.
All right, so we break 440, next stop 580, then next stop 12 bucks. $12 target on this name. My stop is in. That is my profit target. Need to halt up though to get anywhere near that, and I think that 5 break could be the trigger for the halt up. Stop is in just above break even, so just chilling on this name. Pretty solid trade on PRST. Wow. Wow.
That's a good one, man. That's
It's not
solid.
good yet, Obi. It's
not every
good
day.
yet.
When will it get good? Talk to us.
It'll get good when we
Talk
get to
us.
$10. $10 is when it gets good. Let's go. All right.
Wow, look at that thing go. I mean, yeah, it's, the breakout was solid. Like you saw that, you took it right away. That was a solid trade, man. Good stuff. Congrats.
Oh, look at Google going up above 105.40 now. And yeah, that Roblox trade, sad that Roblox got punched out of there right before it makes the move up. That is a dumb accident on that one. But I believe that was when I was typing in PRST. So PRST did make up for it. If we get to 10 bucks, then it'll really be a that'll really be a trade. So far, I've only gotten 20% of the trade out on PRST because I'd like to see that 5 break and a potential halt up. That is how I play these ones. I am looking for the absolute moon or nothing because that's how I see the risk on it. I mean, you're going to lose like 80% of the time on a small cap on these breakout kind of strategies. So when you do get it, you got to make sure that you print on it. But looking pretty good now. I mean, it's only like 50 cents off the breakout price on a $5 name. I mean, 10%, what's that? Come on, we can go higher than that. Looking to do a little bull flag action. Did kind of try to reject 5, but hasn't touched it since that initial touch where it tried to halt up, I believe. So yeah, just chilling on this one. Stop is like 429, I think. Yeah, 429, so we'll see. They soak up the dip again. This is where they trigger over 475 is probably the trigger to get to 5. Let's see it. Getting bought up. Oh yeah, this is looking good. This is looking good. Pump it, says Sharif. We are pumping to the high side on PRST. I don't even know the news on this. I just know that it's leading the market in volume, or third on the market. PRST.
You're gonna check it out for us?
I'm not sure. But it doesn't really matter because it's still going up. What else are we looking at? Oh, the other name of the day.
CFRX?
CFRX.
That's the one.
Look at that. So the 285 break, that was good. The 285 break. PRST is an AI name, so looking for like $100 then.
Straight to the moon.
Straight to the moon on PRST. It did just dump down a bit. Let me take a look so I don't get smoked.
That hot sector confluence adding some zeros to the price target, eh?
Oh yeah, that hot sector. Nothing great right now. Change that stop. Do I need to change the stop? I think I need to change my stop on this one.
All right, let's see.
All right.
What's happening there? Oh, it's coming back in, eh?
Coming back in, but hasn't even touched the teal yet, so I changed my stop to below the teal because that's what we do around here these days. I think we could probably soak up this dip. This is, again, an SSR stock, so can't hit the bid down here. We got bids at 35, 34. We got bids at 30.
Oh, man.
So looking decent. Just has to take out this guy at 50s. There's 2 guys at 50s trying to get short. See if we can squeeze those boys and get straight to 10 bucks. Imagine that, 450 break straight to 10. Love to see that. Small cap season back on as declared by myself and Sharif 3 weeks ago. So we were ahead of it, but have not profited off of it quite yet. And Roblox, if anybody's still long that name, looking good, does wick that 40-50 level. And comes back down, but I mean, you know, it's been doing this all day, so yeah, really wish I was still long that, and I could have bailed and then gotten an even better price than I had previously for this move up, so too bad on that one. And it looks like those offers have been crushed on PRST, going back up. Oh yeah, here we go, back to the upside. PRST, take out 75, take out $5, go to the moon. Elon Musk was not able to launch his rocket today, but PRST is doing it by itself. Here we go,
That's the best
taking
joke
out
I've heard
all
today.
of the offers. Over 70, come on, take out 75, take out $5. Here we go, to the moon for PRST. Let's go.
Wow. What did you say the float on that thing was?
Float is actually 27 mil on this,
Oh,
so
that's
not
not so
as
bad.
small.
Not as bad as,
unreported short float, so it could be kind of high on this one.
Yeah.
Have no idea there.
But,
what have you been looking at? Well, I've been
Well,
going crazy.
while you've been on the rocket ship, let's go to Sharif first.
Yeah, I want to update you guys on this RBLX long. We've been holding it since 09s. It was the second time we got in, but now we're dancing with that $0.50 again, Max, right? I'd like to see that $0.50 break sustainably. And then eventually we want that 65 break because that's the last time we got up there. It retraced right away. So this one looking good, holding up above 40 though, guys.
I'm still holding this this Amazon short here. It did kind of break the range, but let's see what it'll do. Pretty close to seeing whether this position is going to be working or not. So again, right now I just have my eyes on the tape, eyes on the book, some of the other names in the market, just to give me direction on this scalp, I guess. Just a quick diddle in the middle, right? Nothing too crazy. We did miss some moves from earlier, so kind of I wouldn't call it revenge trading, but a little bit of diddle in the middle for sure on Amazon. But yeah,
that Google 105. What an
Oh,
amazing,
it's holding?
What an amazing spot today. It's at 105.62 right now. Still headed up. Roblox going? Roblox back above 50, wicking it again. I'm still kind of watching quite intently on this PRST. I don't want anything to necessarily go wrong while we're up here, or my stop not to trigger, something like that. See, that was kind of a nasty candle. We got to buy that back up right away, or else I'm going to have to get out of this. But it is slowly buying it back up. Oh, there's that offer again. Now there's 3. I feel like this is fugazi. I think that somebody's trying to manipulate the price of this stock right now by throwing that offer out. But I definitely have to respect the idea that that could be a real order. That would be 2,500 lots there at 450. So that's what, 250,000 shares. It's kind of a lot, but yeah, let's see what happens on this. Not going to be too antsy about it. Still hasn't even taken out this low in the 30s. Let's see if they fill this guy. I think if they fill this, then we are definitely going up. Like, there's no way. I don't know. I don't know what to think here. I'm not going to do anything. My stop is in. We're going to see. Not going to be bamboozled by the bamboozlers here. There we go. That gets hit for 100. But yeah, not filled yet. So I don't know. Waiting. What else are other people watching?
what are some of the hot names today?
C3AI.
C3AI. Yeah, I guess some sympathy probably, right? If PRST is an AI name, then we should be definitely watching some of the other AIs.
Yeah, so C3AI kind of took out the high there, still in that range of like 20 to 23, 24 that it's been chilling in. So nothing crazy there, but definitely taking out the high on AI. Hopefully that can pump my bags a little bit here. Still hanging out, but look, the market isn't afraid of this. We're only 5 cents below this offer. Yeah, I'm gonna sit here. I'm gonna hold. That is the strategy on these. Roblox did actually kind of reject there on that 50. So tried it twice, and now we're headed back down. But I mean, still holding the teal here. I wouldn't be scared of this one if I was long until it gets to that like 40.09s or even just below 40. So yeah, Roblox still hanging out there.
I think people are talking about
CFRX.
Bed Bath.
Bed Bath?
Bed Bath doing some RVOL. Let's check that out. Bed Bath. Let's see what this guy is up to. If I can just pull him up. And a bit of, we're kind of frozen. Let's see. I'm going to just refresh the page here and pull it up again. Just give me 1 second. Might need to try to manage this position at the same time. Let's see if I kind of need to get out of this Amazon or not over here. Anything convincing. I do see this this level from before. It was pretty heavy selling and kind of looking for support turn resistance, I guess, at this 102.20 area that we're at. Let's see if there is follow through. I know we initially got into this trade for this range trade, but it's kind of evolved into kind of a counter trend trade off of this 102 hold. But yeah, no. Let me pull up. What were we talking about?
Bed Bath.
Bed Bath. Yes, Bed Bath and Beyond. Let's pull that up.
Kind of flushing a little there on Bed Bath.
Bit of a flush. Let's see. Let me take these off. All right. So Bed Bath, yeah, definitely some price action happening today on Bed Bath here. Relative volume, yeah, definitely. Like, look, just by looking at this chart here, these volume bars are much larger than we've had in the past couple of weeks, maybe except for this pop here. Yeah, no, Bed Bath definitely doing some volume. Is it something that I would normally trade? Not at this price. Have you tried trading Bed Bath as of recent?
I haven't traded it since it was at like $3, I think.
Yeah.
I mean,
so yeah, exactly. So it's definitely not within my price range. Like I like to trade things that are like ideally above $1. Ideally above like $3-4 to $5. But yeah.
wow, CFRX at $3.50 now. High of day was 65-ish, so we're going there. Also, PRST kind of did the dip, didn't hit my stop, and buys right back up. The order's still there at 450, still not necessarily believing that one. Let's go. Oh my goodness. RX.
Oh, Tesla's going, eh?
Come on. Look at that, $4. So this is the one to have, clearly. Congrats to the longs on CFRX. 3 break works, 285 break works. Beautiful trade on CFRX. Wow. That 4 break could be juicy. I believe I had that as a level on the daily for this. Oh no, I didn't. 450 kind of. I mean, we have this huge day over here. We're kind of like almost in no man's land, but we're at the low of this day. $4. Next level 480. Next level 520. Then we have like $7 on that. So pretty wild on CFRX today. See if we can get a halt up on this one maybe. Maybe the 4 break is the one that we finally halt up on this guy. I was hoping the halt up would be on our PRST, but you know, somebody wants to just sell like 250,000 shares. So let him sell it, and then we can make the move back up. Still bullish on this name based on this breakout, still through high of day. All the shorts being squeezed on this for now. We'll see if, you know, I mean, back below 4 is where shorts are comfortable on this PRST, in my opinion. So still looking pretty bullish. Still chilling in this trade. CFRX still below $4. I mean, I'm not going to take the 4 break. The 3 break was money on this early on, so maybe that would be not so bad. I'm not sure based on time of day, but like volume heating up, lighter volume pullback, take out that high, go into a halt. I can see the case for it. If anybody is long, congratulations. This one.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting that the markets have started to kind of pull back and kind of respect the top of this trend here. Some 15-minute reds on futures, but it doesn't seem like Amazon's really catching a break there. This strength is kind of holding it. Now let's see if we can really see if this kind of support from earlier has turned into resistance. We are kind of starting to push up into it and test it. So let's see if this 102.20 area really serves as a resistance area where we can kind of see sellers kind of come back into this. Otherwise, yeah, no, we're starting to go a little bit sideways on Amazon. But the thing is, like, I like that the ES and NQ are still kind of within that downturn range. Like we did have some strength for a little bit, but kind of starting to reclaim that downtrend. But let's see how it turns out. Amazon is singing a different song over here on this strength while the market is kind of consolidating.
Yeah, that Amazon apparently liking the idea of like the 102 hold there so far. I mean, What are the highs there? 102.25 kind of. Yeah, maybe breaking out. But I mean, NASDAQ turning around off of that 5-minute 50 period there. So who knows on that? Still hanging on to this small cap. Volume's kind of light, but the buying is still coming into that 450 level. So just waiting for this this one order to get taken out there, and then we should be smooth sailing back up for the 5 break that I'm looking for. This is nuts. And Roblox. Back to Roblox. I was watching this come into the 40 level. It gives it to you again. So 40.05. I do believe it got down there. It was at least at like 40.07-ish when I looked back last. I figured we could get down there, see if it'll actually test the price exactly, and then that'll give me even tighter risk to get back in. Didn't get that chance, sadly. So Roblox back up off of 40 again. What an absolute money scalp today on this SSR kind of, you know, squeezy name. What a beautiful long. I mean, you could just, like, how many times can you have done this today? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times now. Going for another one. Maybe can take out that 41. I will be taking the 41 breakout if I can get it. And back to my small cap of the day. Looking at that offer, trying to take it out. It's getting smaller despite no volume going off. So I'm not sure that this is actually real. Yeah, this is, I feel like they're just trying to hold the price down here, but yeah, we'll see what happens here. My stop is at the low of the consolidation, looking for the move back up. They don't want to print it yet, but I am not scared at all of this offer. I am thinking this is a little bit of a fugazi situation, but yeah, we'll see.
Yeah,
not
I don't
really
know.
getting hit, as you can see, like, it looks like it's getting hit, and then it doesn't get hit. So, see, there we get the buying back up. I don't know. I think I have to just not look at this and leave the stop in.
Yeah, I don't know how you do it, man. Like, though, that's real. That's the fugazi is definitely, that would definitely trip me up pretty hard.
Yeah, it's hard to. You
yeah.
kind of just have to ignore everything on these names. It feels like you have to assume that people are trying to, you know, manipulate your idea of it, and you gotta be
quick on your feet, I guess.
Yeah,
a little bit. Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see what happens on this. Market's starting to move up. That Google is at 106 again, almost. That's
Yeah, it didn't even come back to that 105, did it?
105.87. It makes a high again. Like, what a whiff! I think like every time it comes into this 105 level, I should have been getting long. Like, what a beautiful, beautiful level all day. Messed it up here, didn't go back to it, but like money every time, 50 cents at least. Like, gives you 106 here, 105.50 here. I mean, in here maybe you get stopped out, but I mean you lose nothing relative to what you're making. You get back in here, you get out here maybe, or maybe you don't, and you're still holding into this like 106 area. If any name is going to be, you know, going back into the highs today, it feels like Google is the one, despite having that bad news on it earlier. So yeah, damn, should have been long. Should have been long.
Off the 102 area, or
off 106,
off
or
106. Yeah, 105. Sorry. Yeah. Definitely. That 105 area was something to watch out for indeed. Let's see. I'm still staring at this tape here. A little bit uncomfortable in this position, but like managing it, I guess. It's nothing too crazy right now, and it hasn't really pulled back off of this. So I might need to start respecting this this strength here that we're seeing on Amazon. But market is pretty strong, like we said we were respecting. But that candle on NQ kind of went red to green right away, wicked up, kind of dojied, and yeah, I have no idea where we're headed right now, but definitely some strength we can see being printed in the past hour or so, right? Since 11:15-ish, we've only had green candles on the NQ, and as well as the ES, pretty strong pullback in towards about 50% of the move that we've already done on the downside. Bit of reversion back into that price action from this morning. As we do go sideways on these markets. Microsoft, again, was looking like it's kind of breaking down, but look, it's holding this 187, 186.50. So let's see if this move actually follows through and sellers kind of come back into this. Otherwise, this is going to be a losing trade for me on Amazon here. What are you looking at?
I am going to add to my long if we break 50 here, and it just comes back down. So maybe I have to sell this now. Yeah, all right. Out of PRST. Added on that 50 break, and then they dump it down. So maybe a bad add there. Maybe should have just stuck to the trade that I already had as we maybe going back up to the upside. So fake breakout, fake breakdown, and then right back up. Is this the spot where I punch back in? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it kind of wicked down and held that area, right? So what are you thinking
now,
there?
I'm thinking if we get back above 50, we could get back in. But yeah, tried to take that 50 break, that consolidation breakout for the next move up. Did not work there, but yeah, maybe if this gets soaked back up once again, that's where we get long again. And there it is. I mean, lots of bamboozlement on this name, but lots of room to the upside. So the potential is there on PRST. Just have to find a way to structure this a little bit better so that we don't get smoked on it. Maybe if we break it here, I don't know. Tape has kind of slowed down on it. It was doing a lot of volume and then just kind of chills out. So I don't know. Maybe I want to see like a wick back down into the 420 area for it to come back up. But I still on this. Sadly, didn't get my move to 10 quite yet.
Yeah, that thing could definitely get going. Like if it can trap more shorts off of this pop, yeah, that definitely would have the juice to get going. Again, there's a lot of the right ingredients for recipes for parabolics these days. In the past couple of weeks on these smaller caps. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you can say a lot more about that, but
there haven't been that many like clean continuation moves though. There's a lot of fugazi on these ones so far, but now I mean it is making the move up now. So
like what CXAI had its move in the pre-market, right? Like the exhaustion move, it had it in the pre-market. So
yeah, like things are not. It's not like as clean as it once was yet on small caps, but once small cap season is fully in, it'll be much easier. I mean, what did the breakouts look like on this morning? Breaks the pre-market high. I mean, that is beautiful. Breaks pre-market high, never looks back. So if you're in this breakout, you could still be in it now. Like goes to 340 and does this beautiful consolidation breakout up to like 420-ish. And now another one that I had up to $5. So yeah, like not really stopping, holding the teal a little bit, holding the 50 a little bit. Big consolidation at lunchtime, then picks back up, and now we're going back to the upside. Too bad. Too bad on that one for me. Should not have added. Shouldn't have added on this or left my stop in. I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah, I think that initial move was pretty solid. Right? Yeah. The initial pop was pretty solid going into that. But yeah, no, those moves I cannot read as well as you can. Or at all, really. but like you said, a lot of fugazi definitely goes on that tape.
Yeah, it seems like I was talking to
when do you know
to
trust the size, or like when do you know to trust anything?
Never trust anything. Never trust anyone. Just do whatever you want and hopefully make money.
You must embody the fugazi before plunging into it.
Well, you have to see like, okay, if somebody actually wants to sell 2,500 lots of this small cap, why are they posting it on the offer? Why wouldn't they just make that a reserve?
Is it SSR?
It's SSR. What like you can just post it as a reserve, and you'll get filled much more than posting it on the offer. People are going to be scared of it, so they want people to be scared of it, which to me makes it seem like it's fugazi.
Right.
Or they're thinking like, if I post this, then an algo is going to come hunt me, and I'm going to get my fill. Maybe they have way more size than that they want to post. But here we go for the dip play. See if this breaks the 25 and then goes straight back up, or even if it goes back up now. I think like above 450 right now would be a reason to go up. Sharif yelling in the back about Roblox, which is now back above at 40.50. So Roblox killing it. Wow, what an opportunity right there. Sean saying Roblox will be the trade of the day. Yeah, not surprised on that one. Look at that beautiful wick
it keeps
down.
holding,
Goes
keeps
right back
holding.
up. That 41 breakout still waiting for this afternoon. Back to our PRST. So we do the dip, we stop everybody out, and now we're headed back up. If this gets back above 450, I believe I will be trying a long, depending on what it looks like. But yeah, this one, lots of fugays. Should have just held my original position. Never even gets close to my average of 412 or whatever that was. Bad management by me. Could have been just buying the dips instead, but you know, away she goes. Goes straight to the 50 and then all the way back up. What else? Large caps are
Large caps are
back
moving.
up.
Yeah, the strength is definitely something here, and I think some of my charts are kind of frozen here. That's why I'm not really getting a read here, because I just realized all my Microsoft, my Nvidia, and my Apple are all frozen, and I'm looking at price action from 12:30 apparently. So I'm looking at Nvidia and Microsoft up here. I'm like, why are these guys not moving at all? Like everything is moving, but these guys aren't moving. It's because I need to refresh the page. While I do that, yeah, no, see, yeah. So Apple was stuck. What I thought, Apple was stuck near the low of day. It's almost kind of retraced back to the highs. Let me refresh some of these other ones. I don't know what's up with that. Have we been having some internet things, or maybe it's just my browser? I think might be pulling a little fugaze.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because some of these charts are kind of an hour late.
Interesting.
Talk about delayed data. Talk about trading off of delayed data. It can definitely mess you up a little bit.
You don't need the charts. You don't need anything.
Yeah, I mean, I got my price. I got my volume. Yeah.
All you need is like a stone and a chisel, and you can find a way to lose money in the stock market.
Yeah, I don't know what that means, but I'm laughing.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, we're getting a bit of a sell-off. Like that. I guess this is what I was kind of waiting for. I didn't know if I was gonna get it, but let's see if this kind of follows through here. This bit of selling. I still have to refresh some of these charts here. I gotta watch Nvidia, see what that guy is doing. Okay, Nvidia's pulled off the 265. Okay, kind of retracing. So like seeing some of the same things. So I guess I kind of take back what I was saying before, where it was like, why is the whole market doing this? But this is doing this. But that's just because I had some delayed charts on. Man, no, this Amazon kind of coming back in towards this 102. I know I kind of held this a little bit longer than I really should have. But I was looking for kind of this area to see if it turns support turned into resistance, right? And we are kind of seeing that happen here. Looking for potential, I guess, more chances to get some size into this move. But this rejection was nice. This initial rejection here. The hold of this I don't really like right now. But if we can kind of get back into this 102, I can reassess to see if we have kind of initiated a new trend on the day on Amazon. Other than that, like other things are just kind of diddling in the middle, consolidating sideways on Microsoft, sideways on Nvidia, kind of retracing some of the move that it did. Let me pull in this chart. Some of the move that it did in this morning, about a 50% retracement so far on that. Same thing, I guess Microsoft not as much, right? It hasn't really retraced as much, so kind of holding near its low of day, going into 144. So we got about an hour and a half left to go. on the day. I have no idea how we're going to end, but pretty crazy start to the week. What do you think?
Yeah, decent start to the week. There's opportunity today for sure. I am now long PRST again. It broke that 50.
It's doing
Looking
it again.
Great. It's doing it again, making the move up. Sadly, I only have half the size of last time because definitely a riskier area here, but reserving that 75 once again. Just need to break that to get to the $5. Will I add on $5? Probably not. Little quadunk action there, but kind of buying it back up. So not scared yet. Let's see where this goes. There's more buying, get back above 70s, then shoot to the upside. I think I'm gonna add actually if it breaks 75 here. Come on, PRST, where are those buys? Coming up. There we go.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Some of these browsers are kind of freezing.
All right.
We're gonna get a retest of that 5. What's
I don't know. We got to get
like?
that 5 break. We got to get that 5 break. I think. I don't know. Somebody's selling at 75s here. I don't know that it actually got above, but maybe it did. But then it started reserving 75. So get through 75s. Get through that $5 level. I don't trust the big offers. I just trade the trade. So yeah, that's. I don't think that like 200 lots here on 75 is anything to worry about when we supposedly smashed through 2,500.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Anyone with some size can definitely eat through that level pretty easily.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. $4 stock, 200 lots. That's nothing. 20,000 shares. It's like 80,000 bucks, 100,000. I'm sure there's people in the chat swinging that much today.
Yeah. Easily.
But yeah, let's see. I don't know. Still looking good. Still looking strong. Does this little wick down and then comes back up. I probably could have got in this area if I was being more aggressive and more bullish about it. Seeing as it did kind of like do a double bottom, triple bottom kind of action here. But I mean, I like the 450 area based on what we saw on the tape around here earlier today. So yeah, we'll see. I think through 75, we get to $5. What happens at $5? Your guess is as good as mine, but I mean, room on the chart to 12, so 12 is the target. Maybe we see all-time highs for this AI name today, Presto Automation, unreported short float. So
those are always kind of spicy.
Oh,
those
yeah.
are definitely spicy because
yeah.
like who knows what the short float is. I mean, I'm sure you could go into the filings and kind of figure it out. But yeah, no, the free float on that thing for sure is definitely not as prescribed, I guess.
Oh yeah.
With the way it's moving around.
Coming for the 75, is it going to reserve again? Man, it doesn't like to play with these offers so much. Come on, just blast through it. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, I'm looking for quadunk on these markets here.
Market finally giving up the 50 on that NQ, which it has been holding since like 1150.
Yeah.
Kind of broke it and then held back above. So finally giving that up. So maybe you do have that short in. What's your average price on it?
It's actually horrible. It's actually so bad. But it is closer to this 102. I got here, let me look at my average. 102.06.
All right.
So kind of break even here. I left, like I said, I was looking for kind of areas to size into, but didn't really take it there. Kind of brought it back in for the reversion. The reversion of the reversion, right? So let's see. I'm just chilling here at break even, waiting for it to do a convincing move. Nothing too crazy. We see that NQ's kind of printed its first red 15-minute candle. Let's see if there's continuation. I don't know. We could just hold here and kind of continue this, and that was just like a one candle of relief. Yeah, no, that would definitely have me thinking twice about this Amazon position. But yeah, let's see if we can really deal with this 102, and how we deal with it will kind of determine whether I still stay in this position or not. Everything else looking pretty much the same here across the board. A lot of sideways, a lot of chop, similar prices as the past like 20, 30 minutes. But yeah, nothing too crazy. Other than that PRST, I feel like that's where the party's at right now.
All right, I'm out of PRST. Broke down through that level. Sadly, my stop didn't trigger on that one. That was strange. Whatever, got the same price anyway. And now they're soaking it back up. So maybe take the 5 break on this one. I don't know. I'm kind of sick of it. Too much fugaze. So look for something else. Maybe CFRX breaks $4. But yeah, gonna be keeping my eye on small caps for the afternoon. We only have 10 minutes left on the show.
Oh no.
That flew by, Obi. Oh, I want to talk about AMD, which came back. So AMD, we're trying to defend 89, trying to defend, goes down, breaks it, and then we talked about this 50 break. Whenever that happened, like when you first came on, it breaks back above 50, and then I say maybe this is the place to go long. Well, guess what? It was, and I don't have it long. It goes all the way back above the prices that I was long at, and now holding that 89 again. So AMD 89 is the level, it seems, on this name.
That's a pretty clean trend shift. What's that red line you have on
The
your
red
chart?
line is the 50 SMA.
Nice. Yeah, so like it broke that downtrend, which was holding pretty cleanly, and now it's kind of cleanly holding the uptrend.
Cleanly holding it and now testing it. So
yeah.
And test that it is 89 as well. So testing the exact price that we liked, testing that 50. Am I going to go long? No, because we've already made, you know, the dollar move back up, the move that I was looking for,
there's some selling.
sadly. But, you know, is what
There's
it
some
is.
selling coming in.
Yeah,
on the
selling coming in
markets.
on the market.
ES and NQ kind of just did that quadunk we were talking about. Let's see if there's any follow through, right? We can definitely see that we've had strength for the past 1, 2, 3, 4 hour and 15 minutes, hour and a half-ish, and then we're starting to have some relief off of that. And just off of that relief, let's see if this 102 can kind of pull back into this range, and let's see if we really continue this downtrend on the day, right? This downtrend is pretty strong. Kind of went sideways for a bit, but still kind of watching this downtrend to give me direction on the markets here.
Still very light volume on the market.
Yeah, something I guess I was looking into was like when we have like these very large trending days, and in a large trending day, if like a larger market participant is present, I don't think they're going to be posting too much size on the book, right? They're going to have algos like getting them in and out of position. So like if you have an algo getting you in and out of like a serious position, you're not going to necessarily post that size on the book. So like if you have a trend day with quote unquote light volume or like a light book, that could be an indicator that there are bigger players on the tape, right? And again, these markets are kind of changing every day, every week, every month. So staying astute to some of these methods that larger players use to position themselves in and out of the market is definitely an edge we can have as day traders. What do you think?
Yeah, for sure. If you can recognize something that's going on currently in the market and find a way to profit off it, figure out what the bots are doing. Sometimes you can figure out on an individual name what the bots want to do. Don't fight the bots.
I'm not trying to fight the bots, but we can
Yeah,
step
exactly.
around them.
Wait for them to make their move,
sure.
and then you step in front of them, you step after them, whatever. Just go in the same direction.
Yeah.
You don't want to be fighting them
No,
necessarily.
You got to understand the opponent. We're definitely not as fast as some of these bots.
Yeah, exactly. If you can take advantage of what they're doing, then good for you. Very hard, though. I find that if I'm playing a name where I like figure out what the bot is doing on it, usually like a small cap, the move is already done by the time I figure it out.
Yeah. And what's to say it'll act the same the next time, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Maybe it's doing different things every time.
Yeah.
To just bamboozle everybody, but
Yeah, you could do that.
yeah.
Gotta play the
Speaking
meta.
of, PRST kind of soaking up that dip again and staying in range. So, I mean, the idea on this one would be buy the dip. Buy the dip, play the SSR thing. Oh, there it is. dips down to $4. Now we make the decision. So this is decision point on PRST. If we nuke down to 350 kind of area, it's dead. If we buy this straight back up, it ain't. Maybe I will be going long above this 430 area. Let's see what happens here. If this gets soaked up, this huge selling here off of this 475 level down to $4, and it doesn't continue, that's a decent move back up. So yeah, watching this one for now, watching the tape, still kind of gross. It's just kind of teleporting to different prices all the time. I think I want to go long on this over 430 if we get
that
back
wick
up
off
there.
that double top from before. That's pretty solid.
Yeah, that's pretty solid.
No, this one right here. This double top, like this wick that's happening right now.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yep, I don't know. Let's see what happens with this one. Lots of fugays.
Ooh, there's a quadunk on the ES. Here it comes. There it comes. Let's see. Can we break to new lows? 41.50 on the way. Or we could just wick hard back up into, oh, something's coming in. I don't know what it is. Everything's selling off. We're already short. Let's take it for a ride and see where we go. Definitely should have been a little bit more sized on this thing off that support turn to resistance area. But let's see if what we can do. Again, like I said, I'm gonna see what we can do with this 102. This 102 holds while the market is doing the quadunk, and I don't know if I'll like it too much, because I like to see if this is quadunking, this should also be quadunking. I'm looking for that quadunk squared. So
Quadunk squared.
I'm liking the vocab. I'm feeling it, guys. It's nice. Microsoft, wow, look at that. Like, give you 50 cents in about like 5 minutes. That's pretty solid. 102 still rigorously holding. Come on, guys. Like, what are these bidders doing? Get out of the way.
They like the stock.
Yeah, they like the stock.
Obi.
They like the stock. But hey, look, there's some sellers on this name here.
Oh yeah. You're looking good.
So,
You're looking good. Once you get below those first entries, your money on that one.
Yeah, I mean, it was a horrible management of the position. Like my average is absolutely trash, but we are playing for the move right now, I guess. Still trying to learn my way around these around the fugays of these large caps, I guess. Right?
Yeah. I mean, 101.30 is your level, right? Is that the target on this one?
101.30 on this trade? I don't know. Let's see if the ES, like, look how hard this ES is kind of selling off. I kind of don't like how fast that is, but I don't know if we have news or anything happening. This 41.50 is coming in hot. Yeah,
Sharif
it's
doesn't
just
see news on the market. Just a technical breakdown, I guess.
It seems like yeah, 3100 just broke.
13,100.
Yeah, we're headed down now. Let's see. I don't really know what's going on. Sharif, do you have anything? You said there's no news, right?
We just reject that 50 period.
Maybe
on
just some big boy selling happening across the board. Someone's selling a basket.
Realistically, it's only a 25 handle move on NASDAQ, which is nothing. It's an 8 handle move on ES. So
yeah, but to move the whole market like this,
it's not a big move. Relatively speaking, it's a big move for today where not a tremendous amount has happened exactly since the open. But if we crack that 41.50 to the downside and let that go, then there's really nothing supporting the market going into the afternoon, except for that maybe 41.38 from last Friday, I believe. Still very much an inside day on both markets.
Yeah. Definitely, I mean, going back to this position here, it definitely goes to show that timing and kind of patience on the move really tends to pay well, where you can see that I barely had patience for this. I kind of sized in a little bit more right in the 102 and then sold some more in the 102.30s for this 102.20, 102.40 area resistance. But yeah, no, like I had to hold like almost 40 cents against me, which is absolutely trash trading. Nothing good here. But definitely some tweaking on my part is definitely required to catch some of these bigger moves here. Again, we couldn't have expected this market move to happen, but the support resistance at 102.20 to 102.40, that was definitely seen. And then the follow through is kind of coming in. ES is starting to wick. It's doing the wick thing. So let's see if this 41.50 actually holds or breaks. Amazon's coming in now off the 102. Some of these charts are still kind of frozen, so I'm kind of lost. So we'll just go back to just the tape and the chart to see if it can show me anything here. Let's see, maybe a low of day test, and maybe we do make it to 101. Like this selling is quite different from the strength that we had the past hour and a half, and then we kind of wipe. The last time we saw a candle like this on the ES was this candle here at 10:30 or this candle here at 9:30, right? So selling, hard selling, chop, 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 grind up, hard selling. Well, I don't know, that might be telling me something about how where that buying pressure might be coming from. Because as soon as it kind of goes away, without reason, we just dump. So I wonder where that buying pressure is really coming from. It's something I'm asking myself.
Yeah. I mean, it takes us like 45 minutes to do that 20 handle or 8 handle, whatever market you're looking at, move up, and then takes 10 minutes to make the move down. Back to PRST. So this did break $4. If this gets back above 425, I feel like that is now the long area. Maybe 430.
Yeah, 41.50 just broke.
Is what I would do.
Nice.
41.50 did break. Yeah, kind of wicking again. Not making the decided move yet. Oh, we are out of time, Obi.
Oh, we're having too much fun here.
This
market's going
fun.
crazy.
Market's going nuts. You're finally in the money.
I mean, I'm not too excited. It was a horrible trade.
Anyway, that's it for us. I guess we're going to send it over to Sharif now.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you to everybody. Good
Always a
luck
pleasure.
in the afternoon, and we shall send you over to Sharif for
Take
the
care.
recap, I guess.
Have a good one, guys.
The afternoon show, guys. All right, welcome to the close. Markets decidedly down, guys. We are near the lows on the ES. The NQ holding up a little bit better. Let's see how American markets are doing. Like I said, the S&P down 0.3%. The Dow holding up better at 0.07. The NASDAQ 0.64 to the downside. Toronto, though, still in the positive. Brazil down almost a percentage point. Crude down decidedly on the day. We didn't talk too much about the crude names today, but there you go. WT